This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Absolute Power, written by David Baldacci, read by Scott Brick, preface read by the author.
Preface. I was staring out a hotel window in Islip, New York at midnight. I was in Islip in my role as an attorney. I'd been sent there to review bank ground leases in connection with an acquisition. If you ever have insomnia, don't waste time popping pills. Just pull up a bank ground lease and you'll be asleep by the second page. I had just received word from my film agent in L.A. that a screenplay that I had penned, and which seemed to have a lot of juice out in Hollywood, had failed to sell. I remember thinking as I stared out that window that maybe it was never going to happen for me, that big break that every writer hopes for. I had been laboring for many years, learning the craft, becoming a better storyteller, but I had little monetary success to show for it. I could have decided then and there to just put down my pen and continue being a lawyer. It was not how I wanted to spend my time on earth, but it provided a good living for my family. However, when I got back to Virginia, I knew that quitting was not an option. Writing has never been a job or a hobby or even a passion. It's how I identify as an individual. Stopping would have been akin to erasing a substantial part of me from me. Then I had an idea for a writing challenge I had long been wanting to take on, a novel. My law office back then was within easy walking distance of the White House, and I would pass by and see the building and the guards and occasionally the presidential motorcade roll out. As a student of history, I knew that John F. Kennedy had conducted affairs at the White House while his wife was away, and I had been told that there were tunnels connecting the White House with both the Treasury Department on one side and the old Executive Office building on the other. So I began to wonder, what if one of these presidential trysts went terribly wrong, resulting in the president's Secret Service agents killing an innocent woman? That seemed to be a fascinating premise for an original novel, since it created intriguing moral challenges for everyone involved. Fueled by the potential, I spent 3 years of my spare time crafting the novel that became Absolute Power. I had gotten the idea for the title from the old Lord Acton quote, "Absolute power corrupts absolutely." What a prophet he was. With the novel finished, I found the names of 7 agents and sent it to them with a short query letter that said, "I guarantee that if you read the first page, you won't stop until you read the last." I knew that with that arrogant statement laid out, they would read the manuscript, if only to prove me wrong. 2 weeks later, 6 of the 7 agents wanted to represent me. I met the 7th one years later, and he lamented that his decision not to represent me was the biggest mistake he'd ever made. The book was sent out on a Monday night and was sold Tuesday morning for a record amount of money. When my agent called, I didn't believe him at first, because all I had known up to that point was rejection. When the CEO of the publisher phoned, I was convinced. I called my wife and told her that the novel was going to be published. She said excitedly, "That's great. How much is it going to cost us?" With a thrill in my voice, I told her that they were actually going to pay us for the privilege. We then had the task of going around and telling our close friends and family members, none of whom even knew I'd been writing all those years. Half thought our big news was that we were divorcing. The other half thought we were having another baby. To the latter group I said, "You're right, in a way, only I'm the one giving birth." The following years were an absolute maelstrom of activity. Countless TV and radio appearances, hundreds of news articles about yours truly, around-the-world book tours, meeting people from all walks of life, receiving fan letters from U.S. presidents and other celebrities, and having films and TV series made from my books. For a writer who spent over a decade writing short stories that never found a home, it was a bit surreal. Well, more than a bit. I remember telling myself at the time to slow down and cherish every moment, because this would only happen to me for the first time once. And I did. I kept journals chronicling all of it. I stood in constant awe of how my life had changed, how my professional dreams had been realized. That experience, above all else, made me even more empathetic to those on the outside of the glass, looking longingly in at the world in which I now resided. Because of my personal experience in the years since, I have worked to encourage and be supportive of up-and-coming writers. I led an online masterclass that lays out my process and philosophies on both the craft and business side of writing for a living. I know that the world will continue to need new, fresh voices, particularly from the parts of our society that are historically underexposed and not heard from nearly as much as they should be. Our world is diverse, and thus our stories must meet that standard. Those tales and those voices must be heard. I will never forget the feeling of being on the outside looking in at a place I so desperately wanted to belong to. Every writer goes through that. The gauntlet is long and arduous. But I also firmly believe that if you are truly meant to be a writer, you will persevere through all of it for one simple reason. You have no other option, because you can't go a single day without thinking about or writing down a story. So while I was staring dejectedly out that hotel window at midnight in Islip, New York, my hopes at their lowest point, my dream fading to near invisibility, it would be only 3 more years before all of that bleakness was reversed. The break I needed came my way at exactly the right time, and the wildest dreams of success I could have imagined actually came true. I would never suggest that what happened to me will happen to anyone else. The stars were all in alignment at that point in my life for reasons not entirely explainable. But I do know that failure is guaranteed if you stop writing. So long as the pen on the paper continues to flow or the computer keys continue their clacking, good things can happen, and dreams, even outlandish ones, can be realized. So, to all writers out there, keep going. The world needs you.
To Michelle, my dearest friend, my loving wife, my partner in crime. Without you, this dream would have remained a feeble glint in a weary eye. To my mother and father, no parents could have done any more. To my brother and sister, for putting up with a lot from their younger sibling, and still always being there for me. Chapter 1. He gripped the steering wheel loosely as the car, its lights out, drifted slowly to a stop. He felt last scraps of gravel kicked out of the tire treads, and then silence enveloped him. He took a moment to adjust to the surroundings and then pulled out a pair of worn but still effective night vision binoculars. The house slowly came into focus. He shifted easily, confidently in his seat. A duffel bag lay on the front seat beside him. The car's interior was faded but clean. The car was also stolen, and from a very unlikely source. A pair of miniature palm trees hung from the rearview mirror. He smiled grimly as he looked at them. Soon he might be going to the land of palms. Quiet, blue, see-through water, powdery salmon-colored sunsets and late mornings. He had to get out. It was time. For all the occasions he had said that to himself, this time he felt sure. 66 years old, Luther Whitney was eligible to collect Social Security and was a card-carrying member of AARP. At that age, most men had settled down into second careers as grandfathers, part-time raisers of their children's children when weary joints were eased down into familiar recliners and arteries finished closing up with the clutter of a lifetime. Luther had had only one career his entire life. It involved breaking and entering into other people's homes and places of business, usually in the nighttime, as now, and taking away as much of their property as he could feasibly carry. Though clearly on the wrong side of the law, Luther had never fired a gun or hurled a knife in anger or fear, except for his part in a largely confusing war fought where South and North Korea were joined at the hip. And the only punches he had ever thrown were in bars, and those only in self-defense, as the suds made men braver than they should have been. Luther only had one criterion in choosing his targets. He took only from those who could well afford to lose it. He considered himself no different from the armies of people who routinely coddled the wealthy, constantly persuading them to buy things they did not need. A good many of his 60-odd years had been spent in assorted medium and then maximum security correctional facilities along the East Coast. Like blocks of granite around his neck, 3 prior felony convictions stood to his credit in 3 different states. Years had been carved out of his life. Important years. But he could do nothing to change that now. He had refined his skills to where he had high hopes that a 4th conviction would never materialize. There was absolutely nothing mysterious about the ramifications of another bust. He would be looking at the full 20 years. And at his age, 20 years was a death penalty. They might as well fry him, which was the way the Commonwealth of Virginia used to handle its particularly bad people. The citizens of this vastly historic state were by and large a God-fearing people, and religion premised upon the notion of equal retribution consistently demanded the ultimate payback. The Commonwealth succeeded in disposing of more death row criminals than all but 2 states, and the leaders, Texas and Florida, shared the moral sentiments of their southern sister. But not for simple burglary. Even the good Virginians had their limits. Yet with all that at risk, he couldn't take his eyes off the home. Mansion, of course, one would be compelled to call it. It had engrossed him for several months now. Tonight, that fascination would end. Middleton, Virginia, a 45-minute drive west on a slingshot path from Washington, D.C., home to vast estates, obligatory jaguars, and horses whose price tags could feed the residents of an entire inner-city apartment building for a year. Homes in this area sprawled across enough earth with enough splendor to qualify for their own appellation. The irony of his target's name, the Coppers, was not lost upon him. The adrenaline rush that accompanied each job was absolutely unique. He imagined it was somewhat like how the batter felt as he nonchalantly trotted the bases, taking all the time in the world after newly bruised leather had landed somewhere in the street. The crowd on its feet, 50,000 pairs of eyes on one human being, all the air in the world seemingly sucked into one space, and then suddenly displaced by the arc of one man's glorious swing of the wood. Luther took a long sweep of the area with his still sharp eyes. An occasional firefly winked back at him. Otherwise, he was alone. He listened for a moment to the rise and fall of the cicadas, and then that chorus faded into the background, so omnipresent was it to every person who had lived long in the area. He pulled the car further down the blacktop road and backed onto a short dirt road that ended in a mass of thick trees. His iron-gray hair was covered with a black ski hat. His leathery face was smeared black with camouflage cream. Calm green eyes hovered above a cinder-block jaw. The flesh carried on his spare frame was as tight as ever. He looked like the Army Ranger he had once been. Luther got out of the car. Crouching behind a tree, Luther surveyed his target. The Coppers, like many country estates that were not true working farms or stables, had a huge and ornate wrought iron gate set on twin brick columns, but had no fencing. The grounds were accessible directly from the road or the nearby woods. Luther entered from the woods. It took Luther 2 minutes to reach the edge of the cornfield adjacent to the house. The owner obviously had no need for homegrown vegetables, but had apparently taken the country squire role to heart. Luther wasn't complaining, since it afforded him a hidden path almost to the front door. He waited a few moments and then disappeared into the embracing thickness of the cornstalks. The ground was mostly clear of debris, and his tennis shoes made no sound, which was important, for any noise carried easily here. He kept his eyes straight ahead. His feet, after much practice, carefully picked their way through the slender rows, compensating for the slight unevenness of the ground. The night air was cool after the debilitating heat of another stagnant summer, but not nearly cool enough for breath to be transformed into the tiny clouds that could be seen from a distance by restless or insomniac eyes. Luther had timed this operation several times over the past month, always stopping at the edge of the field before stepping into the front grounds and past no man's land. In his head, every detail had been worked and reworked hundreds of times until a precise script of movement, waiting, followed by more movement, was firmly entrenched in his mind. He crouched down at the edge of the front grounds and took one more long look around. No need to rush. No dogs to worry about, which was good. A human, no matter how young and fleet, simply could not outrun a dog. But it was the noise they made that stopped men like Luther cold. There was also no perimeter security system, probably because of the innumerable false alarms that would be caused by the large populations of deer, squirrel, and raccoon roaming over the area. However, Luther would shortly be faced with a highly sophisticated defense package that he would have 33 seconds to disarm, and that included the 10 seconds it would take him to remove the control panel. The private security patrol had passed through the area 30 minutes earlier. The cop clones were supposed to vary their routines, making sweeps through their surveillance sectors every hour. But after a month of observations, Luther had easily discerned a pattern. He had at least 3 hours before another pass would be made. He wouldn't need nearly that long. The grounds were pitch black, and thick shrubs, the lifeblood of the burglary class, clung to the brick entryway like a caterpillar nest to a tree branch. He checked each window of the house. All black, all silent. He had watched the caravan carrying the home's occupants parade out 2 days ago to point south, and carefully took inventory of all owners and personnel. The nearest estate was a good 2 miles away. He took a deep breath. He had planned everything out. But in this business, the simple fact was that you could never account for everything. He loosened the grips on his backpack and then glided out from the field in long, smooth strides across the lawn, and in 10 seconds was facing the thick, solid wood front door with reinforced steel framing, together with a locking system that was rated at the top of the charts for holding force, none of which concerned Luther in the least. He slipped a facsimile front door key out of his jacket pocket and inserted it into the keyhole without, however, turning it. He listened for another few seconds. Then he slipped off his backpack and changed his shoes so there would be no traces of mud. He readied his battery-operated screwdriver, which could reveal the circuitry he needed to fool 10 times faster than he could by hand. The next piece of equipment he carefully pulled from his backpack weighed exactly 6 ounces, was slightly bigger than a pocket calculator, and other than his daughter was the best investment he had ever made in his life. Nicknamed Wit by its owner, the tiny device had assisted Luther in his last 3 jobs without a hitch. The 5 digits comprising this home's security code had already been supplied to Luther and programmed into his computer. Their proper sequence was still a mystery to him, but that obstacle would have to be eradicated by his tiny metal, wire, and microchip companion if he wanted to avoid the ear-piercing shriek that would instantly emit from the 4 sound cannons planted at each corner of the 10,000-square-foot fortress he was invading. Then would follow the police call dialed by the nameless computer he would battle in a few moments. The home also had pressure-sensitive windows and floor plates, in addition to tamper-proof door magnets, all of which would mean nothing if Wit could tear the correct code sequence from the alarm system's grasp. He eyed the key in the door and with a practiced motion hooked Wit to his harness belt so that it hung easily against his side. The key turned effortlessly in the lock, and Luther prepared to block out the next sound that he would hear, the low beep of the security system that warned of impending doom for the intruder if the correct answer was not fed into it in the allotted time, and not a millisecond later. He replaced his black leather gloves with a pair of more nimble plastic ones that had a second layer of padding on the fingertips and palms. It was not his practice to leave any evidence behind. Luther took one deep breath, then opened the portal. The shrill beep of the security system met him instantly. He quickly moved into the enormous foyer and confronted the alarm panel. The automatic screwdriver whirled noiselessly. The 6 metal pieces dropped into Luther's hands and then were deposited in a carrier on his belt. Slender wires attached to wit flashed against the sliver of moonlight seeping through the window beside the door, and then Luther, probing momentarily like a surgeon through a patient's chest cavity, found the correct spot, clipped the strands into place, and then flipped on the power source to his companion. From across the foyer, a slash of crimson stared down at him. The infrared detector had already locked on Luther's thermal offset. As the seconds ticked down, it patiently waited for the security system's brain to pronounce the intruder friend or foe. Faster than the eye could follow, the numbers flashed across Wit's digital screen in neon amber. The allotted time blinked down in a small box at the top right-hand corner of the same screen. 5 seconds elapsed, and then the numbers 5, 13, 9, 3, and 11 appeared on Wit's tiny glass face, and locked. The beep stopped on cue as the security system was disarmed. The red light flashed off and was replaced with the friendly green, and Luther was in business. He removed the wires, screwed the plate back on, and repacked his equipment, then carefully locked the front door. The master bedroom was on the 3rd floor, which could be reached by an elevator down the main 1st-floor hallway to the right, but Luther chose the stairs instead. The less dependent he was on anything he did not have complete control over, the better. Getting stuck in an elevator for several weeks was not part of his battle plan. He looked at the detector in the corner of the ceiling as its rectangular mouth smiled at him, its surveillance arc asleep for now. Then he headed up the staircase. The master bedroom door was not locked. In a few seconds he had his low-power, non-glare work lamp set up and took a moment to look around. The green glow from a second control panel mounted next to the bedroom door broke the darkness. The house itself had been built within the last 5 years. Luther had checked the records at the courthouse and had even managed to gain access to a set of blueprints of the place from the planning commissioner's office, it being large enough to require special blessing from the local government, as though they would ever actually deny the rich their wishes. There were no surprises in the building plans. It was a big, solid house, more than worth the multi-million-dollar price tag that had been paid in cash by its owner. Indeed, Luther had visited this home once before, in broad daylight, with people everywhere. He had been in this very room, and he had seen what he needed to see. And that was why he was here tonight. 6-inch crown molding peered down at him as he knelt next to the gigantic canopied bed. Next to the bed was a nightstand. On it were a small silver clock, the newest romance novel of the day, and an antique silver-plated letter opener with a thick leather handle. Everything about the place was big and expensive. There were 3 walk-in closets in the room, each about the size of Luther's living room. 2 were occupied by women's clothes and shoes and purses and every other female accoutrement one could rationally or irrationally spend money on. Luther glanced at the framed prints on the nightstand and wryly observed the 20-something little woman next to the 70-something husband. There were many types of lotteries in the world, and not all of them state-run. Several of the photos showed off the lady of the house's proportions to almost maximum degree, and his quick examination of the closet revealed that her dressing pleasures leaned to the downright sleazy. He looked up at the full-length mirror, studying the ornate carvings around its edges. He next surveyed the sides. It was a heavy, nifty bit of work, built right into the wall, or so it seemed, but Luther knew that hinges were carefully hidden into the slight recess 6 inches from the top and bottom. Luther looked back at the mirror. He had the distinct advantage of having seen a target like this full-length model a couple of years ago, although he hadn't planned to crack it. But you didn't ignore a second golden egg just because you had the first in hand. And that second golden egg had been worth about 50 thou. The prize on the other side of this private looking-glass, he figured, would be about 10 times that. Using brute force and the aid of a crowbar, he could overcome the locking system built into the mirror's carvings, but that would take precious time. And more than that, it would leave behind obvious signs of the place having been violated. And although the house was supposed to be empty for the next several weeks, one never knew. When he left the coppers, there would be no obvious evidence he had ever been there. Even upon their return, the owners might not check the vault for some time. In any event, he did not have to take the hard route. He walked quickly over to the large-screen TV located against one wall of the vast chamber. The area was set up as a sitting room with matching chintz-covered chairs and a large coffee table. Luther looked at the 3 remotes lying there. One to work the TV, one for the VCR, and one that would cut his night's work by 90%. Each had a brand name on it. Each looked pretty much like the other, but a quick experiment showed that 2 worked their appropriate apparatus, and one did not. He walked back across the room, pointed the control at the mirror, and pushed the lone red button located at the bottom of the hardware. Ordinarily, that action meant the VCR was recording. Tonight, in this room, it meant the bank was opening for business for its one fortunate customer. Luther watched the door swing open easily, silently, on the now revealed no-maintenance hinges. From long habit, he replaced the control exactly where it had been, pulled a collapsible duffel bag out of his backpack, and entered the vault. As his light swept through the darkness, he was surprised to see an upholstered chair sitting in the middle of the room, which looked to be about 6 feet by 6 feet. On the chair's arm rested an identical remote, obviously a safeguard against being locked in by accident. Then his eyes took in the shelves down each side. The cash, bundled neatly, went in first, then the contents of the slender boxes that were definitely not costume jewelry. Luther counted about $200,000 worth of negotiable bonds and other securities, and 2 small boxes of antique coins and another of stamps, including one of an inverted figure that made Luther swallow hard. He ignored the blank checks and the boxes full of legal documents, which were worthless to him. His quick assessment ended at almost $2 million, probably more. He took one more look around, taking care not to miss any stray nook. The walls were thick. He figured they had to be fireproof, or as fireproof as man could make something. The place wasn't hermetically sealed. The air was fresh, not stale. Somebody could stay in here for days. The limo moved quickly down the road, followed by the van, each driver expert enough to accomplish this feat without the benefit of headlights. Inside the spacious back seat of the limo were a man and 2 women, one of whom was close to being drunk and who was doing her best to undress the man and herself right there, despite the gentle defensive efforts of her victim. The other woman sat across from them, tight-lipped, ostensibly trying to ignore the ridiculous spectacle, which included girlish giggling and much panting, but in reality she closely observed every detail of the pair's efforts. Her focus was on the large book that sat open in her lap, where appointments and notes battled each other for space, and the attention of the male sitting across from her, who took the opportunity of his companion wrenching off her spike heels to pour himself another drink. His capacity for alcohol was enormous. He could drink twice the amount he had already consumed tonight, and there would be no outward signs, no slurring of speech or impeded motor functions, which would have been deadly for a man in his position. She had to admire him, his obsessions, his truly raw edges, while at the same time his being able to project an image to the world that cried out purity and strength, normalcy, but at the same time, greatness. Every woman in America was in love with him, enamored with his classic good looks, immense self-assurance, and also what he represented, for all of them. And he returned that universal admiration with a passion, however misplaced, that astonished her. Unfortunately, that passion had never pointed itself in her direction, despite her subtle messages, the touches that lingered a shade too long, how she maneuvered to see him first thing in the morning when she looked her best, the sexual references used in their strategy sessions. But until that time came, and it would come, she kept telling herself, she would be patient. She looked out the window. This was taking too long. It threw everything else off. Her mouth curled up in displeasure. Luther heard the vehicles enter the front drive. He flitted to a window and followed the mini caravan as it went around the back, where it would be hidden from view from the front drive. He counted 4 people alighting from the limo, 1 from the van. His mind scrolled swiftly through possible identities. Too small a party for it to be the owners of the house. Too many for it to be someone simply checking on the place. He could not make out any faces. For one ironic instant, Luther debated whether the home was destined to be burgled twice on the same night. But that was too enormous a coincidence. In this business, like a lot of others, you played the percentages. Besides, criminals did not march up to their targets wearing clothing more suitable for a night on the town. He thought quickly as noises filtered up to him, presumably from outside the rear of the house. It took him a second to realize that his retreat was cut off and to calculate what his plan of action would be. Grabbing his bag, he raced to the alarm panel next to the bedroom door and activated the home's security system, silently thanking his memory for numbers. Then Luther slipped across to the vault and entered it, carefully closing the door behind him. He pushed himself as far back into the little room as he could. Now, he had to wait. He cursed his misfortune. Everything had been going so smoothly. Then he shook his head clear, forced himself to breathe regularly. It was like flying. The longer you did it, the greater your chance of something bad happening. He would just have to hope that the house's most recent arrivals would have no need to make a deposit in the private bank he was now occupying. A burst of laughter, and then the drum of voices filtered up to him, together with the loud beep from the alarm system, which sounded like a jet plane screeching directly over his head. Apparently there was slight confusion about the security code. A bead of sweat appeared on Luther's forehead as he envisioned the alarm exploding and the police wanting to examine every inch of the house just in case, starting with his little roost. He wondered how he would react as he listened to the mirrored door being opened, a light blazing in without the slightest possibility of missing him. The strange faces peering in, the drawn guns, the reading of his rights. He almost laughed. Trapped like a fucking rat, nowhere to go. He hadn't had a cigarette in almost 30 years, but now he desperately craved a smoke. He put his bag down quietly and slowly led his legs out straight so they wouldn't go to sleep. Heavy steps on the oak plank staircase. Whoever they were, they didn't care who knew they were there. Luther counted 4, possibly 5. They turned left and headed his way. The door to the bedroom opened with a slight squeak. Luther searched his mind. Everything had been picked up or put back in its place. He'd only touched the remote, and he had replaced it right in line with the slight dust pattern. Now Luther could only hear 3 voices, a man and 2 women. One of the females sounded drunk. The other was all business. Then Ms. Business disappeared. The door closed, but wasn't locked, and Ms. Drunk and the man were alone. Where were the others? Where had Ms. Business gone? The giggles continued. Footsteps came closer to the mirror. Luther scrunched down in the corner as far as he could, hoping that the chair would shield him from view, but knowing that it couldn't possibly. Then a burst of light hit him right in the eyes, and he almost gasped at the suddenness of his little world going from inky black to broad daylight. He blinked rapidly to adjust to the new level of brightness, his pupils going from almost full dilation to pinpoints in seconds. But there were no screams, no faces, no guns. Finally, after a full minute had passed, Luther peered around the corner of the chair and received another shock. The vault door seemed to have disappeared. He was staring right into the goddamn room. He almost fell backward but caught himself. Luther suddenly understood what the chair was for. He recognized both of the people in the room. The woman he had seen tonight already, in the photos. The little wife with the hooker-tasting clothes. The man he knew for an altogether different reason. He certainly wasn't the master of this house. Luther slowly shook his head in amazement and let out his breath. His hands shook and a queasiness crept over him. He fought back the grip of nausea and stared into the bedroom. The vault door also served as a one-way mirror. With the light on outside and darkness in his little space, it was as though he were watching a giant TV screen. Then he saw it, and a fist of breath kicked out of his lungs. The diamond necklace on the woman's neck. 200 thou to his practiced eye, maybe more, and just the sort of bauble one would routinely put away in a home vault before retiring for the evening. Then his lungs relaxed as he watched her take the piece off and casually drop it on the floor. His fear receded enough to where he rose and inched over to the chair and slowly eased himself into it. So the old man sat here and watched his little woman get her brains screwed out by a procession of men. From the looks of her, Luther figured that some members of that procession included young guys making minimum wage or hanging on to freedom by the width of a green card. But her gentleman caller tonight was in an altogether different class. He looked around, his ears focused for any sound of the other inhabitants of the house. But what could he really do? In over 30 years of active larceny, he had never encountered anything like this. So he decided to do the only thing he could. With only an inch of glass separating him from absolute destruction, he settled down quietly into the deep leather and waited. Chapter 2. 3 blocks from the broad white bulk of the United States Capitol, Jack Graham opened the front door of his apartment, threw his overcoat on the floor, and went straight to the fridge. Beer in hand, he flopped down on the threadbare couch in his living room. His eyes quickly perused the tiny room as he took a drink. Quite a difference from where he'd just been. He let the beer stand in his mouth and then swallowed. The muscles of his square jaw tensed and then relaxed. The nagging prickles of doubt slowly drained away, but they would reappear. They always did. Another important dinner party with Jennifer, his soon-to-be wife, and her family and circle of social and business acquaintances. People at that level of sophistication apparently didn't have mere friends they hung with. Everyone served a particular function, the whole being greater than the sum of the parts. Or at least that was the intent, although Jack had his own opinion on the matter. Industry and finance had been well represented, brandishing names Jack read about in the Wall Street Journal before he chucked it for the sports pages to see how the Skins or Bullets were doing. The politicos had been out in full force, scrounging future votes and current dollars. The group was rounded out by the ubiquitous lawyers, of which Jack was one, the occasional doctor to show ties to the old ways, and a couple of public interest types to demonstrate that the powers that be had sympathy for the plight of the ordinary. He finished the beer and flipped on the TV. His shoes came off, and the $40 patterned socks his fiancée had bought for him were carelessly flung over the back of the lampshade. Given time, she'd have him in $200 braces with matching hand-painted ties. Shit. Rubbing his toes, he seriously considered a second beer. The TV tried but failed to hold his interest. He pushed his thick, dark hair out of his eyes and focused for the 1,000th time on where his life was hurtling, seemingly with the speed of the space shuttle. Jennifer's company limo had driven the two of them to her Northwest Washington townhouse, where Jack would probably move after the wedding. She detested his place. The wedding was barely 6 months off, apparently, no time at all by a bride's standards, and he was sitting here having severe second thoughts. Jennifer Rice Baldwin possessed instant, head-turning beauty to such a degree that the women stared as often as the men. She was also smart and accomplished, came from serious money, and was intent on marrying Jack. Her father ran one of the largest development companies in the country. Shopping centers, office buildings, radio stations, entire subdivisions, you name it, he was in it, and doing better than just about anyone else. Her paternal great-grandfather was one of the original Midwest manufacturing tycoons, and her mother's family had once owned a large chunk of downtown Boston. The gods had smiled early and often on Jennifer Baldwin. There wasn't one guy Jack knew who wasn't jealous as hell of him. He squirmed in his chair and tried to rub a kink out of his shoulder. He hadn't worked out in a week. His 6'1" body, even at 32, had the same hard edge it had enjoyed all through high school, where he was a man among boys in virtually every sport offered, and in college where the competition was a lot rougher, but where he still managed to make first-string varsity as a heavyweight wrestler and first-team all-academic. That combination had gotten him into the University of Virginia School of Law, where he made law review, graduated near the top of his class, and promptly settled down as a public defender in the District of Columbia's criminal justice system. His classmates had all grabbed the big firm option out of law school. They had routinely called with phone numbers of psychiatrists who could help coax him out of his insanity. He smiled and then went and grabbed that second beer. The fridge was now empty. Jack's first year as a PD had been rough as he learned the ropes, losing more than he won. As time went on, he graduated to the more serious crimes, and as he poured every ounce of youthful energy, raw talent, and common sense he had into each of those cases, the tide began to turn. And then he started kicking some serious ass in court. He discovered he was a natural at the role, as talented at cross-examination as he had been at throwing men much bigger than he across a 2-inch thick mat. He was respected, liked as an attorney, if you could believe that. Then he had met Jennifer at a bar function. She was vice president of development and marketing at Baldwin Enterprises. Dynamic in presence, she had the added skill of making whomever she was talking to feel important. Their opinions were listened to, if not necessarily followed. She was a beauty who had no need to rely solely on that asset. When you got past the eye-catching looks, there was a lot more there, or seemed to be. Jack would have been less than human had he not been attracted to her, and she had made it clear early on that the attraction was mutual. While being ostensibly impressed at his dedication in defending the rights of those accused of crimes in the capital city, little by little Jennifer had convinced Jack that he had done his bit for the poor, dumb, and unfortunate, and that maybe he should start thinking about himself and his future, and that maybe she wanted to be a part of that future. When he finally left PD, the U.S. Attorney's Office had given him quite a send-off party, and good riddance. That should have told him then and there that there were a lot more of the poor, dumb, and unfortunate who needed his help. He didn't expect to ever top the thrill he had felt being a PD. He figured times like that came around once in life, and then they were gone. It was time to move on. Even little boys like Jack Graham had to grow up someday. Maybe it was just his time. He turned off the TV, grabbed a bag of corn chips, and went to his bedroom, stepping over the piles of dirty laundry strewn in front of the doorway. He couldn't blame Jennifer for not liking his place. He was a slob. But what bothered him was the dead certainty that, even spotless, Jennifer would not consent to live here. For one thing, it was in the wrong neighborhood. Capitol Hill, to be sure, but not a gentrified part of Capitol Hill. Actually, not even close. Then there was the size. Her townhouse must have run 5,000 square feet, not counting the live-in maid's quarters and the two-car garage that housed her Jag and brand-new Range Rover, as if anybody living in D.C., with its traffic-strangled roads, needed a vehicle capable of driving up the vertical side of a 20,000-foot-high mountain. He had 4 rooms, if you counted the bathroom. He reached his bedroom, stripped off his clothes, and dropped into bed. Across the room, on a small plaque that had once hung in his office at work until he had grown embarrassed looking at it, was the announcement of his joining Patton, Shaw and Lord. PS&L was the capital city's #1 corporate firm. Legal caterer to hundreds of blue-chip companies, including his soon-to-be father-in-law's, representing a multi-million-dollar account that he was credited with bringing to the firm, and that in turn guaranteed him a partnership at the next review. Partnerships at Patton Shaw were worth, on average, at least $500,000 a year. That was tip money for the Baldwins. But then he wasn't a Baldwin. At least, not yet. He pulled the blanket over him. The building's insulation left a lot to be desired. He popped a couple of aspirin and washed them down with the rest of a Coke that was sitting on his nightstand, then looked around the cramped, messy bedroom. It reminded him of his room growing up. It was a warm, friendly memory. Homes should look lived in. They should always give way to the screams of kids as they dashed from room to room in search of new adventures, of fresh objects to break. That was the other thing with Jennifer. She had made it clear that the sound of little feet was a distant project that was far from certain. Her career at her father's company was first and foremost in her mind and heart. Maybe more so, Jack felt, than he was. He rolled over and tried to close his eyes. The wind pushed against the window, and he glanced in that direction. He looked away, but then with a resigned air, his eyes drifted back over to the box. It held part of his collection of old trophies and awards from high school and college. But those items were not the object of his focus. In the semi-darkness, he reached out a long arm for the framed photo, decided against it, and then changed his mind again. He pulled it out. This had almost become a ritual. He never had to worry about his fiancée stumbling onto this particular possession of his, because she absolutely refused to enter his bedroom for longer than a minute. Whenever they slid between the sheets, it was either at her place, where Jack would lie on the bed staring up at the 12-foot ceiling where a mural of ancient horsemen and young maidens shared space while Jennifer amused herself until she collapsed and then rolled over for him to finish on top of her. Or at her parents' place in the country where the ceilings were even higher and the murals had been taken from some 13th century church in Rome, all of which made Jack feel that God was watching him being ridden by the beautiful and absolutely naked Jennifer Rice Baldwin, and that he would languish in eternal hell for those few moments of visceral pleasure. The woman in the photo had silky brown hair that curled slightly at the ends. Her smile looked up at Jack, and he remembered the day he had taken the picture. A bike ride far into the countryside of Albemarle County. He was just starting law school. She was in her second year of college at Mr. Jefferson's University. It was only their 3rd date, but it was like they had never lived without each other. Kate Whitney. He said the name slowly. His hand instinctively traced the curves of her smile, the lone dimple right above the left cheek that gave her face a slightly lopsided look. The almond-shaped cheekbones bordered a dainty nose that sloped toward a pair of sensual lips. The chin was sharp and screamed out stubborn. Jack moved back up the face and stopped at the large, teardrop-shaped eyes that always seemed full of mischief. Jack rolled back over and lay the photo on his chest so that she stared directly at him. He could never think of Kate without seeing an image of her father, with his quick wit and crooked smile. Jack had often visited Luther Whitney at his little row house in an Arlington neighborhood that had seen better days. They spent hours drinking beer and telling stories, mostly Luther telling and Jack listening. Kate never visited her father, and he never attempted to contact her. Jack had found his identity almost by accident, and despite Kate's objections, Jack had wanted to get to know the man. It was a rare thing for her face to hold anything but a smile, but that was one thing she never smiled about. After he graduated, they moved to D.C., and she enrolled in law school at Georgetown. Life seemed idyllic. She came to his first few trials as he worked the butterflies from his stomach and the squeak from his throat and tried to remember which counsel table to sit at. But as the seriousness of the crimes his clients were accused of committing grew, her enthusiasm diminished. They had split up his first year in practice. The reasons were simple. She couldn't understand why he had chosen to represent people who broke the law, and she could not tolerate that he liked her father. At the very last breath of their lives together, he remembered sitting with her in this very room and asking, pleading for her not to leave. But she had, and that was 4 years ago, and he hadn't seen or heard from her since. He knew that she had taken a job with the Commonwealth Attorney's office in Alexandria, Virginia, where she was no doubt busily putting former clients of his behind bars for stomping on the laws of her adopted state. Other than that, Kate Whitney was a stranger to him. But lying there with her staring at him with a smile that told him a million things that he had never learned from the woman he was supposed to marry in 6 months, Jack wondered if Kate would remain a stranger to him, whether his life was destined to become far more complicated than he ever intended. He grabbed the phone and dialed. 4 rings, and he heard the voice. It had an edge that he didn't remember, or maybe it was new. The beep came and he started to leave a message, something funny, right out of the blue. But then right on cue he got nervous and quickly hung up, his hands shaking, his breathing accelerated. He shook his head. Jesus Christ. He had done 5 Murder One cases, and he was shaking like a goddamn 16-year-old sucking up the courage to call his first date. Jack put the picture away and imagined what Kate was doing right that very minute. Probably still in her office pondering over how many years to take off somebody's life. Then Jack wondered about Luther. Was he at this very minute on the wrong side of someone's doorstep, or leaving with another bundle of financial joy slung over his back? What a family, Luther and Kate Whitney. So different and so much the same. As focused a pair as he had ever encountered, but their respective focuses occupied different galaxies. That last night, after Kate had walked out of his life, he had gone around to Luther's to say goodbye and to drink a last beer. They had sat in the small, well-tended garden, watching the clematis and ivy cling to the fence. The scent of lilacs and roses lay thick like a net over them. The old man had taken it all right, asked few questions, and wished Jack well. Some things did not work out. Luther understood that as well as anyone. But as Jack left that night, he had noticed the glistening in the old man's eyes. And then the door closed on that part of his life. Jack finally put out the light and closed his eyes with the knowledge that another tomorrow was close upon him. His pot of gold, his once-in-a-lifetime payoff, was one day closer to reality. It did not make for easy sleep. Chapter 3. As Luther stared through the glass, the thought struck him that the two made a very attractive couple. It was an absurd opinion to have under the circumstances, but that didn't make the conclusion any less valid. The man was tall, handsome, a very distinguished mid-40s. The woman could not have ventured far into her 20s. The hair was full and golden, the face oval and lovely, with a pair of enormous deep blue eyes that now looked up lovingly into the man's elegant countenance. He touched her smooth cheek. She nestled her lips against his hand. The man had 2 tumblers and filled them with the contents of the bottle he had brought with him. He handed the woman one. After a clink of glasses, their eyes firmly set on each other. He finished his drink in one swallow while she only managed a small sip of hers. Glasses put down, they embraced in the middle of the room. His hand slid down her backside and then back up to the bare shoulders. Her arms and shoulders were tanned and well-toned. He grasped her limbs admiringly as he leaned down to kiss her neck. Luther averted his eyes, embarrassed to be viewing this very personal encounter. A strange emotion to have when he was still clearly in danger of being caught. But he was not so old that he could not appreciate the tenderness, the passion that was slowly unfolding in front of him. As he raised his eyes up, he had to smile. The couple was now engaged in a slow dance around the room. The man was obviously well practiced at the endeavor. His partner was less so, but he gently led her through the simple paces until they again ended up beside the bed. The man paused to fill his glass again and then quickly drained it. The bottle was now empty. As his arms encircled her once more, she leaned into him, pulled at his coat, started to undo his tie. The man's hands drifted to the zipper of her dress and slowly headed south. The black dress slid down and she slowly stepped out of it, revealing black panties and thigh-high stockings, but no bra. She had the sort of body that made other women who didn't instantly jealous. Every curve was where it was supposed to be. Her waist Luther could have encircled with both hands touching. As she turned to the side to slide out of her stockings, Luther observed that the breasts were large, round, and full. The legs were lean and defined, probably from hours of daily exercise under the watchful eyes of a personal trainer. The man quickly undressed down to his boxers and sat on the side of the bed watching the woman as she took her time slipping out of her underwear. Her rear end was round and firm and creamy white against the backdrop of a flawless tan. With her last piece of clothing shed, a smile cut across the man's face. The white teeth were straight and thick. Despite the alcohol, his eyes seemed clear and focused. She smiled at his attention and slowly advanced. As she drew within his reach, his long arms gripped her, pulled her to him. She rubbed up and down against his chest. Again, Luther began to avert his eyes, wishing more than anything else that this spectacle would soon be over and that these people would leave. It would only take him a few minutes to return to his car, and this night would be filed away in his memory as a unique, if potentially disastrous, experience. That's when he saw the man grip the woman's buttocks hard and then slap them again and again. Luther winced in vicarious pain at the repeated blows. The white skin now glowed red. But either the woman was too drunk to feel the pain or she enjoyed this sort of treatment, because her smile didn't fade. Luther felt his gut clench again as the man's fingers dug into the soft flesh. The man's mouth danced across her chest. She ran her finger through his thick hair as she positioned her body inside his legs. She closed her eyes, her mouth gathered into a contented smile. She arched her head back. Then she opened her eyes and attacked his mouth with hers. His strong fingers moved up from the abused buttocks and started to gently massage her back. Then he dug in hard until she winced and pulled back from him. She half smiled and he stopped as she touched his fingers with hers. He turned his attention back to her breasts and suckled them. Her eyes closed once again as her breathing turned perceptibly to a low moan. The man moved his attention again to her neck. His eyes were wide open, looking across at where Luther sat, but with no idea of his presence. Luther stared at the man, at those eyes, and didn't like what he saw. Pools of darkness surrounded by red, like some sinister planet seen through a telescope. The thought struck him that the naked woman was in the grip of something not so gentle, not so loving as she probably anticipated. The woman finally grew impatient and pushed her lover down on the bed. Her legs straddled the man, giving Luther a view from behind that should have been reserved for her gynecologist and husband. She hoisted herself up, but then with a sudden burst of energy, he roughly pushed her aside and went on top of her, grabbing her legs and lifting them up until they were perpendicular with the bed. Luther stiffened in his chair at the man's next movement. He grabbed her by the neck and jerked her up, pulling her head between his legs. The suddenness of the act made her gasp, her mouth a bare inch from him there. Then he laughed and threw her back down. Dazed for a moment, she finally managed a weak smile and sat up on her elbows as he towered over her. He grabbed his erection with one hand, spreading her wide with the other. As she lay placidly back to accept him, he stared wildly at her. But instead of plunging between her legs, he grabbed her breasts and squeezed, apparently a little too hard, because finally Luther heard a yelp of pain and the woman abruptly slapped the man. He let go and then slapped her back, viciously, and Luther saw a patch of blood emerge at the corner of her mouth and spill onto the thick, lipstick-coated lips. "You fucking bastard." She rolled off the bed and sat on the floor, rubbing her mouth, tasting her blood, her drunken brain momentarily lucid. The first words Luther had clearly heard spoken the entire night hit his brain like a sledgehammer. He stood up, inched toward the glass. The man grinned. Luther froze when he saw it. It was more like the snarl of a wild animal close to a kill than a human being. "Fucking bastard," she said again, a little more quietly, the words slurred. As she stood up, he grabbed her arm, twisted it, and she fell hard to the floor. The man sat on the bed and looked down triumphantly. His breathing accelerating, Luther stood before the glass, his hands clenching and unclenching as he continued to watch and hoped that the other people would come back. He eyed the remote on the chair, and then his eyes shot back to the bedroom. The woman had raised herself half off the floor, the wind slowly coming back to her. The romantic feelings she had been experiencing had vanished. Luther could see that in her body movements, wary and deliberate. Her companion apparently failed to notice the change in her movements and the flash of anger in the blue eyes, or else he would not have stood up and put out a hand for her to take, which she did. The man's smile abruptly vanished as her knee caught him squarely between the legs, doubling him over and ending any arousal he had been experiencing. As he crumpled to the floor, no sound came from his lips, except for his labored breathing while she grabbed her panties and started to put them on. He caught her ankle, threw her to the floor, her underwear halfway up her legs. "You little cunt." The words came out in short gasps as he tried to get his breath back, all the time holding on to that ankle, drawing her closer to him. She kicked at him again and again. Her feet thudded against his ribcage, but still he hung on. "You fucking little whore," he said. At the menace he heard in those words, Luther stepped toward the glass, one of his hands flying to its smooth surface as if to reach through it, to grab the man, make him let go. The man painfully dragged himself up, and his look made Luther's flesh turn cold. The man's hands gripped the woman's throat. Her brain, clouded by the alcohol, snapped back to high gear. Her eyes, now completely filled with fear, darted to the left and right as the pressure on her neck increased and her breath started to weaken. Her fingers clawed at his arms, scratching deeply. Luther saw the blood rise to the man's skin where she attacked him, but his grip did not loosen. She kicked and jerked her body, but he was almost twice her weight. Her attacker didn't budge. Luther again looked at the remote. He could open the door. He could stop this. But his legs would not move. He stared helplessly through the glass. Sweat poured from his forehead. Every pore in his body seemed to be erupting. His breath came in short bursts as his chest heaved. He placed both hands against the glass. Luther's breath stopped as the woman fixed on the nightstand for an instant. Then, with a frantic motion, she grabbed the letter opener, and with one blinding stroke she slashed the man's arm. He grunted in pain, let go, and grabbed his bloody arm. For one terrible instant he looked down at his wound, almost in disbelief that he had been damaged like that. Pierced by this woman. When the man looked back up, Luther could almost feel the murderous snarl before it escaped from the man's lips. And then the man hit her, harder than Luther had seen any man hit a woman. The hard fist connected with the soft flesh, and blood flew from her nose and mouth. Whether it was all the booze she had consumed or what, Luther didn't know, but the blow that ordinarily would have crippled a person merely incensed her. With convulsive strength she managed to stagger up. As she turned toward the mirror, Luther watched the horror in her face as she suddenly viewed the abrupt destruction of her beauty. Eyes widening in disbelief, she touched the swollen nose. One finger dropped down and probed the loosened teeth. She had become a smeared portrait. Her major attribute had vanished. She turned around to face the man, and Luther saw the muscles in her back tense so hard they looked like small pieces of wood. With lightning quickness, she again slammed her foot into the man's groin. Instantly the man was weak again, his limbs useless as nausea overcame him. He collapsed to the floor, rolled over onto his back, moaning. His knees curled upward, his hand protectively at his crotch. With blood streaming down her face, with eyes that had gone from stark horror to homicidal in an instant, the woman dropped to her knees beside him and raised the letter opener high above her head. Luther grabbed the remote, took a step toward the door, his finger almost on the button. The man, seeing his life about to end as the letter opener plunged toward his chest, screamed with every bit of strength he had left. The call did not go unheeded. His body frozen in place, Luther's eyes darted to the bedroom door as it flew open. Two men, hair cropped short, crisp business suits not concealing impressive physiques, burst into the room, guns drawn. Before Luther could take another step, they had assessed the situation and made their decision. Both guns fired almost simultaneously. Kate Whitney sat in her office going over the file one more time. The guy had 4 priors and had been arrested but ultimately not charged on 6 other occasions because witnesses had been too frightened to talk or had ended up in trash dumpsters. He was a walking time bomb ready to explode on another victim, all of whom had been women. The current charge was murder during the commission of robbery and rape, which met the criteria for capital murder under Virginia's laws. And this time, she decided to go for the home run. Death. She had never asked for it before, but if anybody deserved it, this guy did, and the Commonwealth was not squeamish about authorizing it. Why allow him life when he had cruelly and savagely ended the one given to a 19-year-old college student who made the mistake of going to a shopping mall in broad daylight to pick up some nylons and a new pair of shoes? Kate rubbed her eyes and, using a rubber band from the pile on her desk, pulled her hair back into a rough ponytail. She looked around her small, plain office. The case files were piled high around the room, and for the millionth time she wondered if it would ever stop. Of course it wouldn't. If anything, it would get worse, and she could only do what she could do to stem the flow of blood. She would start with the execution of Roger Simmons, Jr., 22 years old and as hardened a criminal as she had ever confronted, and she had already faced an army of them in her as yet short career. She remembered the look he had given her that day in court. It was a countenance totally without remorse or caring or any other positive emotion. It was also a face without hope, an observation substantiated by his background history, which read like a horror story of a childhood. But that was not her problem. It seemed like the only one that wasn't. She shook her head and checked her watch. Well after midnight. She went to pour some more coffee. Her focus was starting to wander. The last staff attorney had left 5 hours ago. The cleaning crew had been gone for 3. She moved down the hallway in her stocking feet to the kitchen. If Charlie Manson were out and doing his thing now, he'd be one of her milder cases, an amateur compared to the monsters roaming loose today. Cup of coffee in hand, she walked back into her office and paused for a moment to look at her reflection in the window. With her job, looks were really unimportant. Hell, she hadn't been on a date in over a year. But she couldn't pull her eyes away. She was tall and slender, perhaps too skinny in certain areas, but her routine of running 4 miles every day had not changed while her caloric intake had steadily dwindled. Mostly she subsisted on bad coffee and crackers, although she limited herself to 2 cigarettes a day and was hoping with luck to quit altogether. She felt guilty about the abuse her body was taking with the endless hours and stress of moving from one horrific case to another. But what was she supposed to do? Quit because she didn't look like the women on the cover of Cosmopolitan? She consoled herself with the fact that their job 24 hours a day was to make themselves look good. Hers was to ensure that people who broke the law, who hurt others, were punished. Under any criteria, she reasoned she was doing far more productive things with her life. She swiped at her own mane. It needed to be cut, but where was the time to do that? The face was still relatively unmarked by the burden she found increasingly difficult to carry. Her 29-year-old face, after 4 years of 19-hour days and countless trials, had held its own. She sighed as she realized that probably would not last. In college, she had been the gracious recipient of turned heads, the cause of raised heartbeats and cold sweats. But as she got ready to enter her 30s, she realized that what she had taken for granted for so many years, that what she had in fact derided on so many occasions, would not be with her that much longer. And like so many things you took for granted or dismissed as unimportant, being able to quiet a room by your mere entrance was one she knew she was going to miss. That her looks had remained strong over the last few years was remarkable, considering she had done relatively little to preserve them. Good genes, that must be it. She was fortunate. But then she thought of her father, and decided that she wasn't very lucky at all in the genes department. A man who stole from others and then pretended to live a normal life. A man who deceived everyone, including his wife and daughter. A man you could not depend on to be there. She sat at her desk, took a quick sip of the hot coffee, poured in more sugar and looked at Mr. Simmons while she stirred the black depths of her nighttime stimulus. She picked up the phone, called home to check messages. There were 5. 2 from other lawyers, 1 from the policeman she would put on the stand against Mr. Simmons, and 1 from a staff investigator who liked to call her at odd hours with mostly useless information. She should change her telephone number. The last message was a hang-up. But she could hear very low breathing on the end. She could almost make out a word or two. Something in the sound was familiar, but she couldn't place it. People with nothing better to do. The coffee flowed through her veins. The file came back into focus. She glanced up at her little bookshelf. On top was an old photo of her deceased mother and 10-year-old Kate. Cut out from the picture was Luther Whitney. A big gap next to mother and daughter. A big nothing. Jesus Fucking Christ! The President of the United States sat up, one hand covering his limp and damaged privates, the other holding the letter opener that a moment before was to have been the instrument of his death. It had more than just his blood on it now. Jesus fucking Christ, Bill, you fucking killed her. The target of his barrage stooped to help him up while his companion checked the woman's condition, a perfunctory examination, considering 2 heavy-caliber bullets had blown through her brain. I'm sorry, sir. There wasn't time. I'm sorry, sir. Bill Burton had been a Secret Service agent for 12 years, and a Maryland state trooper for 8 years before that, and one of his rounds had just blown apart a beautiful young woman's head. Despite all his intense training, he was shaking like a preschooler just awakened from a nightmare. He had killed before in the line of duty, a routine traffic stop gone wrong. But the deceased had been a 4-time loser with a serious vendetta against uniformed officers and wielding a Glock semi-automatic pistol in a sincere attempt to lift Burton's head from his shoulders. He looked down at the small, naked body and thought he would be sick. His partner, Tim Collin, looked across at him, grabbed his arm. Burton swallowed hard and nodded his head. He would make it. They carefully helped up Alan J. Richmond, President of the United States, a political hero and leader to young, middle-aged, and old alike, but now simply naked and drunk. The President looked up at them, the initial horror finally passing as the alcohol worked its effects. She's dead? The words were a little slurred. The eyes seemed to roll back in the head like loose marbles. Yes, sir. Collin answered crisply. You didn't let a question from the President go unanswered, drunk or not. Burton hung back now. He glanced at the woman again and then looked back at the President. That was their job. His job. Protect the goddamned President. Whatever it took, that life must not end. Not like that. Not stuck like a pig by some drunken bitch. The President's mouth curled up into what looked like a smile, although neither Collin nor Burton would remember it that way later. The President started to rise. Where are my clothes? He demanded. Right here, sir. Burton, snapping back to attention, stooped to pick up the clothes. They were heavily spotted. Everything in the room seemed to be. With her. Well, get me up. And get me ready, goddammit. I've got a speech to give for somebody somewhere, don't I? He laughed shrilly. Burton looked at Collin and Collin looked at Burton. They both watched as the President passed out on the bed. At the sound of the explosions, Chief of Staff Gloria Russell had been in the bathroom on the first floor, as far away from that room as she could get. She had accompanied the President on many of these assignations, but rather than growing used to them, they disgusted her more each time. To imagine her boss, the most powerful man on the face of the earth, bedding all these celebrity whores, these political groupies. It was beyond comprehension, and yet she had almost learned to ignore it. Almost. She had pulled her pantyhose back up, grabbed her purse, flung open the door, run down the hallway, and even in heels took the steps 2 at a time. When she reached the bedroom door, Agent Burton stopped her. Ma'am, you don't want to see this. It's not pretty. She pushed past him and then stopped. Her first thought was to run back out, down the stairs, into the limo, out of there, out of the state, out of the miserable country. She wasn't sorry for Christy Sullivan, who'd wanted to get screwed by the President. That had been her goal for the last 2 years. Well, sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes you get a lot more. Russell steadied herself and faced off with Agent Collin. What the hell happened? Tim Collin was young, tough, and devoted to the man he was assigned to protect. He was trained to die defending the president, and there was no question in his mind that if the time came, he would. Several years had passed since he had tackled an assailant in the parking lot of a shopping center where then presidential candidate Alan Richmond had been making an appearance. Colin had had the potential assassin down on the asphalt and completely immobile before the guy had even gotten his gun fully out of his pocket, before anyone else had even reacted. To Colin, his only mission in life was to protect Alan Richmond. It took Agent Colin 1 minute to report the facts to Russell in succinct, cohesive sentences. Burton solemnly confirmed the account. It was either him or her, Ms. Russell. There was no other way to cut it. Burton instinctively glanced at the president, who still lay on the bed oblivious to anything. They had covered the more strategic portion of his body with a sheet. "Do you mean to tell me you heard nothing? No sounds of violence before this?" She waved at the mess of the room. The agents looked at each other. They had heard many sounds emanating from bedrooms where their boss happened to be. Some might be construed as violent, some not. But everybody had always come out okay before. "Nothing unusual," Burton replied. "Then we heard the president scream, and we went in. That knife was maybe 3 inches from going into his chest. Only thing fast enough was a bullet." He stood as erect as he could and looked her right in the eye. He and Colin had done their job, and this woman wasn't going to tell them otherwise. No blame would be put on his shoulders. "There was a goddamn knife in the room?" She looked at Burton incredulously. "If it was up to me, the president wouldn't go out on these little excursions. Half the time he won't let us check anything out beforehand. We didn't get a chance to scope the room." He looked at her. "He's the president, ma'am," he added, for good measure, as if that justified everything. And for Russell it usually did, a fact Burton was well aware of. Russell looked around the room, taking in everything. She had been a tenured professor of political science at Stanford with a national reputation before answering the call in Alan Richmond's quest for the presidency. He was such a powerful force, everybody wanted to jump on his bandwagon. Currently chief of staff, with serious talk of becoming Secretary of State if Richmond won re-election, which everyone expected him to do with ease. Who knew? Maybe a Richmond-Russell ticket might be in the making. They made a brilliant combination. She was the strategist, he was the consummate campaigner. Their future grew brighter every day. But now she had a corpse and a drunken president inside a home that was supposed to be vacant. She felt the express train coming to a halt. Then her mind snapped back. Not over this little piece of human garbage. Not ever. Burton stirred. "You want me to call the police now, ma'am?" Russell looked at him like he had lost his mind. "Burton? Let me remind you that our job is to protect the president's interests at all times, and nothing, absolutely nothing, takes precedence over that. Is that clear?" "Ma'am, the lady's dead. I think That's right. You and Colin shot the woman, and she's dead." After exploding from Russell's mouth, the words hung in the air. Colin rubbed his fingers together. A hand went instinctively to his holstered weapon. He stared at the late Mrs. Sullivan as if he could will her back to life. Burton flexed his burly shoulders, moved an inch closer to Russell so that the significant height difference was at its maximum. "If we hadn't fired, the president would be dead. That's our job, to keep the president safe and sound." "Right again, Burton. And now that you have prevented his death, How do you intend to explain to the police and the president's wife and your superiors and the lawyers and the media and the Congress and the financial markets and the country and the rest of the goddamn world why the president was here? What he was doing while he was here? And the circumstances that led up to you and Agent Cullen having to shoot the wife of one of the wealthiest and most influential men in the United States? Because if you call the police, if you call anybody, that is exactly what you will have to do. Now, if you are prepared to accept full responsibility for that undertaking, then pick up that phone over there and make that call. Burton's face changed color. He backed up a step, his superior size useless to him now. Cullen was frozen, watching the two square off. He had never seen anyone talk that way to Bill Burton. The big man could have snapped Russell's neck with a lazy thrust of his arm. Burton looked down at the corpse one more time. How could you explain that so that everybody came out all right? The answer was simple. You couldn't. Russell watched his face carefully. Burton looked back at her. His eyes twitched perceptibly. They would not meet hers now. She had won. She smiled benignly and nodded. The show was hers to run. Go make some coffee. A whole pot, she ordered Burton, momentarily relishing this switching of roles. And then stay by the front door just in case we get any late-night visitors. Cullen, go to the van and talk to Johnson and Varney. Don't tell them anything about this. For now, just tell them there was an accident, but that the president's okay. That's all. And that they're to stay put. Understood? I'll call when I want you. I need to think this out. Burton and Cullen nodded and headed out. Neither had been trained to ignore orders so authoritatively given. And Burton didn't want to be calling the shots on this one. They couldn't pay him enough to do that. Luther hadn't moved since the shots had blown apart the woman's head. He was afraid to. His feelings of shock had finally passed, but he found his eyes continually wandering to the floor and to what had once been a living, breathing human being. In all his years as a criminal, he had only seen one other person killed. A thrice-convicted pedophile whose spinal cord had collided with a 4-inch shiv wielded by an unsympathetic fellow inmate. The emotions sweeping over him now were totally different, as though he were the sole passenger on a ship that had sailed into a foreign harbor. Nothing looked or seemed familiar at all. Any sound now would do him no good, but he slowly sat back down before his trembling legs gave way. He watched as Russell moved around the room, stooped next to the dead woman, but did not touch her. Next, she picked up the letter opener, holding it by the end of the blade with a handkerchief she pulled from her pocket. She stared long and hard at the object that had almost ended her boss's life and had played a major role in ending someone else's. She carefully put the letter opener in her leather purse, which she had placed on the nightstand, and put the handkerchief back in her pocket. She glanced briefly at the contorted flesh that had recently been Christine Sullivan. She had to admire the way Richmond accomplished his extracurricular activities. All his companions were women of wealth and social position, and all were married. This ensured that no exposé of his adulterous behavior would appear in any of the tabloids. The women he bedded had as much to lose, if not more, than he, and they understood that fact very well. And the press. Russell smiled. In this day and age, the president lived under a never-ending barrage of scrutiny. He couldn't pee, smoke a cigar, or belch without the public knowing all of the most intimate details. Or so the public thought, and that was based largely on the overestimation of the press and their abilities to nudge out every morsel of a story from its hiding place. What they failed to understand was that while the office of the president might have lost some of its enormous power over the years, as the problems of a troubled globe soared beyond the ability of any one person to confront them on an equal basis, The president was surrounded by absolutely loyal and supremely capable people. People whose skill level at covert activities were in another league from the polished, cookie-cutter journalists whose idea of trailing down a tough story was asking puffball questions of a congressman who was more than willing to talk for the benefit of the evening news coverage. It was a fact that, if he so desired, President Alan Richmond could move about without fear that anyone would be successful in tracking his whereabouts. He could even disappear from public view for as long as he wished, although that was the antithesis of what a successful politician hoped to accomplish in a day's work. And that privilege boiled down to one common denominator: the Secret Service. They were the best of the best. This elite group had proved it time and again over the years, as they had in planning this most recent activity. A little after noon, Christy Sullivan had walked out of her beauty salon in Upper Northwest. After walking 1 block, she had stepped into the foyer of an apartment building, and 30 seconds later she had walked out encased in a full-length hooded cloak pulled from her bag. Sunglasses covered her eyes. She had walked for several blocks, randomly window shopping, then taken a Red Line metro train to Metro Center. Exiting the metro, she had walked 2 more blocks and entered an alley between 2 buildings scheduled for demolition. 2 minutes later, a car with tinted windows had emerged from the alley. Colin had been driving. Christy Sullivan was in the back seat. She had been sequestered in a safe place with Bill Burton until the president had been able to join her later that night. The Sullivan estate had been chosen as the perfect spot for the planned interlude because, ironically, her home in the country was the last place anyone would expect Christy Sullivan to be. And Russell knew it would also be perfectly empty, guarded by a security system that was no barrier to their plans. Russell sat down in a chair and closed her eyes. Yes, she had 2 of the most capable members of the Secret Service in this house with her, and for the first time, that fact troubled the Chief of Staff. The 4 agents with her and the President tonight had been hand-picked out of the approximately 100 agents assigned to the presidential detail by the President himself for these little activities. They were all loyal and highly skilled. They took care of the president and held their tongues, regardless of what was asked of them. Up until tonight, President Richmond's fascination with married women had spawned no overwhelming dilemmas. But tonight's events clearly threatened all of that. Russell shook her head as she forced herself to think of a plan of action. Luther studied the face. It was intelligent, attractive, but also a very hard face. You could almost see the mental maneuvering as the forehead alternately wrinkled and then went lax. Time slipped by, and she didn't budge. Then Gloria Russell's eyes opened and moved across the room, not missing any detail. Luther involuntarily shrank back as her gaze swept by him like a searchlight across a prison yard. Then her eyes came to the bed and stopped. For a long minute she stared at the sleeping man, and then she got a look on her face that Luther could not figure out. It was halfway between a smile and a grimace. She got up, moved to the bed, and looked down at the man. A man of the people, or so the people thought. A man for the ages. He did not look so great right now. His body was half on the bed, legs spread, feet nearly touching the floor. An awkward position, to say the least, when one was wearing no clothes. She ran her eyes up and down the president's body, lingering on some points, an activity that was amazing to Luther considering what was lying on the floor. Before Gloria Russell had entered the room and faced off with Burton, Luther had expected to hear sirens and to be sitting there watching policemen and detectives, medical examiners, and even spin doctors swarming everywhere, with news trucks piling up in vast columns outside. Obviously, this woman had a different plan. Luther had seen Gloria Russell on CNN and the major networks, and countless times in the papers. Her features were distinctive, a long aquiline nose set between high cheekbones, the gift from a Cherokee ancestor. The hair was raven black and hung straight, stopping at her shoulders. The eyes were big and so dark a blue that they resembled the deepest of ocean water, twin pools of danger for the careless and unwary. Luther carefully maneuvered in the chair. Watching the woman in front of a stately fireplace inside the White House pontificating on the latest political concerns was one thing. Watching her move through a room containing a corpse and examining a drunk, naked man who was the leader of the free world was an entirely different matter. It was a spectacle Luther did not want to watch any more, but he could not pull his eyes away. Russell glanced at the door, walked quickly across the room, took out her handkerchief, and closed and locked it. She swiftly returned to again stare down at the president. Her hand went out, and for a moment Luther cringed in anticipation, but she simply stroked the president's face. Luther relaxed, but then stiffened again as her hand moved down to his chest, lingering momentarily on the thick hair, and then dropped still lower to his flat stomach, which rose and fell evenly in his deep sleep. Then her hand moved lower, and she slowly pulled the sheet away and let it drop to the floor. Her hand reached down to his crotch and held there. Then she glanced at the door again and knelt down in front of the president. Now Luther had to close his eyes. He did not share the peculiar spectator interests of the house's owner. Several long minutes passed, and then Luther opened his eyes. Gloria Russell was now shedding her pantyhose, laying them neatly on a chair. Then she carefully climbed on top of the slumbering president. Luther closed his eyes again. He wondered if they could hear the bed squeak downstairs. Probably not, as it was a very large house. And even if they did, what could they do? 10 minutes later, Luther heard a small, involuntary gasp from the man and a low moan from the woman. But Luther kept his eyes closed. He wasn't sure why. It seemed to be from a combination of raw fear and disgust at the disrespect shown to the dead woman. When Luther finally opened his eyes, Russell was staring directly at him. His heart stopped for a moment until his brain told him it was okay. She quickly slipped on her pantyhose. Then, in confident, even strokes, she reapplied her lipstick in the looking-glass. A smile clung to her face. The cheeks were flushed. She looked younger. Luther glanced at the president. He had returned to a deep sleep, the last 20 minutes probably filed away by his mind as an especially realistic and pleasant dream. Luther looked back at Russell. It was unnerving to see this woman smile directly at him in this room of death without knowing he was there. There was power in that woman's face, and a look Luther had already seen once in this room. This woman, too, was dangerous. I want this entire place sanitized, except for that. Russell pointed to the late Mrs. Sullivan. Wait a minute. He was probably all over her. Burton, I want you to check every inch of her body, and anything that looks remotely like it doesn't belong there, I want you to make disappear. Then put her clothes on. Hands gloved, Burton moved forward to carry out this order. Collins sat next to the president, forcing another cup of coffee down the man's throat. The caffeine would help clear away the grogginess, but only the passage of time would clean the slate completely. Russell sat down next to him. She took the president's hand in hers. He was fully clothed now, although his hair was in disarray. His arm hurt, but they had bandaged it as best they could. He was in excellent health. It would heal quickly. Mr. President. Alan. Alan. Russell gripped his face and pointed it toward her. Had he sensed what she had done to him? She doubted it. He had so desperately wanted to get laid tonight, wanted to be inside a woman. She had given him her body, no questions asked. Technically, she had committed rape. Realistically, she was confident she had fulfilled many a male's dream. It didn't matter if he had no recollection of the event, of her sacrifice, but he would damn sure know what she was going to do for him now. The president's eyes came in and out of focus. Colin rubbed his neck. He was coming around. Russell glanced at her watch. 2 o'clock in the morning. They had to get back. She slapped his face, not hard, but enough to get his attention. She felt Colin stiffen. God, these guys had tunnel vision. Alan, did you have sex with her? What? Did you have sex with her? What? No. Don't think so. Don't remember. Give him some more coffee. Pour it down his damn throat if you have to, but get him sober. Colin nodded and went to work. Russell walked over to Burton, whose gloved hands were dexterously examining every inch of the late Mrs. Sullivan. Burton had been involved in numerous police investigations. He knew exactly what detectives looked for and where they looked for it. He never imagined himself using that specialized knowledge to inhibit an investigation. But then he had never imagined anything like this ever happening either. He looked around the room, his mind calculating which areas would need to be gone over, what other rooms they had used. They could do nothing about the marks on the woman's throat and other microscopic physical evidence that was no doubt embedded in her skin. The medical examiner would pick those up regardless of what they tried to do. However, none of those things could be realistically traced to the president unless the police identified the president as a suspect, which was pretty much beyond the realm of possibility. The incongruity of attempted strangulation of a small woman with death caused by gunshot was something they would have to leave to the police's imagination. Burton turned his attention back to the deceased and started to carefully slide her underwear up her legs. He felt a tap on his shoulder. Check her. Burton looked up. He started to say something. Check her. Russell's eyebrows were arched. Burton had seen her do that 1,000,000 times with the White House staff. They were all terrified of her. He wasn't afraid of her, but he was smart enough to cover his ass whenever she was around. He slowly did as he was told. Then he positioned the body exactly as it had fallen. He reported back with a single shake of his head. Are you sure? Russell looked unconvinced, although she knew from her interlude with the president that chances were he had not entered the woman, or that if he had, he hadn't finished. But there might be traces. It was scary as hell, the things they could determine these days from the tiniest specimens. I'm not a goddamned OBGYN. I didn't see anything, and I think I would have, but I don't carry a microscope around with me. Russell would have to let that one go. There was still a lot to do, and not much time. Did Johnson and Varney say anything? Colin looked over from where the president was ingesting his 4th cup of coffee. They're wondering what the hell's going on, if that's what you mean. You didn't tell... I told them what you said to tell them, and that's all, ma'am. He looked at her. They're good men, Ms. Russell. They've been with the president since the campaign. They're not going to do anything to mess things up, okay? Russell rewarded Colin with a smile. A good-looking kid, and more important, a loyal member of the president's personal guard. He would be very useful to her. Burton might be a problem. But she had a strong trump card. He and Colin had pulled the trigger, maybe in the line of duty, but who really knew? Bottom line, they too were in this all the way. Luther watched the activity with an appreciation that he felt guilty about under the circumstances. These men were good, methodical, careful, thought things through, and didn't miss anything. Dedicated lawmen and professional criminals were not so different. The skills, the techniques were much the same. Just the focus was different. But then the focus made all the difference, didn't it? The woman was now completely dressed, lying exactly where she had fallen. Colin was finishing with her fingernails. A solution had been injected under each, and a small suction device had cleaned away traces of skin and other incriminating remnants. The bed had been stripped and remade. The evidence-laden sheets were already packed in a duffel bag for their ultimate destination in a furnace. Colin had already scoped the downstairs area. Everything any of them had touched, except for one item, had been wiped clean. Burton was now vacuuming parts of the carpet, and he would be the last one to leave, backing out, as he painstakingly extinguished their trail. Earlier, Luther had watched the agents ransack the room. Their obvious goal made him smile in spite of himself. Burglary. The necklace had been deposited in a bag along with her plethora of rings. They would make it appear as if the woman had surprised a burglar in her house, and he had killed her, not knowing that 6 feet away a real-life burglar was watching and listening to everything they were doing. An eyewitness. Luther had never been an eyewitness to a burglary other than those he had committed. Criminals hated eyewitnesses. These people would kill Luther if they knew he was there. There was no question about that. An elderly criminal, a 3-time loser, was not much to sacrifice for the man of the people. The president, still groggy but with Burton's aid, slowly made his way out of the room. Russell watched them go. She did not notice Colin frantically searching the room. Finally, his sharp eyes fixed on Russell's purse on the nightstand. Poking out from the bag was about an inch of the letter opener's handle. Using a plastic bag, Colin quickly pulled out the letter opener and prepared to wipe it off. Luther involuntarily jerked as he watched Russell race over and grab Colin's hand. "Don't do that, Colin." Colin wasn't as sharp as Burton, and certainly wasn't in Russell's league. He looked puzzled. "This has his prints all over it, ma'am. Hers, too. Plus some other stuff, if you know what I mean. It's leather. It's soaked right in. Agent Colin, I was retained by the President as his strategic and tactical planner. What appears to you an obvious choice appears to me to require much more thought and deliberation. Until that analysis has been completed, you will not wipe that object down. You will put it in a proper container, and then you will give it to me." Colin started to protest, but Russell's menacing stare cut him off. He dutifully bagged the letter opener and handed it to her. "Please be careful with that, Miss Russell." "Tim, I am always careful." She rewarded him with another smile. He smiled back. She had never called him by his first name before. He had been unsure if she even knew it. He also observed, and not for the first time, that the chief of staff was a very good-looking woman. "Yes, ma'am." He began to pack up the equipment. "Tim." He looked back at her. She moved toward him, looked down, and then her eyes caught his. She spoke in low tones. She almost seemed embarrassed, Colin felt. "Tim, this is a very unique situation we're faced with. I need to feel my way a little bit. Do you understand?" Colin nodded. "I'd call this a unique situation. Scared the hell out of me when I saw that blade about to go into the president's chest." She touched his arm. Her fingernails were long and perfectly manicured. She held up the letter opener. "We need to keep this between us, Tim. Okay? Not the president. Not even Burton." "I don't know." She gripped his hand. "Tim, I really need your support on this. The president has no idea what happened, and I don't think Burton is looking at this too rationally right now. I need someone I can depend on. I need you, Tim. This is too important. You know that, don't you? I wouldn't ask you if I didn't think you could handle it." He smiled at the compliment, then looked squarely at her. "Okay, Miss Russell. Whatever you say." As Colin finished packing up, Russell looked at the bloody 7-inch piece of metal that had come so close to ending her political aspirations. If the president had been killed, there could have been no cover-up. An ugly word, cover-up, but often necessary in the world of high politics. She shivered slightly at the thought of the headlines. President found dead in bedroom of close friend's home. Wife arrested in slaying. Chief of Staff Gloria Russell held responsible by party leaders. But that had not happened. Would not happen. This thing she held in her hand was worth more than a mountain of weapons-grade plutonium, more than the total oil production of Saudi Arabia. With this in her possession, who knew? Perhaps even a Russell Richmond ticket. The possibilities were absolutely infinite. She smiled and put the plastic bag inside her purse. The scream made Luther whip his head around. The pain shot through his neck and he almost cried out. The president ran into the bedroom. He was wide-eyed but still half-drunk. The memory of the last few hours had come back like a Boeing 747 landing on his head. Burton ran up behind him. The president started toward the body. Russell dropped her purse on the nightstand, and she and Colin met him halfway. "God damn it. She's dead. I killed her. Oh, sweet Jesus, help me. I killed her." He screamed and then cried and then screamed again. He tried to push through the wall in front of him, but was still too weak. Burton pulled at the president from behind. Then with convulsive strength, Richmond tore loose and launched himself across the room and slammed into the wall, rolling into the nightstand. And finally, the President of the United States crumpled to the floor and curled up like a fetus, whimpering, next to the woman he had intended to have sex with that night. Luther watched in disgust. He rubbed at his neck and slowly shook his head. The incredibility of the entire night's events was becoming too much to endure. The president slowly sat up. Burton looked like Luther felt, but said nothing. Colin eyed Russell for instructions. Russell caught the look and smugly accepted this subtle changing of the guard. "Gloria?" "Yes, Alan." Luther had seen the way Russell had looked at the letter opener. He also knew something now that no one else in the room knew. "Will it be okay? Make it okay, Gloria. Please. Oh God, Gloria." She rested her hand on his shoulder in her most reassuring manner, as she had done across hundreds of thousands of miles of campaign dust. "Everything's under control, Alan. I've got everything under control." The president was far too intoxicated to catch the meaning, but she didn't really care. Burton touched his radio earpiece, listening intently for a moment. He turned to Russell. "We better get the hell out of here. Varney just scoped a patrol car coming down the road." "The alarm?" Russell looked puzzled. Burton shook his head. "It's probably just a rent-a-cop on routine, but if he sees something..." He didn't need to say anything else. Leaving in a limo in this land of wealth was the best cover they could have. Russell thanked God for the routine she had developed for using rented limos without the regular drivers for these little adventures. The names on all the forms were dummies, the rental fee and deposit paid in cash, the car picked up and dropped off after hours. There were no faces associated with the transaction. The car would be sterilized. That would be a dead end for the police if they ever snagged that line, which was highly doubtful. Let's go. Russell was now slightly panicked. The president was helped up. Russell went out with him. Colin grabbed the bags, then stopped cold. Luther swallowed hard. Colin turned back, grabbed Russell's purse off the nightstand, and headed out. Burton started up the small vacuum, completed the room, and then left, closing the door and turning off the light. Luther's world returned to inky darkness. This was the first time he had been alone in the room with the dead woman. The rest of them had apparently grown used to the bloody figure lying on the floor, unconsciously stepping over or around the now inanimate object. But Luther had not grown accustomed to the death barely 8 feet away. He could no longer see the pile of stained clothing and the lifeless body inside of them, but he knew it was there. Sleazy rich bitch would probably be her informal epitaph. And yes, she had cheated on her husband. Not that he seemed to care about that. But she hadn't deserved to die like that. He would have killed her. There was no question about that. Except for her swift counterattack, the president would have committed murder. The Secret Service men he could not really fault. That was their job, and they did it. She had picked the wrong man to attempt to kill in the heat of whatever she had been feeling. Maybe it was better. If her hand had been a little faster or the agent's response a little slower, she might be spending the rest of her life in jail. Or she'd probably get death for killing a president. Luther sat down in the chair. His legs were almost numb. He forced himself to relax. Soon he would be getting the hell out of there. He needed to be ready to run. He had a lot to think through, considering that they were unwittingly setting up Luther Whitney to be the #1 suspect in what would no doubt be deemed a heinous and gruesome crime. The wealth of the victim would demand that enormous law enforcement resources be expended in finding the perpetrator. But there was no way they would be looking to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for the answer. They would search elsewhere, and despite Luther's intense preparations, they might very well find him. He was good, very good, but then he had never faced the types of forces that would be unleashed to solve this crime. He quickly thought back through his entire plan leading up to tonight. He could think of no obvious holes, but it was the not-so-obvious ones that usually did you in. He swallowed, curled and uncurled his fingers, stretched his legs to calm himself. One thing at a time. He still wasn't out of here. Many things could go wrong, and 1 or 2 undoubtedly would. He would wait 2 more minutes. He ticked off the seconds in his head, visualized them loading the car. They would probably wait for any further sight or sound of the patrol car before heading out. He carefully opened his bag. Inside were much of the contents of this room. He had almost forgotten that he had come here to steal, and in fact had stolen. His car was a good 1/4 mile away. He thanked God he had quit smoking all those years ago. He would need every ounce of lung capacity he could muster. How many Secret Service agents was he confronted with? At least 4. Shit. The mirrored door slowly opened and Luther stepped out into the room. He hit the remote 1 more time and then tossed it back onto the chair as the door swung closed. He eyed the window. He had already planned an alternate escape through that aperture. A 100-foot coil of extremely strong nylon rope, knotted every 6 inches, was in his bag. He made a wide berth around the body, careful not to step in any of the crimson, the position of which he had programmed into his memory. He glanced only once at the remains of Christine Sullivan. Her life could not be brought back. Luther was now faced with keeping his own intact. It took him a few seconds to reach the nightstand and probe down behind it. Luther's fingers clutched the plastic bag. The president's collision with the furniture had toppled Gloria Russell's purse on its side. The plastic bag and its immensely valuable occupant had fallen out and slid down behind the nightstand. Luther's finger nudged the blade of the letter opener through the plastic before secreting it in his duffel bag. He went quickly over to the window and carefully peered out. The limo and van were still there. That wasn't good. He went across to the other side of the room, took out his rope, secured it under the leg of the enormously heavy chest of drawers, and ran the line across to the other window, which would drop him at the opposite end of the house, hidden from the road. He carefully opened the window, praying for a well-oiled track, and was rewarded. He played out the rope and watched it snake down the brick side of the house. Gloria Russell looked up at the massive face of the mansion. There was real money there. Money and position that Christine Sullivan did not deserve. She had won it with her boobs and artfully displayed ass and her trashy mouth that had somehow inspired the elderly Walter Sullivan, awakening some emotion buried deep within his complex depths. In 6 months he would not miss her any more. His world of rock-solid wealth and power would hurtle on. Then it struck her. Russell was halfway out of the limo before Colin caught her arm. He held up the leather bag she had bought in Georgetown for $100 and was now worth incalculably more to her. She settled back down in her seat, her breath normalized. She smiled, almost blushed at Colin. The president, slumped in a semi-catatonic state, didn't notice the exchange. Then Russell peeked inside her bag just to be sure. Her mouth dropped open. Her hands frantically tore through the few contents of the bag. It took all her willpower not to shriek out loud as she stared horror-stricken at the young agent. The letter opener was not there. It must still be in the house. Colin tore back up the stairs, a thoroughly confused Burton racing after him. Luther was halfway down the wall when he heard them coming. 10 more feet. They burst in the bedroom door. 6 more feet. Stunned, the 2 Secret Service men spotted the rope. Burton dove for it. 2 more feet and Luther let go, hitting the ground running. Burton flew to the window. Colin threw the nightstand aside. Nothing. He joined Burton at the window. Luther had already disappeared around the corner. Burton started to head out the window. Colin stopped him. The way they had come would be faster. They bolted out the door. Luther crashed through the cornfield, no longer concerned with leaving a trail, now only worried about surviving. The bag slowed him down slightly, but he had worked too hard over the last several months to walk away empty-handed. He exploded out from the friendly cover of the crops and hit the most dangerous phase of his flight, 100 yards of open field. The moon had disappeared behind thickening clouds, and there were no streetlights in the country. In his black clothing, he would be almost impossible to spot. But the human eye was best at spotting movement in the darkness, and he was moving as fast as he could. The 2 Secret Service agents stopped momentarily at the van. They emerged with Agent Varney and raced across the field. Russell rolled down the window and watched them, shock on her face. Even the president was somewhat awake, but she quickly calmed him and he returned to his half-slumber. Colin and Burton slipped on their night vision goggles and their view instantly resembled a crude computer game. Thermal images registered in red. Everything else was dark green. Agent Travis Varney, tall and rangy and only vaguely aware of what was going on, was ahead of them. He ran with the easy motion of the collegiate miler he used to be. In the service 3 years, Varney was single, committed entirely to his profession, and looked to Burton as a father figure to replace the one killed in Vietnam. They were looking for someone who had done something in that house, something that involved the president and that therefore involved him. Varney pitied whoever he was chasing if he caught up to him. Luther could hear the sounds of the men behind him. They had recovered faster than he had thought. His head start had dwindled, but it still should be enough. They had made a big mistake by not jumping in the van and running him down. They had to have known he would have transportation. It wasn't like he would have coptered in, but he was grateful that they weren't quite as smart as they probably should have been. If they had, he would not be alive to see the sun come up. He took a shortcut through a path in the woods, spotted on his last walkthrough. It gained him about a minute. His breath came in quick bursts, like machine gun fire. His clothes felt heavy on him. As in a child's dream, his legs seemed to move in slow motion. Finally, he broke free from the trees, and he could see his car and was again grateful for having taken the precaution to back in. 100 yards behind, a thermal figure other than Varney's finally came alive on Burton's and Colin's screens. A man running, and running hard. Their hands flew to their shoulder holsters. Neither weapon was effective long range, but they couldn't worry about that now. Then an engine roared to life, and Burton and Colin ran like a tornado was raging at their heels. Varney was still ahead of them and to the left. He would have a better line of fire, but would he shoot? Something told them he would not. That was not part of his training, to fire at a fleeing person who was no longer a danger to the man he was sworn to protect. However, Varney did not know that at stake here was more than a mere beating heart. There was an entire institution that would never be the same, in addition to 2 Secret Service agents who were certain they had done nothing wrong, but were intelligent enough to realize that the blame would fall heavily on their shoulders. Burton was never much of a runner, but he picked up his pace as these thoughts flew through his head, and the younger Colin was hard-pressed to keep up with him. But Burton knew it was too late. His legs started to slow down as the car exploded out and turned away from them. In moments it was already 200 yards down the road. Burton stopped running, dropped to his knee, aimed his gun, but all he could see was the dust kicked up by the fleeing vehicle. Then the taillights went out, and in a moment he lost the target entirely. He turned to see Colin next to him, looking down at him, the reality of the whole event starting to set in. Burton slowly got up and put his gun away. He took off his goggles. Colin did likewise. They looked at each other. Burton sucked air in. His limbs shook. His body was finally reacting to the recent exertions now that the adrenaline had stopped flowing. It was over, wasn't it? Then Varney came running up. Burton was not too distraught to note with an envious twinge and a small measure of pride that the younger man wasn't even out of breath. He would see to it that Varney and Johnson didn't suffer with them. They didn't deserve that. He and Colin would go down, but that was all. He felt bad about Colin. However, there was nothing he could do about that. But when Varney spoke, Burton's thoughts of the future went from complete and absolute doom to a small glimmer of hope. I got the license plate number. Where the hell was he? Russell looked incredulously around the bedroom. What? Was he under the goddamn bed? She tried to stare Burton down. The guy hadn't been under the bed nor in any of the closets. Burton had examined all those spaces when he was sanitizing the room. He told her so in no uncertain terms. Burton looked at the rope and then the open window. Jesus. It was like the guy was watching us the whole time. Knew right when we left the house. Burton looked around for other possible boogeymen hovering nearby. His eyes rested on the mirror, then moved on, stopped, and went back. He looked down at the carpet in front of the mirror. He had gone over that area repeatedly with the vacuum until it was smooth. The carpet nap, already plush and expensive, had been a good quarter-inch thicker by the time he was finished. No one had walked there since they had come back into the room. And yet now, as he stooped down, his eye discerned very rough traces of footprints. He hadn't noticed them before because now the whole section was matted down, as if something had swept out. He slapped on his gloves, rushed to the mirror, pulling and prying around its edges. He yelled to Colin to get some tools while Russell looked on stunned. Burton inserted the crowbar about midway down the side of the mirror, and he and Colin threw all their weight against the tool. The lock was not that strong, depending on deception rather than brute strength to safeguard its secrets. There was a grinding sound, and then a tear and a pop, and the door swung open. Burton plunged inside with Colin right behind. A light switch was on the wall. The room turned bright, and the men looked around. Russell peered in, saw the chair. As she looked around, her face froze on the inner side of the mirror door. She was staring right at the bed. The bed where a little while before. She rubbed her temples as a searing pain ripped through her skull. A one-way mirror. She turned to find Burton looking over her shoulder and through the mirror. His earlier remark about someone watching them had just proven itself prophetic. Burton looked helplessly at Russell. He must have been right here the whole time. The whole goddamn time. I can't fucking believe this. Burton looked at the empty shelves inside the vault. Looks like he took a bunch of stuff. Probably cash and untraceables. Who cares about that? Russell exploded, pointing at the mirror. This guy saw and heard everything, and you let him get away. We got his license plate. Colin was hoping for another rewarding smile. He didn't get it. So what? You think he's going to wait around for us to run his tag and go knock on his door? Russell sat down on the bed. Her head was spinning. If the guy had been in there, he had seen everything. She shook her head. A bad but controllable situation had suddenly become an incomprehensible disaster and totally out of her control, particularly considering the information Colin had relayed to her when she had entered the bedroom. The son of a bitch had the letter opener. Prints, blood, everything. Straight to the White House. She looked at the mirror and then at the bed where a short time before she had been on top of the president. She instinctively pulled her jacket tighter around herself. She was suddenly sick to her stomach. She braced herself against the bedpost. Colin emerged from the vault. Don't forget, he committed a crime being here. He can get in big-time trouble if he goes to the cops. That thought had struck the young agent while he peered around the vault. He should have thought a little more. Russell pushed back a strong urge to vomit. He doesn't have to exactly go and turn himself in to cash in on this. Have you ever heard of the goddamn phone? He's probably calling the post right now. Damn it. And then next, the tabloids, and by the end of the week, we'll be watching him on Oprah and Sally being shot on remote from whatever little island he's retired to with his face blurred. And then comes the book, and after that, the movie. Shit. Russell envisioned a certain package arriving at the Post, or the J. Edgar Hoover building, or the U.S. Attorney's office, or the Senate Minority Leader's office, all possible depositories promising maximum political damage. Not to mention the legal repercussions. The note accompanying it would ask them to please match the prints on it and the blood with specimens of the President of the United States. It would sound like a joke, but they would do it. Of course they would do it. Richmond's prints were already on file. His DNA would be a match. Her body would be found, her blood would be checked, and they would be confronted with more questions than they could possibly have answers to. They were dead. They were all dead. And that bastard had just been sitting in there, waiting for his chance, not knowing that tonight would bring him the biggest payoff of his life. Nothing as simple as dollars. He would bring down a president, in flames and tatters, crashing to earth without a chance of survival. How often did someone get to do that? Woodward and Bernstein had become supermen. They could do no wrong. This topped the hell out of Watergate. This was too fucking much to deal with. Russell barely made it to the bathroom. Burton looked over at the corpse and then back at Colin. They said nothing, their hearts pounding with increased frequency as the absolute enormity of the situation settled down on them like the stone lid of a crypt. Since they could think of nothing else to do, Burton and Cullen dutifully retrieved the sanitizing equipment while Russell emptied the contents of her stomach. In an hour, they were packed and gone. The door closed quietly behind him. Luther figured he had a couple of days at best, maybe less. He risked turning on a light, and his eyes went quickly over the interior of the living room. His life had gone from normal, or close to it, straight to horrorland. He took off the backpack, switched off the light, and stole over to the window. Nothing. Everything was quiet. Fleeing from that house had been the most nerve-wracking experience of his life, worse than being overrun by screaming North Koreans. His hands still twitched. All the way back, every passing car seemed to bore its headlights into his face, searching out his guilty secret. Twice, police cars had passed him, and the sweat had poured off his forehead, his breathing constricted. The car had been returned to the impoundment lot where Luther had borrowed it earlier that night. The plate would get them nowhere, but something else could. He doubted they had gotten a look at him. Even if they had, they would only know generally his height and build. His age, race, and facial features would still be a mystery, and without that, they had nothing. And as fast as he had run, they probably figured him for a younger man. There was one open end, and he had thought about how to handle that on the ride back. For now, he packed up as much of the last 30 years as he could into 2 bags. He would not be coming back here. He would clear out his accounts tomorrow morning. That would give him the resources to run far away from here. He had faced more than his share of danger during his long life. But the choice between going up against the President of the United States or disappearing was a no-brainer. The Knights' Hall was safely hidden away. 3 months of work for a prize that could end up getting him killed. He locked the door and disappeared into the night. Chapter 4. At 7 a.m., the gold-colored elevator doors opened, and Jack stepped into the meticulously decorated expanse that was Patton Shaw's reception area. Lucinda wasn't in yet, so the main reception desk, solid teakwood and weighing about 1,000 pounds and costing about $20 for each of those pounds, was unmanned. He walked down the broad hallways under the soft lights of the neoclassical wall sconces, turned right and then left, and in 1 minute opened the solid oak door to his office. In the background, a smattering of ringing phones could be heard as the city woke up for business. 6 floors, well over 100,000 square feet, and one of the best addresses downtown, housing over 200 highly compensated attorneys, with a 2-story library, fully equipped gymnasium, sauna, women's and men's showers and lockers, 10 conference rooms, a supporting staff of several hundred, and, most important, a client list coveted by every other major firm in the country. That was the empire of Patton, Shaw, and Lord. The firm had weathered the miserable end to the 1980s, and then picked up speed after the recession had finally subsided. Now it was going full bore as many of its competitors had downsized. It was loaded with some of the best attorneys in virtually every field of law, or at least the fields that paid the best. Many had been scooped from other leading firms, enticed by signing bonuses and promises that no dollar would be spared when chasing a new piece of business. 3 senior partners had been tapped by the current administration for top-level positions. The firm had awarded them severance pay in excess of $2 million each, with the implicit understanding that after their government stint they would be back in harness, bringing with them tens of millions of dollars in legal business from their newly forged contacts. The firm's unwritten but strictly adhered to rule was that no new client matter would be accepted unless the minimum billing would exceed $100,000. Anything less, the management committee had decided, would be a waste of the firm's time. And they had no problem sticking to that rule and flourishing. In the nation's capital, people came for the best, and they didn't mind paying for the privilege. The firm had only made one exception to that rule, and ironically, it had been for the only client Jack had other than Baldwin. He told himself he would test that rule with increasing frequency. If he was going to stick this out, he wanted it to be on his terms as much as that was possible. He knew his victories would be small at first, but that was okay. He sat down at his desk, opened his cup of coffee, and glanced over the Post. Patton, Shaw, and Lord had 5 kitchens and 3 full-time housekeepers with their own computers. The firm probably consumed 500 pots of coffee a day, but Jack picked up his morning brew at the little place on the corner because he couldn't stand the stuff they used here. It was a special imported blend and cost a fortune and tasted like dirt mixed in with seaweed. He tipped back in his chair and glanced around his office. It was a good size by big firm associate standards, about 14 by 14, with a nice view up Connecticut Avenue. At the Public Defender's Service, Jack had shared an office with another attorney, and there had been no window, only a giant poster of a Hawaiian beach Jack had tacked up one repulsively cold morning. Jack had liked the coffee at PD better. When he made partner, he would get a new office, twice this size. Maybe not a corner just yet, but that was definitely in the cards. With the Baldwin account, he was the 4th biggest rainmaker in the firm, and the top 3 were all in their 50s and 60s, looking more toward the golf courses than to the inside of an office. He glanced at his watch. Time to start the meter. He was usually one of the first ones in, but the place would soon be stirring. Patton Shaw matched top New York firm wages, and for the big bucks, they expected big-time efforts. The clients were enormous, and their legal demands were of equal size. Making a mistake in this league might mean a $4 billion defense contract went down the tubes, or a city declared bankruptcy. Every associate and junior partner he knew at the firm had stomach problems. A quarter of them were in therapy of one kind or another. Jack watched their pale faces and softening bodies as they marched daily through the pristine hallways of PSNL, bearing yet another Herculean legal task. That was the trade-off for compensation levels that put them in the top 5% nationwide, among all professionals. He alone among them was safe from the partnership gauntlet. Control of clients was the great equalizer in law. He had been with Patton Shaw about a year, was a novice corporate attorney, and was accorded the respect of the most senior and experienced members of the firm. All of that should have made him feel guilty, undeserving, and it would have if he hadn't been so miserable about the rest of his life. He popped the final miniature donut into his mouth, leaned forward in his chair, and opened a file. Corporate work was often monotonous, and his skill level was such that his tasks were not the most exciting in the world. Reviewing ground leases, preparing UCC filings, forming limited liability companies, drafting memorandums of understanding and private placement documents. It was all in a day's work, and the days were growing longer and longer. But he was learning fast. He had to in order to survive. His courtroom skills were virtually useless to him here. The firm traditionally did no litigation work, preferring instead to handle the more lucrative and steady corporate and tax matters. When litigation did arise, it was farmed out to select elite litigation-only firms, who in turn would refer any non-trial work that came their way to Patton Shaw. It was an arrangement that had worked well over the years. By lunchtime, he had moved 2 stacks of drift from his in to his out basket, dictated 3 closing checklists and a couple of letters, and received 4 calls from Jennifer reminding him about the White House dinner they would be attending that night. Her father was being honored as Businessman of the Year by some organization or other. It spoke volumes about the president's close nexus to big business that such an event would be worthy of a White House function. But at least Jack would get to see the man up close. Getting to meet him was probably out of the question, but then you never knew. "Got a minute?" Barry Alvis popped his balding head in the door. He was a senior staff associate, meaning he had been passed over for partner more than 3 times, and in fact would never successfully complete that next step. Hard-working and bright, he was an attorney any firm would be fortunate to have. His schmooze skills, and hence his client-generating prospects, however, were nil. He made $160,000 a year and worked hard enough to earn another 20 in bonuses each year. His wife didn't work, his kids went to private schools, he drove a late-model Beamer, was not expected to generate business, and had little to complain about. A very experienced attorney with 10 years of intense and high-level transactional work behind him, he should have resented the hell out of Jack Graham. And he did. Jack waved him in. He knew Alvis didn't like him, understood why, and didn't push it. He could take his lumps with the best of them, but then he would only allow himself to be pushed so far. "Jack, we've got to get cranking on the Bishop merger." Jack looked blank. That deal, a real pain in the ass, had died, or at least he thought it had. He took out a legal pad, his hands twitching. "I thought Raymond Bishop didn't want to get into bed with TCC. Alvis sat down, placed the 14-inch file he was carrying on Jack's desk, and leaned back. "Deals die, then they come back to haunt you. We need your comments on the secondary financing documents by tomorrow afternoon." Jack almost dropped his pen. "That's 14 agreements and over 500 pages, Barry. When did you find out about this?" Alvis stood up, and Jack caught the beginnings of a smile tugging at the other man's face. 15 agreements, and the official page count is 613 pages, single-spaced, not counting exhibits. Thanks, Jack. Patton Shaw really appreciates it." He turned back. "Oh, have a great time with the president tonight, and say hello to Ms. Baldwin." Alvis walked out. Jack looked at the bundle in front of him and rubbed his temples. He wondered when the little son of a bitch had really learned the Bishop deal had been resurrected. Something told him it wasn't this morning. He checked the time. He buzzed his secretary, managed to clear his schedule for the rest of the day, picked up the 8-pound file and headed for conference room number 9, the firm's smallest and most secluded, where he could hide and work. He could do 6 intense hours, go to the party, come back, work all night, hit the steam room, shower and shave here, finish up the comments and have them on Alvis's desk by 3, 4 at the latest. The little shit. 6 agreements later, Jack ate the last of his chips, finished off his Coke, pulled on his jacket and ran the 10 flights down to the lobby. The cab dropped him at his apartment. He stopped cold. The Jag was parked in front of his building. The vanity plate Success told him his soon-to-be date for life was up there waiting. She must be upset with him. She never condescended to come to his place unless she was upset with him about something and wanted to let him know it. He checked his watch. He was running a little late, but he was still okay. He unlocked his front door, rubbing his jaw. Maybe he could get by without shaving. She was sitting on the couch, having first draped a sheet across it. He had to admit, she looked stunning. A real blue blood, whatever that meant these days. Unsmiling, she stood up and looked at him. "You're late." "I'm not my own boss, you know." "That's no excuse. I work too." "Yeah, but the difference is your boss has the same last name and is wrapped around his daughter's pretty little finger." Mother and Dad went on ahead. The limo will be here in 20 minutes. Plenty of time. Jack undressed and jumped in the shower. He pulled the curtain aside. "Jen, can you get out my blue double-breasted?" She walked into the bathroom, looked around in ill-concealed disgust. The invitation said black tie. "Black tie optional," he corrected her, rubbing the soap out of his eyes. "Jack, don't do this. It's the White House, for God's sakes. It's the president." "They give you an option, black tie or not. I'm exercising my right to forego the black tie. Besides, I don't have a tux." He grinned at her and pulled the curtain closed. "You were supposed to get one." I forgot. Come on, Jen, for Christ's sakes. Nobody's going to be watching me. Nobody cares what I'll be wearing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jack Graham. I ask you to do one little thing. Do you know how much those suckers cost? The soap was stinging his eyes. He thought of Barry Alvis and having to work all night and having to explain that fact to Jennifer and then to her father, and his voice got angrier. And how many times am I going to wear the goddamn thing? Once or twice a year? After we're married, we'll be attending a lot of functions where black tie isn't optional, it's mandatory. It's a good investment. I'd rather put my retirement funds into baseball cards. He poked his head out again to show her he was kidding, but she wasn't there. He rubbed a towel through his hair, wrapped it around his middle, and walked into the tiny bedroom where he found a new tux hanging on the door. Jennifer appeared, smiling. Compliments of Baldwin Enterprises. It's an Armani. It'll look wonderful on you. How do you know my size? You're a perfect 42 long. You could be a model. Jennifer Baldwin's personal male model. She wrapped her perfumed arms around his shoulders and squeezed. He felt her considerable breasts push into his back and inwardly cursed that there wasn't time to take advantage of the moment. Just once, without the goddamn murals, without the cherubs and chariots, maybe it would be different. He looked longingly at the small, untidy bed. And he had to work all night. God damn Barry Alvis and the wishy-washy Raymond Bishop. Why was it every time he saw Jennifer Baldwin he hoped that things could be different between them? Different meaning better. That she would change, or he would, or they both would meet somewhere in the middle. She was so beautiful, had everything in the world going for her. Jesus, what was wrong with him anyway? The limo moved easily through the dregs of post-rush hour traffic. Past 7 o'clock on a weeknight, downtown D.C. was pretty much deserted. Jack looked over at his fiancée. Her light but very expensive coat didn't conceal the plunging neckline. The perfectly chiseled features were covered by flawless skin that occasionally flashed a perfect smile. Her thick auburn hair was piled high on top of her head. She usually wore it down. She looked like one of those one-name supermodels. He moved closer to her. She smiled at him, checked her makeup, which was immaculate, and patted his hand. He stroked her leg, slid her dress up. She pushed him away. Later, maybe, she whispered so the driver wouldn't hear. Jack smiled and mouthed that later he might have a headache. She laughed, and then he remembered there would be no later tonight. He slumped back in the thickly padded seat and stared out the window. He had never been to the White House. Jennifer had, twice before. She didn't look nervous. He was. He tugged at his bow tie and smoothed his hair as they turned onto Executive Drive. The White House guards checked them methodically. Jennifer, as usual, got second and third looks from all of the men and women present. When she bent down to adjust her high heel, she almost spilled out of her $5,000 dress and made several White House staffers far happier men for it. Jack got the usual envious looks from the guys. Then they moved into the building and presented their engraved invitations to the Marine Sergeant, who escorted them through the lower-level entry corridor and then up the stairs to the East Room. Damn it! The president had bent down to pick up a copy of his speech for the night's event, and the pain had shot up to his shoulder. I think it nicked a tendon, Gloria. Gloria Russell sat in one of the wide plush chairs with which the president's wife had decorated the Oval Office. The First Lady had good taste, if not a lot else. She was nice to look at, but a little light in the intellect department. No challenge to the president's power, and an asset in the polls. Her family background was impeccable. Old money, old ties. The president's connection to the conservative wealth and influence segment of the country had not hurt his standing with the liberal contingent in the least, however, owing mainly to his charisma and skills at consensus building. and his good looks, which counted for a lot more than anyone cared to admit. A successful president had to be able to talk a good game, and this president's batting average was up there with Ted Williams's. I think I need to see a doctor. The president was not in the best of moods, but then neither was Russell. Well, Alan, then exactly how would you explain a stab wound to the White House press? What the hell ever happened to doctor-patient confidentiality? Russell rolled her eyes. He could be so stupid sometimes. You're like a Fortune 500 company, Alan. Everything about you is public information. Well, not everything. That remains to be seen, doesn't it? This is far from over, Alan. Russell had smoked 3 packs of cigarettes and drunk 2 pots of coffee since last night. At any moment their world, her career, could come crashing down. The police knocking on the door. It was all she could do to keep herself from running screaming from the room. As it was, nausea continuously swept over her in vast waves. She clenched her teeth, gripped the chair. The image of total destruction would not budge from her mind. The president scanned the copy, memorizing some. The rest he would ad-lib. His memory was phenomenal, an asset that had served him well. That's why I have you, Gloria, isn't it? To make it all better? He looked at her. For a moment she wondered if he knew. If he knew what she had done with him. Her body stiffened and then relaxed. He couldn't know. That was impossible. She remembered his drunken pleadings. Oh, how a bottle of Jack could change a person. Of course it is, Alan. But some decisions have to be made. Some alternative strategies have to be developed depending on what we find ourselves faced with. I can't exactly cancel my schedule. Besides, this guy can't do anything. Russell shook her head. We can't be sure of that. Think about it. He'll have to admit to burglary to even place himself there. Can you see him trying to get on the evening news with that story? They'll put him in a rubber room in a New York minute. The president shook his head. I'm safe. This guy cannot touch me, Gloria. Not in a million years. They had worked out a threshold strategy on the limo ride back to town. Their position would be simple. Categorical denial. They would let the absurdity of the allegation, if it ever came, do their work for them. And it was an absurd story despite the fact that it was absolutely true. Sympathy from the White House for the poor, unbalanced, and admitted felon and his shame-faced family. There was, of course, another possibility, but Russell had chosen not to address that with the president just yet. In fact, she concluded it was the more likely scenario. It was really the only thing allowing her to function. Stranger things have happened. She looked at him. The place was cleaned, right? There's nothing left to find, right? Except her. There was a hint of nervousness in his voice. Right. Russell licked her lips. The president didn't know that the letter opener with his prints and blood on it was now in the possession of their felonious eyewitness. She stood up and paced. Of course I can't speak about certain traces of sexual contact, but that wouldn't be linked to you in any event. Jesus. I can't even remember if we did it or not. It seems like I did. She couldn't help smiling at his remark. The president turned and looked at her. What about Burton and Colin? What about them? Have you talked to them? His message was clear enough. They have as much to lose as you, don't they, Alan? As us, Gloria. As us. He fixed his tie in the mirror. Any clue to the peeping Tom? Not yet. They're running the plate. When do you think they'll realize she's missing? as warm as it's been during the day. Soon, I hope. Real funny, Gloria. She'll be missed. Inquiries will be made. Her husband will be called. They'll go to the house. The next day, maybe 2, maybe 3 tops. And then the police will investigate. There's nothing we can do about that. But you'll keep on top of it. A trace of concern crossed the president's brow as he thought swiftly through various scenarios. Had he fucked Christy Sullivan? He hoped that he had. At least the night wouldn't have been a total disaster. As much as we can without arousing too much suspicion. That's easy enough. You can use the angle that Walter Sullivan is a close friend and political ally of mine. It would be natural for me to have a personal interest in the case. Think things through, Gloria. That's what I pay you for. And you were sleeping with his wife, Russell thought. Some friend. That rationale had already occurred to me, Alan. She lit a cigarette, blew the smoke out slowly. That felt good. She had to keep ahead of him on this. Just one small step ahead and she would be fine. It wouldn't be easy. He was sharp, but he was also arrogant. Arrogant people habitually overestimated their own abilities and underestimated everyone else's. And nobody knew she was meeting you. I think we can assume she was discreet, Gloria. Christy didn't have too much upstairs. Her gifts were slightly lower, but she understood economics with the best of them. The president winked at his chief of staff. She had about $800 million to lose if her husband found out she was screwing around, even with the president. Russell knew about Walter Sullivan's odd viewing habits from the mirror and chair. But then again, for the assignations he didn't know about, didn't get to watch, who knew what his reaction would have been? Thank God it hadn't been Sullivan sitting there in the dark. I warned you, Alan, that one day your little extracurricular activities would get us into trouble. Richmond looked at her, disappointment on his features. Listen. You think I'm the first guy to hold this office to catch a little action on the side? Don't be so goddamn naive, Gloria. At least I'm a hell of a lot more discreet than some of my predecessors. I take the responsibilities of the job, and I take the perks. Understand? Russell nervously rubbed at her neck. Completely, Mr. President. So it's just this one guy who can't do anything. It only takes one to bring the house of cards tumbling down. Yeah? Well, there are a lot of people living in that house. Just remember that. I do, Chief. Every day. There was a knock at the door. Russell's deputy assistant leaned in. 5 minutes, sir. The president nodded and waved him off. Great timing on this presentation. Ransom Baldwin contributed heavily to your campaign, as did all of his friends. You don't have to explain political paybacks to me, sweetheart. Russell stood up and moved over to him. She took his good arm, looked intently at him. On his left cheek was a small scar, a souvenir from some shrapnel during a brief stint in the army toward the end of the Vietnam War. As his political career had taken off, the female consensus was that the tiny imperfection greatly enhanced his attractiveness. Russell found herself staring at that scar. Alan, I will do whatever it takes to protect your interest. You will get through this, but we need to work together. We're a team, Alan. We're a hell of a team. They can't take us down. Not if we act together. The president studied her face for a brief moment, and then rewarded her with the smile that routinely accompanied front-page headlines. He pecked her on the cheek, squeezed her against him. She clung to him. I love you, Gloria. You're a trooper. He picked up his speech. It's showtime. He turned and walked out. Russell stared after his broad back, carefully rubbed at her cheek, and then followed him out. Jack looked around the overstated elegance of the immense East Room. The place was full of some of the most powerful men and women in the country. Skillful networking was taking place all around him, and all he could do was stand and gawk. He looked across the room and spied his fiancée cornering a congressman from some state out west, no doubt plying Baldwin Enterprises' needy case for the good legislator's assistance on riparian rights. His fiancée spent much of her time gaining access to holders of power at all levels. From county commissioners to Senate committee chairmen, Jennifer stroked the right egos, fed the right hands, and made certain that all the important players were in place when Baldwin Enterprises wanted another mammoth deal orchestrated. The doubling of the assets of her father's company during the last 5 years was due in no small part to her excelling at that task. In truth, what man was really safe from her? Ransom Baldwin, all 6 feet 5 inches, thick white hair and baritone voice, made his rounds, solidly shaking hands with politicians he already owned and rubbing elbows with the few he didn't as yet. The awards ceremony had been mercifully brief. Jack glanced at his watch. He would need to be getting back to the office soon. On the way over, Jennifer had mentioned a private party at the Willard Hotel at 11. He rubbed his face. Of all the friggin' luck. He was about to pull Jennifer aside to explain his early exit when the president walked up to her, was joined by her father, and a moment later, all 3 headed his way. Jack put his drink down and cleared his throat so he wouldn't sound like a complete fool when the words stumbled out of his mouth. Jennifer and her father were talking to the president like old friends, laughing, chatting, touching elbows like he was Cousin Ned in from Oklahoma. But this wasn't Cousin Ned. This was the President of the United States, for God's sakes. "So you're the lucky fellow." The president's smile was immediate and pleasant. They shook hands. He was as tall as Jack, and Jack admired that he had kept trim and fit with a job like his. "Jack Graham, Mr. President. It's an honor to meet you, sir." "I feel like I already know you, Jack. Jennifer's told me so much about you. Most of it good." He grinned. "Jack's a partner at Patton, Shaw and Lord." Jennifer still held on to the president's arm. She looked at Jack and smiled a cutesy smile. "Well, not a partner yet, Jen." "Matter of time is all." Ransom Baldwin's voice boomed out. "With Baldwin Enterprises as a client, you could name your price at any firm in this country. Don't you forget that. Don't let Sandy Lord pull the wool over your eyes." "Listen to him, Jack. The voice of experience." The president raised his glass and then involuntarily jerked it back. Jennifer stumbled, letting go of his arm. "I'm sorry, Jennifer. Too much tennis. Damn arm's giving me problems again." "Well, Ransom, you look like you've got yourself a fine protege here." "Hell, he'll have to fight my daughter for the empire. Maybe Jack can be queen and Jen can be the king. How's that for equal rights?" Ransom laughed a big laugh that swept everybody up with it. Jack felt himself redden. "I'm just a lawyer, Ransom. I'm not necessarily looking for an empty throne to occupy. There are other things to do in life." Jack picked up his drink. This wasn't exactly going as well as he would have liked. He felt on the defensive. Jack crunched an ice cube. And what did Ransom Baldwin really think about his future son-in-law, especially right now? The point was, Jack didn't really care. Ransom stopped laughing and eyed him steadily. Jennifer cocked her head the way she did when he said something she thought was inappropriate, which was most of the time. The president looked at all 3 of them, smiled quickly, and excused himself. He went over to the corner where a woman was standing. Jack watched him go. He had seen the woman on TV, defending the president's position on a myriad of issues. Gloria Russell did not look very happy right now, but with all the crises in the world, happiness was probably a rare commodity in her line of work. That was an afterthought. Jack had met the president, had shaken hands with him. He hoped his arm got better. He pulled Jennifer aside and made his regrets. She was not pleased. "This is totally unacceptable, Jack. Do you realize how special a night this is for Daddy?" "Hey, I'm just a working stiff. You know? Billable hours?" "That's ridiculous, and you know it. No one at that firm can make those demands of you, let alone some nothing associate." "Jen, it's not that big a deal. I had a great time. Your dad got his little award. Now it's time to go back to work. Alvis is okay. He's kicking my butt a little bit, but he works just as hard, if not harder, than I do. Everybody has to take their lumps. This isn't fair, Jack. This is not convenient for me. Jen, it's my job. I said don't worry about it, so don't worry about it. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna grab a cab back. Daddy will be very disappointed. Daddy won't even miss me. Hey, hoist one for me. And remember what you said about later? I'll take a rain check on that. Maybe we can make it my place for a change." She allowed herself to be kissed. But when Jack was gone, she stormed over to her father. Chapter 5. Kate Whitney pulled into the parking lot of her building. The grocery bag clunked against one leg, her overflowing briefcase against the other as she jogged up the 4 flights of stairs. Buildings in her price range had elevators, just not ones that worked on a consistent basis. She changed quickly into her running outfit, checked her messages, and headed back out. She stretched the cramps and kinks out of her long limbs in front of the Ulysses S. Grant statue and started her run. She headed west, past the Air and Space Museum, and then by the Smithsonian Castle that, with its towers and battlements and 12th century-style Italian architecture, looked more like a mad scientist's home than anything else. Her easy, methodical strides took her across the mall at its widest point, and she circled the Washington Monument twice. Her breath was coming a little quicker now. The sweat began to seep through her t-shirt and blot the Georgetown Law sweatshirt she was wearing. As she made her way along the fringes of the tidal basin, the crowds of people grew thicker. The early fall brought plane, bus, and carloads of people from across the country, hoping to miss the summer crush of tourists and the infamous Washington heat. As she swerved to avoid one errant child, she collided with another runner coming the other way. They went down in a tangle of arms and legs. Shit. The man rolled over quickly and then sprang back up. She started to get up, looked at him, an apology on her lips, and then abruptly sat back down. A long moment went by as camera-toting clans of Arkansans and Iowans danced around them. "Hello, Kate." Jack gave her a hand up and helped her to a spot under one of the now bare cherry blossom trees that encircled the tidal basin. The Jefferson Memorial sat big and imposing across the calm water, the tall silhouette of the country's 3rd president clearly visible inside the rotunda. Kate's ankle was starting to swell. She took off her shoe and sock and began to rub it out. "I didn't think you'd have time to run any more, Jack." She looked over at him. No receding hairline, no paunch, no lines on the face. Time had stood still for Jack Graham. She had to admit it. He looked great. She, on the other hand, was an absolute and total disaster. She silently cursed herself for not getting that haircut, and then cursed herself again for even thinking that. A drop of sweat plunged down her nose, and she brushed it away with an irritable swipe of her hand. "I was wondering the same thing about you. I didn't think they let prosecutors go home before midnight. Slacking off?" "Right." She rubbed her ankle, which really hurt. He saw the pain, leaned over and took her foot in his hands. She flinched back. He looked at her. "Remember, I used to almost do this for a living. and you were my best and only client. I have never seen a woman with such fragile ankles, and the rest of you looks so healthy." She relaxed and let him work the ankle and then the foot, and she soon realized he had not lost his touch. Did he mean that about looking healthy? She frowned. After all, she had dumped him, and she had been absolutely right in doing so. Hadn't she? "I heard about Patton Shaw. Congratulations." Aw, shucks. Any lawyer with millions in legal business could have done the same thing. He smiled. "Yeah, I read about the engagement in the paper, too. Congratulations twice." He didn't smile at that one. She wondered why not. He quietly put her sock and shoe back on. He looked at her. "You're not going to be able to run for a day or two. It's pretty swollen. My car's right over there. I'll give you a lift. I'll just take a cab." "You trust a DC cabbie over me?" He feigned defense. "Besides, I don't see any pockets. You gonna negotiate a free ride? Good luck." She looked down at her shorts. Her key was in her sock. He had already eyed the bulge. He smiled at her dilemma. Her lips pressed together, her tongue slid along the bottom one. He remembered that habit from long ago. Although he hadn't seen it for years, it suddenly seemed like he had never been away. He stretched out his legs and stood up. "I'd float you alone, but I'm busted too." She got up, put an arm against his shoulder as she tested the ankle. "I thought private practice paid better than that." "It does. I've just never been able to handle money. You know that." That was true enough. She had always balanced the checkbook. Not that there was much to balance back then. He held on to one of her arms as she limped to his car, a 10-year-old Subaru wagon. She looked at it amazed. "You never got rid of this thing?" "Hey, there's a lot of miles left on it. Besides, it's full of history. See that stain right over there? Your Dairy Queen butterscotch-dipped ice cream cone, 1986, the night before my tax final. You couldn't sleep and I wouldn't study anymore. You remember? You took that curve too fast." "You have a bad case of selective memory. As I recall, you poured your milkshake down my back because I was complaining about the heat." "Oh, that too." They laughed and got in the car. She examined the stain more closely, looked around the interior. So much coming back to her in big, lumpy waves. She glanced at the back seat. Her eyebrows went up. If that space could only talk. She turned back to see him looking at her, and found herself blushing. They pulled off into the light traffic and headed east. Kate felt nervous, but not uncomfortable, as if it were 4 years ago and they had merely jumped in the car to get some coffee or the paper, or have breakfast at the corner in Charlottesville, or at one of the cafes sprinkled around Capitol Hill. But that was years ago, she had to remind herself. That was not the present. The present was very different. She rolled the window down slightly. Jack kept one eye on traffic and one eye on her. Their meeting hadn't been accidental. She had run on the mall, that very route, in fact, since they had moved to D.C. and lived in that little walk-up in Southeast near Eastern Market. That morning, Jack had woken up with a desperation he had not felt since Kate had left him 4 years ago, when it dawned on him about a week after she had gone that she wasn't coming back. Now, with his wedding looming ahead, he had decided that he had to see Kate somehow. He would not, could not let that light die out. Not yet. It was quite likely that he was the only one of the two who sensed any illumination left, and while he might not have the courage to leave a message on her answering machine, he had decided that if he was meant to find her out here on the mall amidst all the tourists and locals, then he would. He had let it go at that. Until their collision, he had been running for an hour, scanning the crowds, looking for the face in that framed photo. He had spotted her about 5 minutes before their abrupt meeting. If his heart rate hadn't already doubled because of the exercise, it would have hit that mark as soon as he saw her moving effortlessly along. He hadn't meant to sprain her ankle, but then that was why she was sitting in his car. It was the reason he was driving her home. Kate pulled her hair back and tied it in a ponytail, using a braid that had been on her wrist. "So how's work going?" "Okay." He did not want to talk about work. "How's your old man?" "You'd know better than me." She did not want to talk about her father. "I haven't seen him since—" "Lucky you." She lapsed into silence. Jack shook his head at the stupidity of bringing up Luther. He had hoped for a reconciliation between father and daughter over the years. That obviously had not happened. "I hear great things about you over at the Commonwealth's attorney." "Right. I'm serious." "Since when?" "Everyone grows up, Kate." "Not Jack Graham. Please, God, no." He turned right onto Constitution and made his way toward Union Station. Then he caught himself. He knew which direction to go, a fact he did not want to share with her. "I'm kind of rambling here, Kate. Which way?" "I'm sorry. Around the Capitol, over to Maryland, and left on 3rd Street. "You like that area?" "On my salary, I like it just fine." "Let me guess. You're probably in Georgetown, right? One of those big federal townhouses with maids' quarters, right?" He shrugged. "I haven't moved. I'm in the same place." She stared at him. "Jack, what do you do with all of your money?" "I buy what I want. I just don't want that much." He stared back. "Hey, how about a Dairy Queen butterscotch-dipped ice cream cone?" "There's none to be had in this town. I've tried." He did a U-turn, grinned at the honkers, and roared off. "Apparently, counselor, you didn't try hard enough." 30 minutes later, he pulled into her parking lot. He ran around to help her out. The ankle had stiffened a little more. The butterscotch cone was almost gone. "I'll help you up." "You don't have to." "I busted your ankle. Help me relieve some of my guilt." "I've got it, Jack." That tone was very familiar to him, even after 4 years. He smiled wearily and stepped back. She was halfway up the stairs, moving slowly. He was getting back in his car when she turned around. "Jack?" He looked up. "Thanks for the ice cream." She went into the building. Driving off, Jack did not see the man standing near the little cluster of trees at the entrance to the parking lot. Luther emerged from the shadows of the trees and looked up at the apartment building. His appearance from 2 days ago had drastically changed. It was lucky his beard grew fast. His hair had been cut very short, and a hat covered what was left. Sunglasses obscured his intense eyes, and a bulky overcoat concealed the lean body. He had hoped to see her one more time before he left. He had been shocked to see Jack. But that was all right. He liked Jack. He huddled in his coat. The wind was picking up, and the chill was more than Washington usually carried at this time of year. He stared up at his daughter's apartment window. Apartment number 14. He knew it well. Had even been inside it on a number of occasions, unbeknownst to his daughter, of course. The standard front door lock was child's play for him. It would have taken longer for someone with a key to open it. He would sit in the chair in her living room and look around at 100 different things, all of them carrying years of memories, some good times, but mostly disappointments. Sometimes he would just close his eyes and examine all the different scents in the air. He knew what perfume she wore. Very little and very nondescript. Her furniture was big, solid, and well-worn. Her refrigerator was routinely empty. He cringed when he viewed the meager and unhealthy contents of her cabinets. She kept things neat, but not perfect. The place looked lived in, as it should have. and she got a lot of calls. He would listen to some of them leaving messages. They made him wish she had picked a different line of work. Being a criminal himself, he was well aware of the number of real crazy bastards out there. But it was too late for him to recommend a career change to his only child. He knew that it was a strange relationship to have with one's offspring, but Luther figured that was about all he deserved. A vision of his wife entered his mind, a woman who had loved him and stood by him all those years. And for what? For pain and misery. And then an early death after she had arrived at her senses and divorced him. He wondered again for the 100th time why he had continued his criminal activities. It certainly wasn't the money. He had always lived simply. Much of the proceeds of his burglaries had been simply given away. His choice in life had driven his wife mad with worry and forced his daughter from his life. And for the 100th time he came away with no compelling answer to the question of why he continued to steal from the well-protected wealthy. Perhaps it was only to show that he could. He looked up once again at his daughter's apartment. He hadn't been there for her. Why should she be there for him? But he could not sever the bond entirely, even if she had. He would be there for her if she so desired. But he knew that she never would. Luther moved quickly down the street, finally running to catch a metro bus heading toward the subway at Union Station. He had always been the most independent of people, never relying to any significant degree on anyone else. He was a loner, and had liked that. Now, Luther felt very alone, and the feeling this time was not so comforting. The rain started, and he stared out the back window of the bus as it meandered its way to the great rail terminus, which had been saved from extinction by an ambitious railway shopping mall renovation. The water bubbled up on the smooth surface of the window and clouded his view of where he had just been. He wished he could, but he couldn't go back there now. He turned back in his seat, pulled his hat down tighter, blew into his handkerchief. He picked up a discarded newspaper, glancing down its old headlines. He wondered when they would find her. When they did, he would know about it immediately. Everyone in this town would know that Christine Sullivan was dead. When rich people got themselves killed, it was front-page news. Poor people and Joe Average were stuck in the metro section. Christy Sullivan would most certainly be on page 1, front and center. He dropped the paper on the floor, hunched down in his seat. He needed to see a lawyer, and then he would be gone. The bus droned on, and his eyes finally closed, but he wasn't sleeping. He was, for the moment, sitting in his daughter's living room. And this time, she was there with him. Chapter 6. Luther sat at the small conference room table in the very plainly furnished room. The chairs and table were old and carried 1,000 scrapes. The rug was just as ancient and not very clean. A card holder was the only thing on the table other than his file. He picked up one of the cards and thumbed it. Legal Services Incorporated. These people weren't the best in the business. They were far from the halls of power downtown. Graduates of third-rate law schools with no shot at the traditional firm practice, they eked out their professional existence, hoping for some luck down the road. But their dreams of big offices, big clients, and most important, big money faded a little more with the passage of each year. But Luther did not require the best. He only required somebody with a law degree and the right forms. "Everything is in order, Mr. Whitney." The kid looked about 25, still full of hope and energy. This place was not his final destination. He still clearly believed that. The tired, pinched, flabby face of the older man behind him held out no such hope. "This is Jerry Burns, the managing attorney. He'll be the other witness to your will." We have a self-proving affidavit, so it won't have to appear in court as to whether or not we witnessed your will." A stern-looking 40-something woman appeared with her pen and notary seal. "Phyllis here is our notary, Mr. Whitney." They all sat down. "Would you like me to read the terms of your will out to you?" Jerry Burns had been sitting at the table looking bored to death, staring into space, dreaming of all the other places he would rather be. Jerry Burns, managing attorney. He looked like he would rather be shoveling cow manure on some farm in the Midwest. Now he glanced at his young colleague with disdain. "I've read it," Luther replied. "Fine," said Jerry Burns. "Why don't we get started?" 15 minutes later, Luther emerged from Legal Services Incorporated with 2 original copies of his last will and testament tucked in his coat pocket. Fucking lawyers. Couldn't piss, shit, or die without them. That was because lawyers made all the laws. They had the rest of them by the balls. Then he thought of Jack and smiled. Jack was not like that. Jack was different. Then he thought of his daughter, and his smile faded. Kate was not like that either. But then Kate hated him. He stopped at a camera shop and purchased a Polaroid one-step camera and a pack of film. He didn't plan to let anyone else develop the pictures he was going to be taking. He arrived back at the hotel. An hour later, he had taken a total of 10 photos. These were wrapped in paper and placed in a manila folder that was then secreted far down into his backpack. He sat down and looked out the window. It was almost an hour before he finally moved, sliding over and then collapsing onto the bed. Some tough guy he was. Not so indifferent that he could not flinch at death, not be horrified by an event that had ripped the life out of someone who should have lived a lot longer. And on top of it all was the fact that the President of the United States was involved in all of it. A man Luther had respected, had voted for. A man who held the country's highest office had almost murdered a woman with his own drunken hands. If he had seen his closest relative bludgeon someone in cold blood, Luther would not have been any more sickened or shocked. It was as though Luther himself had been invaded, as though those murderous hands had been around his throat. But something else gripped at him. Something he could not confront. He turned his face to the pillow, closed his eyes in a futile effort to sleep. "It's great, Jen." Jack looked at the brick and stone mansion that stretched more than 200 feet from end to end and had more rooms than a college dorm, and wondered why they were even there. The winding driveway ended in a 4-car garage behind the massive structure. The lawns were groomed so perfectly that Jack felt he was staring at an enormous jade pool. The rear grounds were triple-terraced, with each terrace sporting its own pool. It had the standard accoutrements of the very wealthy: tennis courts and stables and 20 acres, a veritable land empire by Northern Virginia standards, on which to roam. The realtor waited by the front door, her late-model Mercedes parked by the large stone fountain covered with fist-size roses carved out of granite. Commission dollars were being swiftly calculated and recalculated. Weren't they a terrific young couple? She had said that enough to where Jack's temples throbbed. Jennifer Baldwin took his arm, and 2 hours later their tour was finished. Jack walked over to the edge of the broad lawn and admired the thick woods, where an eclectic grouping of elm, spruce, maple, pine, and oak jostled for dominance. The leaves were beginning to turn, and Jack observed the beginnings of reds, yellows, and oranges dance across the face of the property they were considering. "So how much?" He felt he was entitled to ask that question. But this had to be out of their ballpark. His ballpark, anyway. He had to admit it was convenient. Only 45 rush-hour minutes from his office. But they couldn't touch this place. He looked expectantly at his fiancée. She looked nervous, played with her hair. $3,800,000. Jack's face went gray. $3,800,000. Jack, it's worth 3 times that. Then why the hell are they selling it for $3,800,000? We can't afford it, Jen. Forget it. She answered him by rolling her eyes. She waved reassuringly to the realtor who sat in her car writing up the contract. Jen, I make $120,000 a year. You make about the same, maybe a little more. When you make partner? Right. My salary goes up, but not enough for this. We can't make the mortgage payments. I thought we were moving into your place anyway. It's not right for a married couple. Not right? It's a friggin' palace. He walked over to a forest green painted garden bench and sat down. She planted herself in front of him, arms crossed, a determined look on her face. Her summer tan was starting to fade. She wore a creamy brown fedora from under which her long hair tumbled across her shoulders. Her pants were perfectly tailored to her elegantly slender form. Polished leather boots encased her feet and disappeared under the pant legs. We won't be carrying a mortgage, Jack. He looked up at her. Really? What, are they giving us the place because we're such a terrific young couple? She hesitated, then said, Daddy is paying cash for it, and we're going to pay him back. Jack had been waiting for that one. Pay him back? How the hell are we going to pay him back, Jen? He's suggested a very liberal repayment plan which takes into account future earnings expectations. For God's sakes, Jack, I could pay for this place out of accumulated interest on one of my trusts, but I knew you'd object to that. She sat down next to him. I thought if we did it this way, you'd feel better about the whole thing. I know how you are about the Baldwin money. We will have to pay Daddy back. It's not a gift. It's a loan with interest. I'm going to sell my place. I'll net about 8 from that. You're going to have to come up with some money, too. This is not a free ride. She playfully stuck a long finger into his chest, driving home her point. She looked back at the house. It's beautiful, isn't it, Jack? We'll be so happy here. We were meant to live here. Jack looked over at the front of the house, but without really seeing it. All he saw was Kate Whitney in every window of the monolith. Jennifer squeezed his arm, leaned against him. Jack's headache moved into the panic zone. His mind was refusing to function. His throat went dry and his limbs felt stiff. He gently disengaged his arm from his fiancée's, got up, and walked quietly back to the car. Jennifer sat there for several moments, disbelief chief among the emotions registering across her face, and then angrily followed him. The realtor, who had intently watched the exchange between the two while seated in her Mercedes, stopped writing up the contract, her mouth pursed in displeasure. It was early morning when Luther emerged from the small hotel hidden in the cluttered residential neighborhoods of Northwest Washington. He hailed a cab to the Metro Center subway, asking the driver to take a circuitous route on the presumption of seeing various D.C. landmarks. The request did not surprise the cabbie, and he automatically went through the motions to be replicated 1,000 times before the tourist season was officially over, if it was ever truly over for the town. The skies threatened rain, but you never knew. The unpredictable weather systems swirled and whipped across the region, either missing the city or falling hard on it before sliding into the Atlantic. Luther looked up at the darkness, which the newly risen sun could not penetrate. Would he even be alive 6 months from now? Maybe not. They could conceivably find him, despite his precautions. But he planned to enjoy the time he had left. The Metro took him to Washington National Airport, where he took a shuttle bus across to the main terminal. He had pre-checked his luggage onto the American Airlines flight that would take him to Dallas-Fort Worth, where he would change airlines and then head to Miami. He would stay there overnight, and then another plane would drop him in Puerto Rico, and then a final flight would deposit him in Barbados. Everything was paid for in cash. His passport proclaimed him to be Arthur Lannis, age 65, from Michigan. He had a half-dozen such identifying documents, all professionally crafted and official-looking, and all absolutely phony. The passport was good for 8 more years and showed him to be well-traveled. He settled into the waiting area and pretended to scan a newspaper. The place was crowded and noisy, a typical weekday for the busy airport. Occasionally, Luther's eyes would rise over the paper to see if anyone was paying more than casual attention to him, but nothing registered. And he had been doing this long enough that something would have clicked if he had anything to worry about. His flight was called, his boarding pass was handed over, and he trudged down the ramp to the slender projectile that within 3 hours would deposit him in the heart of Texas. The Dallas-Fort Worth run was a busy one for American, but surprisingly he had an empty seat next to him. He took his coat off and laid it across the seat, daring anyone to trespass. He settled himself in and looked out the window. As they began to taxi to the takeoff runway, he could make out the tip of the Washington Monument over the thick, swirling mist of the clammy morning. Barely a mile from that point, his daughter would be getting up shortly to go to work, while her father was ascending into the clouds to begin a new life, somewhat ahead of schedule and not exactly easy in his mind. As the plane accelerated through the air, he looked at the terrain far below, noted the snaking of the Potomac until it was left behind. His thoughts went briefly to his long-dead wife, and then back to his very much alive daughter. He glanced up at the smiling, efficient face of the flight attendant and ordered coffee, and a minute later accepted the simple breakfast handed to him. He drank down the steaming liquid and then reached over and touched the surface of the window with its queer streaks and scratches. Wiping his glasses clean, he noted that his eyes were watering freely. He looked around quickly. Most passengers were finishing up their breakfast or reclining for a short nap before they landed. He pushed his tray up, undid his seat belt, and made his way to the lavatory. He looked at himself in the mirror. The eyes were swollen, red-blotched. The bags hung heavy. He had perceptibly aged in the last 36 hours. He ran water over his face, let the droplets gather around his mouth, and then splashed on some more. He wiped his eyes again. They were painful. He leaned against the tiny basin, tried to get his twitching muscles under control. Despite all his willpower, his mind wandered back to that room where he had seen a woman savagely beaten. The President of the United States was a drunk, an adulterer, and a woman-beater. He smiled to the press, kissed babies, and flirted with enchanted old women, held important meetings, flew around the world as his country's leader, and he was a fucking asshole who screwed married women, then beat them up, and then got them killed. What a package. It was more knowledge than one person should be carrying around. Luther felt very alone, and very mad. And the sorry thing was, the bastard was going to get away with it. Luther kept telling himself if he were 30 years younger, he would take this battle on. But he wasn't. His nerves were still stronger than most, but like river rock, they had eroded over the years. They were not what they were. At his age, battles became someone else's to fight, and win or lose. His time had finally come. He wasn't up to it. Even he had to understand that, to accept that reality. Luther looked at himself in the tiny mirror again. A sob swelled in his throat before it reached the surface and filled the small room. But no excuse would justify what he had not done. He had not opened that mirrored door. He had not flung that man off Christine Sullivan. He could have prevented the woman's death. That was the simple truth. She would still be alive if he had acted. He had traded his freedom, perhaps his life, for another's. For someone who could have used his help, who was fighting for her very life while Luther just watched. A human being who had barely lived a third of Luther's years. It had been a cowardly act, and that fact gripped him like some savage anaconda, threatening to explode every organ in his body. He bent low over the sink as his legs began to fail him. He was grateful for the collapse. He could not look at his reflection any more. As choppy air buffeted the plane, he was sick to his stomach. A few minutes elapsed, and he wet a paper towel with cold water and wiped it across his face and the back of his neck. He finally managed to stumble back to his seat. As the plane thundered on, his guilt grew with each passing mile. The phone was ringing. Kate looked at the clock. 11 o'clock. Normally she would screen her calls, but something made her hand dart out and pick it up before the machine engaged. Hello? Why aren't you still at work? Jack? How's your ankle? Do you realize what time it is? Just checking on my patient. Doctors never sleep. Your patient is fine. Thanks for the worry. She smiled in spite of herself. Butterscotch cone. That prescription has never failed me. Oh, so there were other patients? I've been advised by my attorney not to answer that question. Smart counsel. Jack could visualize her sitting there, one finger playing with the ends of her hair, the same way she had done when they studied together. He laboring through securities regulations, she through French. Your hair curls enough at the ends without you helping it. She pulled her finger back, smiled, then frowned. That statement had brought a lot of memories back. Not all good ones. It's late, Jack. I've got court tomorrow. He stood up and paced with the cordless, thinking rapidly. Anything to hold her on the phone for a few more seconds. He felt guilty, as though he were sneaking around. He involuntarily looked over his shoulder. There was no one there. At least, no one he could see. I'm sorry I called late. Okay. And I'm sorry I hurt your ankle. You already apologized for that. Yeah. So, how are you? I mean, except for your ankle. Jack, I really need to get some sleep. He was hoping she would say that. Well, tell me over lunch. I told you I've got court. After court? Jack, I'm not sure that's a good idea. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's a lousy idea. He wondered what she meant by that. Reading too much into her statements had always been a bad habit of his. Jesus, Kate. It's just lunch. I'm not asking you to marry me. He laughed, but knew he'd already blown it. Kate was no longer fiddling with her hair. She too stood up. Her reflection caught in the hallway mirror. She pulled at the neck of her nightgown. The frown lines were prominent on her forehead. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Look, it'll be my treat. I have to spend all that money on something. He was met with silence. In fact, he wasn't sure if she were still on the line. He had rehearsed this conversation for the last 2 hours. Every possible question, exchange, deviation. He'd be so smooth, she so understanding. They would hit it off so well. So far, absolutely nothing had gone according to plan. He fell back on his alternate plan. He decided to beg. Please, Kate. I'd really like to talk to you. Please. She sat back down, curled her legs under her, rubbed at her long toes. She took a deep breath. The years hadn't changed her as much as she had thought. Was that good or bad? Right now she had no way to deal with that question. When and where? Morton's? For lunch? He could see her incredulous face at the thought of the ultra-expensive restaurant, wondering what type of world he now lived in. Okay. How about the deli in Old Town near Founders Park around 2? We'll miss the lunchtime crowd. Better, but I can't promise. I'll call if I can't make it. He slowly let out his breath. Thanks, Kate. He hung up the phone and collapsed on the couch. Now that his plan had worked, he wondered what the hell he was doing. What would he say? What would she say? He didn't want to fight. He hadn't been lying. He did just want to talk to her and to see her. That was all. He kept telling himself that. He went to the bathroom, plunged his head into a sink of cold water, grabbed a beer and went up to the rooftop pool and sat there in the darkness, watching the planes as they made their approach up the Potomac into National. The twin bright red lights of the Washington Monument blinked consolingly at him. 8 stories down, the streets were quiet except for the occasional police or ambulance siren. Jack looked at the calm surface of the pool, put his foot in the now cool water and watched as it rippled across. He drank his beer, went downstairs, and fell asleep in a chair in the living room, the TV droning in front of him. He did not hear the phone ring. No message was left. Almost 1,000 miles away, Luther Whitney hung up the phone and smoked his first cigarette in over 30 years. The Federal Express truck pulled slowly down the isolated country road, the driver scanning the rusty and leaning mailboxes for the correct address. He had never made a delivery out here. His truck seemed to ride ditch to ditch on the narrow road. He pulled into the driveway of the last house and started to back out. He just happened to look over and saw the address on the small piece of wood beside the door. He shook his head and smiled. Sometimes it was just luck. The house was small and not very well kept up. The weathered aluminum window awnings, popular about 20 years before the driver had been born, sagged down as if they were tired and just wanted a rest. The elderly woman who answered the door was dressed in a pullover flowered dress, a thick sweater wrapped around her shoulders. Her thick red ankles told of poor circulation and probably a host of other ailments. She seemed surprised by the delivery, but readily signed for it. The driver glanced at the signature on his pad. Edwina Broom. Then he got in his truck and left. She watched him leave before shutting the door. The walkie-talkie crackled. Fred Barnes had been doing this job for 7 years now, driving around the neighborhoods of the rich, seeing the big houses, manicured grounds, the occasional expensive car with its mannequin-like occupants coming down the perfect asphalt drive and through the massive gates. He had never been inside any of the homes he was paid to guard, and never expected to be. He looked up at the imposing structure. $4 to $5 million, he surmised. More money than he could make in 5 lifetimes. Sometimes it just didn't seem right. He checked in on his walkie-talkie. He would take a look around the place. He didn't exactly know what was going on, only that the owner had called and requested a patrol car check. The cold air in his face made Barnes think about a hot cup of coffee in a Danish, to be followed by 8 hours of sleep until he had to venture out again in his Saturn for yet another night of protecting the possessions of the wealthy. The pay wasn't all that bad, although the benefits sucked. His wife worked full-time too, and with 3 kids, their combined incomes were barely enough. But then everybody had it tough. He looked at the 5-car garage in back, the pool and the tennis courts. Well, maybe not everybody. As he rounded the corner, he saw the dangling rope, and thoughts of coffee and a creamy Danish disappeared. He crouched down, his hand flying to his sidearm. He grabbed his mic and reported in, his voice cracking embarrassingly. The real police would be here in minutes. He could wait for them or investigate himself. For 8 singles an hour, he decided to stay right where he was. Barnes's supervisor arrived first in the stark white station wagon with the company's logo on the door panel. 30 seconds later, the first of 5 patrol cars pulled down the asphalt drive until they were stacked like a waiting train in front of the house. The window was covered by 2 officers. It was probable that the perps had long since exited the premises, but assumptions were dangerous in the police business. 4 officers went to the front, 2 more covered the back. Working in pairs, the 4 policemen proceeded to make their way in. They noted that the front door was unlocked, the alarm off. They satisfied themselves with the downstairs and cautiously moved up the broad staircase, their ears and eyes straining for any trace of sound or movement. By the time they reached the second-floor landing, the nostrils of the sergeant in charge told him that this would not be a routine burglary. 4 minutes later, they stood in a circle around what had recently been a young, beautiful woman. The healthy coloring of each of the men had faded to dull white. The sergeant, 50-ish and a father of 3, looked at the open window. Thank God, he thought to himself. Even with the outside air, the atmosphere inside the room was stupefying. He looked once more at the corpse, then strode quickly to the window and sucked in deep gulps of the crisp air. He had a daughter about that age. For a moment he imagined her on that floor, her face a memory, her life brutally over. The matter was out of his bailiwick now, but he wished for one thing. He wished to be there when whoever had done this atrocious thing was caught. Chapter 7. Seth Frank was simultaneously munching a piece of toast and attempting to tie his 6-year-old daughter's hair ribbons for school when the phone call came. His wife's look told him all he needed. She finished the ribbon. Seth cradled the phone while he finished knotting his tie, listening all the while to the calm, efficient tones of the dispatcher. 2 minutes later, he was in his car, the official bubble light needlessly stuck to the top of his department-issued Ford, and aqua-blue grill lights flashing ominously as he roared through the nearly deserted backroads of the county. Frank's tall, big-boned frame was beginning its inevitable journey to softness, and his curly black hair had seen more affluent days. At 41 years old, the father of 3 daughters who grew more complex and bewildering by the day, he had come to realize that not all that much in life made sense. But overall, he was a happy man. Life had dealt him no knockout punches. Yet, he had been in law enforcement long enough to know how abruptly that could change. Frank wadded up a piece of juicy fruit and slowly chewed it while compact rows of needle pines flew past his window. He had started his law enforcement career as a cop in some of the worst areas of New York City, where the statement, "the value of life," was an oxymoron, and where he had seen virtually every way one person could kill another. He had eventually made detective, which had thrilled his wife. At least now he would arrive at crime scenes after the bad guys had departed. She slept better at night, knowing that the dreaded phone call would probably not come to destroy her life. That was as much as she could hope for, being married to a cop. Frank had finally been assigned to homicide, which was pretty much the ultimate challenge in his line of work. After a few years, he decided he liked the job and the challenge, but not at the rate of 7 corpses a day. So he had made the trek south to Virginia. He was senior homicide detective for the county of Middleton, which sounded better than it actually was, since he also happened to be the only homicide detective the county employed. But the relatively innocuous confines of the rustic Virginia county had not lent itself to much demanding work over that time. The per capita income levels in his jurisdiction were off the scale. People were murdered, but other than wives shooting husbands or vice versa, or inheritance-minded kids popping off their parents, there hadn't been much excitement. The perps in those cases were pretty self-evident, less mental work than legwork. The dispatcher's phone call promised to change all that. The road snaked past wooded area and then opened out onto fenced green fields where leggy thoroughbreds lazily faced the new morning. Behind impressive gates and long winding driveways were the residences of the fortunate few, who were actually very plentiful in Middleton. Frank concluded that he wasn't going to get any help from the neighbors on this one. Once inside their fortresses, they probably saw or heard nothing on the outside, which was undoubtedly the way they wanted it, and paid dearly for that privilege. As Frank approached the Sullivan estate, he straightened his tie in the rearview mirror and pushed back some stray wisps of hair. He had no particular affinity for the wealthy, nor did he dislike them. They were parts of the puzzle, a conundrum that was as far from a game as you could get, which led to the most satisfying part of his job. For amidst all the twists, turns, red herrings, and plain mistakes, there lurked an undeniable truism. If you killed another human being, you came within his domain, and you would be ultimately punished. What that punishment was, Frank usually did not care. What he did care about was that someone stand trial, and if convicted, that someone receive the meted penalty. Rich, poor, or in between. His skills may be somewhat dulled, but the instincts were still there. In the long run, he'd always go with the latter. As he pulled in the drive, he noticed a small combine chewing under the adjacent cornfield, its driver watching the police activity with a keen eye. That information would soon be passing through the area in rapid movements. The man had no way to know he was destroying evidence of a flight. Neither did Seth Frank as he climbed out of his car, threw on his jacket, and hustled through the front door. Hands deep in his pockets, his eyes moved slowly around the room, taking in each detail of the floor, walls, and venturing to the ceiling before coming back to the mirrored door and then to the spot where the deceased had lain for the last several days. Seth Frank said, "Take a lot of pics, Stu. Looks like we'll need it." The crime unit photographer paced through the room in discrete grids outward from the corpse in his effort to reproduce on film every aspect of the room, including its lone occupant. This would be followed by a videotaping of the entire crime scene, complete with a narrative. Not necessarily admissible in court, but it was invaluable to the investigation. As football players watched game films, detectives were more and more scrutinizing the videos for additional clues that might only be seized upon on the 8th, 10th, or 100th examination. The rope was still tied to the bureau and still disappeared out the window. Only now it was covered with black fingerprint powder, but there wouldn't be much there. One usually wore gloves to climb down a rope, even a knotted one. Sam Magruder, the officer in charge, approached, having just spent 2 minutes leaning out the window sucking in air. 50-ish, with a shock of red hair that topped a plump, hairless face, he was having a hard time keeping his breakfast down. A large portable fan had been brought in and the windows were fully open. All the CD personnel wore floater masks, but the stench was still oppressive. Nature's parting laugh to the living. Beautiful 1 minute, rotting the next. Frank checked Magruder's notes, noted the greenish tint to the OIC's face. "Sam, if you'd stay away from the window, your sense of smell would go dead in about 4 minutes. You're just making it worse." "I know that, Seth. My brain tells me that, but my nose won't listen." "When did the husband phone in?" "This morning, 7:45 local time." Frank tried to make out the cop's scribbles. "And he's where?" "Barbados." Frank's head inclined. "How long?" "We're confirming it." "Do that. How many calling cards they leave, Laura?" Frank looked over at his ident technician, Laura Simon. She glanced up. "I'm not finding much, Seth." Frank walked over to her. "Come on, Laura. She's got to be all over the place." "How about her husband? The maid. There's gotta be usables everywhere. Not that I'm finding. You're shitting me. Simon, who took her work very seriously and was the best print lifter Frank had ever worked with, including at NYPD, looked almost apologetic. Carbon dusting powder was everywhere, and there was nothing? Contrary to popular belief, a lot of criminals left their prints at the scene of the crime. You just had to know where to look. Laura Simon knew where to look, and she was getting zip. Hopefully they would get something after analysis back at the lab. Many latents just weren't visible no matter how many angles you hit them with the light. That's why they called them latents. You just powdered and taped everything you thought the perps might have touched, and you might get lucky. I've got a few things packaged to take back to the lab. After I use the ninhydrin and hit the rest with the superglue, I might have something for you. Simon dutifully returned to her work. Frank shook his head. Superglue, a cyanoacrylate, was probably the best method of fuming and could pull prints off things you couldn't believe. The problem was the damn process took time to work its magic. Time they didn't have. Come on, Laura. From the looks of the body, the bad guys have had enough of a head start. She looked at him. I've got another cyanoacrylate ester I've been wanting to use. That's faster. Or I can always speed burn the superglue. She smiled. The detective grimaced. Right. The last time you tried that, we had to evacuate the building. I didn't say it was a perfect world, Seth. Magruder cleared his throat. Looks like we're dealing with some real professionals. Seth looked at the OIC sternly. They're not professionals, Sam. They're criminals. They're killers. It's not like they went to goddamn college to learn how to do this. No, sir. We sure it's the lady of the house? Frank inquired. Magruder pointed to the photo on the nightstand. Christine Sullivan. Of course, we'll get a positive ID. Any witnesses? No obvious ones. Haven't canvassed the neighbors yet. Gonna do that this morning. Frank proceeded to make copious notes of the room and its occupant's condition, and then made a detailed sketch of the room and its contents. A good defense attorney could make any unprepared prosecution witness look like a candidate for the silly putty factory. Being unprepared meant guilty people went free. Frank had learned the only lesson he would ever need on the subject as a rookie cop, and the first on the scene of a breaking and entering. He had never been more embarrassed or depressed in his life as he had when he had gotten off the witness stand, his testimony torn to shreds and actually used as the basis to get the defendant off. If he had been able to wear his .38 in court, the world would have had one fewer lawyer that day. Frank crossed the room to where the deputy medical examiner, a beefy, white-haired man who was perspiring heavily despite the morning chill outside, was lowering the skirt on the corpse. Frank knelt down and examined one of the small, baggy-clad hands, then glanced at the woman's face. It looked like it had been beaten black and blue. The clothing was soaked through with her body fluids. With death comes an almost immediate relaxing of the sphincters. The resulting smell combination was not pleasant. Luckily, the insect infestation was minimal despite the open window. Even though a forensic entomologist could usually ascertain time of death more accurately than could a pathologist, no detective, despite the increased accuracy, ever relished the thought of examining a human body that had become an insect buffet. Got an approximate yet? Frank asked the medical examiner. My rectal thermometer isn't going to be much use to me. Not when body temperature drops 1.5 degrees an hour. 72 to 84 hours. I'll have a better number for you after I open her up. The ME straightened up. Gunshot wounds to the head, he added, although there was no doubt about the woman's cause of death to anyone in the room. I noticed the marks on her neck. The medical examiner looked at Frank keenly for a moment and then shrugged. They're there. I don't know what they mean yet. I'd appreciate a quick turnaround on this one. You'll get it. Not many murders out this way. They usually get a priority, you know." The detective winced slightly at the remark. The medical examiner looked at him. "Hope you enjoy dealing with the press. They'll be on this like a swarm of honeybees." "More like yellow jackets." The medical examiner shrugged. "Better you than me. I'm way too old for that crap. She's ready to go whenever." The medical examiner finished packing up and left. Frank held the small hand up to his face, looked at the professionally manicured nails. He noted several tears in 2 of the cuticles, which seemed likely enough if there was a struggle before she'd gotten popped. The body was grossly distended. Bacteria raged everywhere as the putrefaction process raced on. Rigor had passed long ago, which meant she had been dead well over 48 hours. The limbs were supple as the body's soft tissue dissolved. Frank sighed. She had indeed been here a while. That was good for the killer, bad for the cops. It still amazed him how death changed a person. A bloated wreck barely recognizable as a human, when just days before. Had his sense of smell not already gone dead, he would have been unable to do what he was doing. But that came with being a homicide detective. All your clients were dead. He carefully held the deceased's head up, turning each side to the light. 2 small entry wounds on the right side, 1 large, ragged exit hole on the left. They were looking at heavy caliber stuff. Stu had already gotten pictures of the wounds from several different angles, including from directly overhead. The circular abrasion collars and the absence of burns or tattooing on the skin's surface led Frank to conclude that the shots had been fired from over 2 feet away. Small caliber contact wounds, those fired muzzle to flesh, and near contact wounds fired from a distance of less than 2 inches from the target could duplicate the types of entry wounds present on the victim. But there would be powder residue deep in the tissues along the bullet track if they were looking at a contact wound. The autopsy would definitely answer that question. Next, Frank looked at the contusion on the left side of her jaw. It was partially hidden by the natural blistering of the body as it decomposed, but Frank had seen enough corpses to tell the difference. The surface of the skin there was a curious amalgamation of green, brown, and black. A big blow had done that. A man? That was confusing. He called Stu over to take pictures of the area with a color scale. Then he laid the head back down with the reverence the deceased deserved, even under the largely clinical circumstances. The medico-legal autopsy to follow would not be so deferential. Frank slowly lifted the skirt, underwear intact. The autopsy protocol would answer the obvious question. Frank moved around the room as the CU members continued their work. One thing about living in a rich, although largely rural county, the tax base was more than enough to support a first-rate, if relatively small, crime scene unit, complete with all the latest technology and devices that theoretically made catching bad people easier. The victim had fallen on her left side, away from the door. Knees tucked partially under her, left arm stretched out, the other against her right hip. Her face was pointed east, perpendicular with the right side of the bed. She was almost in a fetal position. Frank rubbed his nose. From beginning to end, back to the beginning. Nobody ever knew how they were going to eventually exit this old world, did they? With Simon's help, he did the triangulation of the body's location. The tape measure made a screeching sound as it unwound. It sounded somehow unholy in this room of death. He looked at the doorway and the position of the body. He and Simon performed a preliminary trajectory path of the shots. That indicated the shots most probably came from the doorway, which, with a burglary, you'd expect the other way around if the perp was caught in the act. However, there was another piece of evidence that would pretty much confirm which way the slugs had traveled. Frank again kneeled next to the body. There were no drag marks across the carpet, and the bloodstains and spray patterns indicated the deceased was shot at the spot she had fallen. Frank carefully turned to the body, again lifting up the skirt. Post-mortem, blood settles to the lowest portions of the body, a condition called livor mortis. After 4 to 6 hours, the livor mortis remains fixed in position. Consequently, movement of the body does not lead to a change in distribution of blood. Frank laid the body back down. All indications were strong that Christine Sullivan had died right here. The spray patterns also reinforced the conclusion that the deceased was probably facing toward the bed when she met her end. If so, what the hell had she been looking at? Normally, a person about to be shot would look in the direction of the assailant, pleading for their life. Christine Sullivan would have begged, Frank was certain of that. The detective looked at the opulent surroundings. She had a lot to live for. He eyed the carpet carefully, his face barely inches from its surface. The spray patterns were irregularly distributed, as though something had been lying in front of or to the side of the deceased. That could prove to be important later on. Much had been written about spray patterns. Frank respected their usefulness, but tried not to read too much into them. But if something had partially shielded the carpet from the blood, he would want to know what that something was. Also, the absence of spotting on her dress puzzled him. He would catalog that one away. It might mean something, too. Simon opened her rape kit and, with Frank's assistance, swabbed the deceased's vagina. Next, they combed through both the hair on her head and her pubic hair, with nothing readily apparent in the way of foreign substances. Next, they bagged the victim's clothing. Frank looked over the body minutely. He glanced at Simon. She read his mind. "There's not going to be any, Seth. Indulge me, Laurie." Simon dutifully lugged her print kit over and applied powder to the corpse's wrists, breasts, neck, and inside upper arms. After a few seconds, she looked at Frank and slowly shook her head. She bagged what they did find. He watched as the body was wrapped in a white sheet, deposited in a body pouch, and taken outside where a silent ambulance would transport Christine Sullivan to a place everyone prayed they would never have to go. He next viewed the vault, noted the chair and remote. Dust patterns on the floor of the vault had been disturbed. Simon had already covered the area. There was a smudge of dust on the chair seat. The vault had been forced, though. The door and wall were heavily marked where the lock had been broken. They would cut out the levered piece of evidence, see if they could get a tool print. Frank looked back through the vault door and shook his head. One-way mirror. That was real nice. In the bedroom, too. He couldn't wait to meet the man of the house. He went back into the room, looked down at the picture on the nightstand. He looked over at Simon. "I've already got it, Seth," she said. He nodded and picked up the picture. Nice-looking woman, he thought to himself. Real nice-looking in a come-fuck-me kind of way. The photo had been taken in this very room, the recently departed seated in the chair next to the bed. Then he noticed the mark on the wall. The place had real plaster walls instead of the usual drywall, but the mark was still deep. Frank noted the nightstand had been moved slightly. The thick carpet betrayed its original position. He turned to Magruder. "Looks like somebody slammed into this." "Probably during the struggle." "Probably. Find the slug yet?" "One's still in her, Seth." "I mean the other one, Sam." Frank impatiently shook his head. Magruder pointed to the wall beside the bed where a small hole was barely visible. Frank nodded. "Cut the section and let the lab boys pull it out. Don't screw with it yourself." Twice in the last year, ballistics had been rendered useless because an overzealous uniform had scraped a bullet out of a wall, ruining the striations. "Any brass?" Magruder shook his head. "If the murder weapon ejected any spent shells, they've been picked up." He turned to Simon. "Any treasures from the evac?" The evidence vacuum was a highly powerful machine that, utilizing a series of filters, was used to comb the carpet and other materials for fibers, hairs, and other small objects that more often than not turned out big dividends, because if the perps couldn't see 'em, they weren't going to try to remove 'em. Magruder tried to joke. "My carpet should be that clean." Frank looked at his CD team. "Did we find any trace, people?" They all looked at one another, not knowing if Frank was kidding or not. They were still wondering when he walked out of the room and went downstairs. A representative from the alarm company was talking with a uniformed officer at the front door. A CU member was packing the plate and wires in plastic evidence bags. Frank was shown where the paint had been slightly chipped, and an almost microscopic metal shard indicated that the panel had been removed. On the wiring were small tooth-like indentations. The security rep looked admiringly at the lawbreaker's handiwork. Magruder joined them, his color slowly returning. The rep was nodding his head. "Yep, they probably used a counter. Looks that way anyway." Seth looked at him. "What's that?" "Computer-assisted method of ramming massive numbers of combinations into the system's recognition bank until they hit the right combo. You know, like they do to bust the ATMs. Frank looked at the gutted panel and then back at the man. "I'm surprised a place like this wouldn't have a more sophisticated system." "It is a sophisticated system." The rep sounded defensive. "A lot of crooks using computers these days." "Yeah, but the thing is, this baby has a 15-digit base, not a 10, and a 43-second delay. You don't hit it, the gate comes crashing down." Frank rubbed his nose. He would have to go home and shower. The stench of death, warmed over several days in a hot room, left its indelible mark on your clothes, hair, and skin. And sinuses. "So?" Frank asked. "So? The portable models you'd most likely have to use on a job like this can't crunch enough combos through in 30 seconds or so. Shit, based on a 15-digit configuration, you're looking at over 1.3 trillion in possibilities. It's not like the guy's going to be lugging around a PC." The OIC piped in. "Why 30 seconds?" Frank answered. "They needed some time to get the plate off, Sam." He turned back to the security man. "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying that if he knocked this system over with a numbers cruncher, then he had already eliminated some of the possible digits from the process. Maybe half, maybe more. I mean, maybe you got a system that'll do it all right, or they might have rigged something up that could pop this cage. But you're not talking cheap hardware, and you're not talking some bozos off the street that walked into a Radio Shack and came out with a calculator. I mean, they're making computers faster and smaller every day, but you gotta realize that the speed of your hardware doesn't solve the problem. You gotta factor in how fast the security system's computer will respond back to all the combos flowing in. It's probably gonna be a lot slower than your equipment. And then you got a big problem. Bottom line, if I were these guys, I'd want a nice comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? In their line of work, you don't get second chances." Frank looked at the man's uniform and then back at the panel. If the guy was right, he knew what that meant. His line of thinking had already moved in that direction by virtue of the fact that the front door had not been forced or even nominally tampered with. The security company rep continued, "I mean, we could eliminate the possibility entirely. We have systems that refuse to react to massive combos being forced down their throat. Computers would be jack shit useless. Problem is, those systems are so sensitive to interference, they were also routinely slamming down on owners who couldn't seem to remember their numbers on the first or second try. Hell, we were getting hit with so many false alarms the police departments were starting to fine us. Go fucking figure." Frank thanked him and then moved through the rest of the house. Whoever had committed these crimes knew what they were doing. This was not going to be a quick one. Good pre-crime planning usually meant equally good post-planning. but they probably hadn't counted on blowing away the lady of the house. Frank suddenly leaned against a doorway and pondered the word used by his friend the medical examiner. Wounds. Chapter 8. Jack was early. His watch showed 1:35. He had taken the day off, spending much of it deciding what to wear, something he had never concerned himself with before, but which now seemed vitally important. He pulled at his gray tweed jacket, fingered a button on his white cotton shirt, and adjusted the knot in his tie for the 10th time. He walked down to the dock and watched the deckhands clean the Cherry Blossom, a tour ship built to resemble an old Mississippi riverboat. He and Kate had gone on it their first year in D.C. during a rare afternoon off from work. They had tried to hit all the touristy attractions. It had been a warm day like today, but clearer. Gray clouds were now rolling in from the west. Afternoon thunderstorms were almost a given this time of year. He sat on the weathered bench near the dockmaster's small hut and followed the lazy drift of the seagulls across the choppy water. The capital was visible from his vantage point. Lady Liberty, minus the collective filth of over 130 years of residing outdoors thanks to a recent cleaning, stood imperiously on top of the famous dome. People in this town were encased in grime over time, Jack thought to himself. It just came with the territory. Jack's musings turned to Sandy Lord, the firm's most prolific rainmaker and the biggest ego Patton Shaw had ever seen. Sandy was close to being an institution in the legal and political circles of D.C. The other partners dropped his name as though he had just that moment stepped down from Mount Sinai with his own version of the 10 Commandments, which would have commenced with, "Thou shalt make Patton Shaw and Lord partners as much money as possible." Ironically, Sandy Lord was part of the attraction when Ransom Baldwin had mentioned the firm. Lord was one of the best, if not the best, example of a power lawyer the city had to offer, and it had dozens in that league. The possibilities were limitless for Jack. Whether those possibilities included his personal happiness, he was far from certain. He was also not certain what he expected from this lunch. What he was sure about was that he wanted to see Kate Whitney. He wanted that very much. It seemed as though the closer his marriage came, the more he was emotionally retreating. And where more likely a spot to retreat than to the woman he had asked to marry him over 4 years ago? He shuddered as that memory engulfed him. He was terrified of marrying Jennifer Baldwin, terrified that his life would soon become unrecognizable to him. Something made him turn. He wasn't sure what exactly. But she was standing there, at the edge of the pier, watching him. The wind whipped her long skirt around her legs. The sun battled the darkening clouds, but still provided enough light to sparkle across her face as she moved the long strands of hair from her eyes. The calves and ankles were summer brown. The loose blouse bared her shoulders, showing off the freckles and the tiny half-moon birthmark Jack had the habit of tracing after they had finished making love. She asleep, and he watching her. He smiled as she walked toward him. She must have gone home to change. This was clearly not her courtroom armor. These clothes represented a far more feminine side to Kate Whitney than any of her legal opponents would ever witness. They walked down the street to the small deli, ordered and spent the first few minutes alternately staring out the window, watching the approaching rain as it whipped the trees around, and exchanging awkward glances, as if on a first date and afraid to make steady eye contact. "I appreciate your making the time, Kate." She shrugged. "I like it here. Haven't been for a while. It's nice to get out for a change. I usually eat at my desk." "Crackers and coffee?" He smiled and stared at her teeth. The funny one that curved inwardly slightly, like it was giving a quick hug to its neighbor. He liked that tooth the best. It was the only flaw he had ever noticed about her. "Crackers and coffee." She smiled back. "Down to 2 cigarettes a day." "Congratulations." The rain came at the same time their orders did. She looked up from her plate, her eyes swept over to the window and then abruptly to Jack's face. She caught him staring at her. Jack smiled awkwardly and took a quick gulp of his drink. She put her napkin on the table. The mall's a big place to accidentally run into someone. He didn't look at her. I've been having a run of good luck lately. Now he met her eye. She waited. His shoulders finally collapsed. Okay, so it was less of an accident and more premeditated. You can't argue with the results. What are the results? Lunch? I'm not looking ahead. I'm just taking it one step at a time. New life resolution. Change is good. She said with more than a little contempt, well, at least you're not defending rapists and murderers anymore. And burglars? He shot back, and then instantly regretted it. Kate's face turned gray. I'm sorry, Kate. I didn't mean that. She pulled out a cigarette and matches, lit up and blew smoke in his face. He waved the cloud away. You're first or second of the day? Third. For some reason, you always make me feel daring. She stared at the window, crossed her legs. Her foot touched his knee, and she quickly jerked it back. She stabbed out her cigarette and stood up, grabbing her purse. I have to get back to work. How much do I owe you? He stared at her. I invited you to lunch, which you haven't even eaten. She pulled out a 10 and tossed it down on the table and headed for the door. Jack threw another 10 down and raced after her. Kate! He caught up to her just outside the deli. The rain had stiffened, and despite holding his jacket over their heads, they were quickly soaked. She didn't seem to notice. She climbed in her car. He jumped in the passenger side. She looked at him. I really have to get back. Jack took a deep breath, wiped the moisture off his face. The heavy rain drummed on the car's exterior. He felt it all slipping away. He was far from sure how to handle this situation. But he had to say something. Come on, Kate. We're dripping wet. It's almost 3 o'clock. Let's go get cleaned up and hit a movie. No, we can drive out to the country. Remember the Windsor Inn? She looked at him, absolute astonishment on her features. Jack, by any chance, have you discussed this with the woman you're engaged to marry? Jack looked down. What was he supposed to say? That he was not in love with Jennifer Baldwin, despite having asked her to marry him? Right at that moment, he could not even recall asking her. I'd just like to spend some time with you, Kate. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that. There is everything wrong with that, Jack. Everything. She started to put the key in the ignition, but he held her hand back. I'm not looking to make this a battle. Jack, you've made your decision. It's a little late for this now. His face curled into disbelief. Excuse me? My decision? I made a decision to marry you over 4 years ago. That was my decision. It was your decision to end it. She pushed wet hair out of her eyes. Okay, it was my decision. Now what? He turned to face her, gripped both her shoulders. Look, it suddenly occurred to me last night. Oh, what the hell? It's been every night since you left. I knew it was a mistake, goddammit. I'm not at PD anymore. You're right, I don't defend criminals anymore. I make a good, respectable living. As he looked at her astonished face, his entire mind went blank. His hands were shaking. He let go of her, slumped back in the seat. He stripped off his drenched tie, stuffed it in his pocket, and stared at the little clock on the dashboard. She checked out the motionless speedometer, then glanced at him. There was kindness in her tone, although the pain was evident in her eyes. Jack, lunch was very nice. It was good to see you. But that's as far as we can go. I'm sorry. She bit her lip, a movement he didn't see because he was getting out of the car. He poked his head back in. Have a good life, Kate. You ever need anything, call me. She watched his thick shoulders as he walked through the steady rain, got in his car, and drove off. She sat for several minutes. A tear traced its way down her cheek. She angrily flicked it away, put the car in gear, and drove off in the opposite direction. The next morning, Jack picked up the phone and then slowly put it back down. What was the point, really? He had been in the office since 6, wiped out his backlog of high-priority work, and moved on to projects that had been on the back burner for weeks. He looked out the window. The sun ricocheted off the concrete and brick edifices. He rubbed the glare out of his eyes and pulled the blinds down. Kate was not going to suddenly plunge back into his life, and he had to adjust to that. He had spent the night turning every possible scenario over in his head, most wildly unrealistic. He shrugged. Things like this happened to men and women every day in every country in the world. Things sometimes did not work out, even if you wanted them to more than anything else. You couldn't will someone to love you back. You had to move on. He had plenty to move on to. Maybe it was time for him to enjoy the future he knew he did have. He sat down at his desk and methodically moved through 2 more projects, a joint venture for which he was doing low-level, no-brain grunt work, and a project for the only client he had other than Baldwin, Tar Crimson. Crimson owned a small audiovisual company, was a genius with computer-generated graphics and images, and made a very good living running AV conferences for companies at area hotels. He also rode a motorcycle, dressed in cut-off jeans, smoked everything including an occasional cigarette, and looked like the biggest burnt-out druggie in the world. Jack and he had met when a friend of Jack's had prosecuted Tar for drunken disorderly, and lost. Tar had come in dressed in a 3-piece suit, briefcase, and neatly trimmed hair and beard, and argued persuasively that the officer's testimony was biased because the bust was outside a Grateful Dead concert, that the field test was inadmissible because the cop had not given the proper verbal warnings, and lastly because an improperly functioning piece of equipment had been used to administer the test. The judge, burdened with over 100 D&Ds from the concert, had dismissed the case after admonishing the officer to adhere strictly to the rules in the future. Jack had watched the entire affair in amazement. Impressed, Jack walked out of the courtroom with Tar, had a beer with him that night, and they quickly became friends. Except for occasional, relatively innocuous brushes with the law, Crimson was a good, if unwelcome, client to the halls of Patton Shaw. It had been part of Jack's deal that Tar, who had fired his last attorney, would be allowed to follow Jack to Patton Shaw, as if the firm would have actually said no to their new $4 million man. He put down his pen and moved once again to the window as his thoughts drifted back to Kate Whitney. An idea lumbered across the forefront of his mind. When Kate had left him originally, Jack had gone to see Luther. The old man had had no words of wisdom, no instant solution to Jack's dilemma. Indeed, Luther Whitney was the unlikeliest person in the world to have the answer that would reach to his daughter's heart. And yet Jack had always been able to talk to Luther. About anything. The man listened. He really listened. He didn't merely wait for you to pause with your own story so he could plunge in with his own troubles. Jack wasn't sure what he was going to say to the man. But whatever it was, he was certain Luther would listen. And that was probably going to have to be good enough. 1 hour later, Jack's computerized calendar buzzed a warning. Jack checked the time and threw on his jacket. Jack moved quickly down the hallway. Lunch with Sandy Lord in 20 minutes. Jack was uncomfortable about being with the man alone. Legions had been spoken about Sandy Lord, mostly true, Jack assumed. He wanted lunch with Jack Graham, Jack's secretary had told him this morning. And what Sandy Lord wanted, he got. Jack's secretary also reminded him of that in a hushed whisper that made Jack slightly repulsed. 20 minutes. But first Jack had to check with Alvis on the Bishop documents. Jack smiled as he remembered Barry's face when the drafts had been placed carefully on his desk, 30 minutes before the deadline. Alvis had scanned them, the astonishment clear on his features. This looks pretty good. I realize I gave you a tough deadline. I don't usually like to do that. His eyes were averted. I really appreciate the hustle, Jack. I'm sorry if I screwed up your plans. No sweat, Barry. That's what they pay me for. Jack had turned to leave. Barry had risen from his desk. Jack, we really haven't had a chance to talk since you've been here. Place is so damn big. Let's have lunch one day, soon. Sounds great, Barry. Have your secretary give mine some dates. At that moment, Jack realized that Barry Alvis wasn't such a bad guy. He had dinged Jack, but so what? Compared to how the senior partners ran their underlings, Jack had gotten off easy. Besides, Barry was a first-rate corporate attorney, and Jack could learn a lot from him. Jack passed Barry's secretary's desk, but Sheila was not there. Then Jack noticed the boxes stacked against the wall. Barry's door was closed. Jack knocked, but there was no answer. He looked around and then opened the door. His eyes closed and reopened as he looked at the empty bookcases, at the rectangular patches of unfaded wallpaper where a slew of diplomas and certificates had hung. What the hell? He closed the door, turned, and bumped into Sheila. Normally professional and precise in her manner, without a hair out of place and glasses set firmly on the bridge of her nose, Sheila was a wreck. She had been Barry's secretary for 10 years. She stared at Jack. Fire flashed through her pale blue eyes, and then was gone. She turned around, walked quickly back to her cubicle, and started packing up boxes. Jack stared blankly at her. Sheila, what's going on? Where's Barry? She did not respond. Her hands moved faster until she was literally throwing things into the box. Jack moved over next to her, looked down at the petite frame. Sheila? What the hell's going on? Sheila! He grabbed her hand. She slapped him, which shocked her so badly she abruptly sat down. Her head slowly went down to her desk and stayed there. She began to quietly sob. Jack looked around again. Was Barry dead? Had there been a terrible accident and no one had bothered to tell him? Was the firm that big? That callous? Would he read about it in a firm memo? He looked at his hands. They were trembling. He perched on the edge of the desk, gently touched Sheila's shoulder, trying to bring her out of it, but without success. Jack looked around helplessly as the sobs continued, rising higher and higher in their intensity. Finally, 2 secretaries from around the corner appeared and quietly led Sheila away. Each of them gave Jack a not very friendly glance. What the hell had he done? He looked at his watch. He had to meet Lord in 10 minutes. Suddenly, he was very much looking forward to this lunch. Lord knew everything that happened at the firm, usually before it actually did happen. Then a thought tickled the back of his head. A truly horrible thought. His mind went back to the White House dinner and his irate fiancée. He had mentioned Barry Alvis by name to her. But she wouldn't have. Jack practically sprinted down the hallway, the back of his jacket flapping behind him. Fillmore's was a Washington landmark of fairly recent vintage. The doors were solid mahogany and bedecked with thick, weighty brass. The carpets and drapes were hand-woven and supremely costly. Each table area was a self-contained haven of intense mealtime productivity. Phone, fax, and copier services were readily available and widely used. The ornately carved tables were surrounded by richly upholstered chairs in which sat the truly elite of Washington's business and political circles. The prices ensured that the clientele would remain that way. While crowded, the pace of the restaurant was unhurried. Its occupants unused to being dictated to, they moved at their own level of intensity. Sometimes their very presence at a particular table, a raised eyebrow, a stifled cough, a knowing look, was a full day's work for them, and would reap huge rewards for them personally or for those whom they represented. Money and raw power floated through the room in distinct patterns, coupling and uncoupling. Waiters in stiff shirts and neat bow ties appeared and then disappeared at discreetly placed intervals. Patrons were coddled and served and listened to or left alone as the particular occasion called for, and the gratuities reflected the clientele's appreciation. Fillmore's was Sandy Lord's favorite lunch spot. He peered over his menu briefly, but methodically surveyed with his intense gray eyes the broad expanse of the dining room for potential business, or perhaps something else. He moved his heavy bulk gracefully in his chair and carefully coaxed a few gray hairs back into place. The trouble was, familiar faces kept disappearing as time moved forward, stolen away by death or retirement to points south. He removed a fleck of dust from one of his monogrammed shirt cuffs and sighed. Lord had picked this establishment, maybe this town, clean. He punched on his cellular phone and checked his messages. Walter Sullivan hadn't called. If Sullivan's deal came through, Lord could land a former Eastern Bloc country as a client. A whole goddamned country. How much could you charge a country for legal work? Normally a lot. The problem was the ex-communists had no money, unless you counted rubles and coupons and kopecks and whatever else they were using these days, all of which might as well be used for toilet paper. That reality did not trouble Lord. What the ex-commies had in abundance was raw materials that Sullivan was salivating to acquire. That was the reason Lord had spent 3 godforsaken months there. But it would be worth it if Sullivan came through. Lord had learned to have his doubts about everyone. But if anyone could pull this deal off, Walter Sullivan could. Everything he had touched seemed to multiply to global proportions, and the droppings that went to his cohorts were truly awe-inspiring. And at almost 80, the old man hadn't slowed a step. He worked 15-hour days, was married to a 20-something babe right out of a drive-in movie. He was right this minute in Barbados, where he had flown the 3 highest-ranking politicos for a little business and entertainment Western style. Sullivan would call, and Sandy's short but select client list would grow by 1. But what a one it would be. Lord took note of the young woman in the painfully short skirt and tiptoe heels strolling across the dining room. She smiled at him. He returned the look with slightly elevated eyebrows, a favorite signal of his because of its ambiguity. She was a congressional liaison for one of the big 16th Street associations, not that he cared about her occupation. She was excellent in bed, that he did care about. The view brought back a number of pleasant memories. He would have to call her soon. He jotted a note to that effect in his electronic notebook. Then he turned his attention, as did most of the ladies in the room, to the tall, angular figure of Jack Graham striding across the room, heading straight for him. Lord rose and extended his hand. Jack didn't take it. What the hell happened to Barry Alvis? Lord introduced one of his blank stares to the confrontation and sat back down. A waiter appeared and then was dismissed by a short wave of Lord's hand. Lord eyed Jack, who remained standing. You don't give a person a chance to catch their breath, do you? Straight out the mouth and into the fire. Sometimes that strategy is smart. Sometimes it isn't. I'm not kidding, Sandy. I want to know what is going on. Barry's office is empty. His secretary is looking at me like I personally ordered a hit on him. I want some answers." Jack's voice was rising, and with it, the stares increased. "Whatever you have on your mind, I am sure we can discuss it with a little more dignity than you're mustering right now. Why don't you have a seat and start acting like a partner at the best damned law firm in this city?" Their eyes stayed locked for a full 5 seconds until Jack slowly sat down. "Drink?" "Beer." The waiter reappeared and went away with an order for beer and Sandy's potent gin and tonic. Sandy lit a Raleigh and casually looked out the window, then back at Jack. "You know about Barry, then?" "All I know is he's gone. Why he's gone is what I want you to tell me." "Not much to tell. He was let go effective today." "Why?" "What's it to you? Barry and I were working together." "But you weren't friends." "We didn't have a chance to be friends yet." "Why on God's earth would you want to be friends with Barry Alvis? Man was permanent associate material if ever I saw one, and I've seen plenty." "He was a hell of a lawyer." "No, technically he was a highly competent attorney, proficient in the area of corporate transactional matters and tax, with a subspecialty in healthcare acquisitions. He's never generated a dime in business and never would. Thus he was not a hell of a lawyer." "God damn it, you know what I mean. He was a very valuable asset to the firm. You need somebody to do the friggin' work. We have roughly 200 attorneys who are very well suited to do the friggin' work. On the other hand, we have only a dozen or so partners who bring in any material clients. That is not the proportion one should strive for. Plenty of soldiers, not enough chiefs. You see Barry Alvis as an asset. We saw him as a high-priced liability without the talent to leverage himself. He billed enough to keep himself very highly compensated. That is not how we, the partners, make the most money. Thus a decision was made to sever our relationship." "And you're telling me you didn't get a little nudge from Baldwin?" Lord's face contained genuine surprise. A lawyer with over 35 years' experience blowing smoke in people's faces, he was a consummate liar. What the hell do the Baldwins care about Barry Alvis? Jack scrutinized the corpulent face for a full minute and then let his breath out slowly. He looked around the restaurant, suddenly feeling silly and embarrassed. All this for nothing? But if Lord was lying... He glanced again at the man, but the face was impassive. But why would he lie? Jack could think of several reasons, but none of them made too much sense. Could he have been wrong? Had he just made a complete ass out of himself in front of the firm's most powerful partner? Lord's voice was softer now, almost consoling. Barry Alvis was let go as part of an ongoing effort to clear out the dead wood near the top. We want more attorneys who can do the work and produce the rain. Hell, like you. Simple as that. Barry wasn't the first, and he won't be the last. We've been working on this for a long time, Jack. Long before you ever came to the firm. Lord paused and looked keenly at Jack. Is there something you're not telling me? We're going to be partners soon. You can't keep things from your partners. Lord chuckled inwardly. The list of secret deals he had had with clients was a long one. Jack was close to biting, but decided not to. I'm not a partner yet, Sandy. Pure formality. Things don't happen till they happen. Lord shifted uncomfortably in his chair, waved his cigarette smoke like a wand. So maybe the rumors that Jack was contemplating jumping ship were true. Those rumors were the reason Lord was sitting here with the young lawyer. They looked at each other. A smile tugged at Jack's mouth. Jack's $4 million in legal business was an irresistible carrot. particularly because it meant another 400 grand to Sandy Lord. Not that he needed it, but not that he would turn it down either. He had the reputation of being a big spender. And lawyers didn't retire. They worked until they dropped. The best made a lot of money, but compared to CEOs, rock stars, and actors, they were strictly minor league compensation-wise. I thought you liked our shop. I do. So? So what? Sandy's eye roamed the dining room again. He spotted another female acquaintance encased in a sleek and costly business suit, under which Sandy had good reason to believe she wore absolutely nothing. He swallowed the rest of his gin and tonic, looked at Jack. Lord grew more and more irritated. The stupid green son of a bitch. You ever been to this place before? Jack shook his head, surveyed the thick menu, searching for a burger and fries and not finding it. Then the menu was yanked out of his hand and Lord leaned into him, his breath heavy and saggy in Jack's face. Well, why don't you take a look around, then? Lord lifted a finger for the waiter and ordered a Dewar's and water, which appeared a minute later. Jack leaned back in his chair, but Lord inched closer, almost straddling the ornately carved table. I've been in restaurants before, Sandy, believe it or not. Not this one, though, right? You see that little lady over there? Lord's surprisingly slender fingers sliced through the air. Jack's gaze fell on the congressional liaison. I've fucked that woman 5 times in the past 6 months. Lord could not help but smile as Jack appraised the subject and came away duly impressed. Now ask yourself why a creature like that would condescend to sleep with a big old bag of fat like me. Maybe she feels sorry for you. Jack smiled. Lord did not. If you actually believe that, then you possess a naivete that borders on incompetence. Do you really believe women in this town are any more pure than the men? Why should they be? Just because they have tits and a skirt doesn't mean they won't take what they want and use any means at their disposal to do so. You see, son, it's because I can give her what she wants, and I don't mean between the sheets. She knows that, I know that. I can open doors in this town only a handful of men can, and the quid pro quo for that is she lets me fuck her. It's a straight commercial transaction entered into by intelligent, highly sophisticated parties. How about that? How about it? Lord sat back in his chair, lit a fresh cigarette, and blew precise rings to the ceiling. He picked at his lip and chuckled to himself. Something funny, Sandy? I was just now thinking how you probably got a kick out of people like me when you were in law school. Thinking how you were never going to be like me. Gonna go defend illegal aliens wanting political asylum or do death row appeals for poor sons of bitches who've butchered a few too many people and blamed it on getting spanked by their mama when they were bad. Now come on, tell the truth. You did that, didn't you? Jack loosened his tie, took a sip of beer. He had seen Lord in action before. He smelled the setup. You're one of the best lawyers around, Sandy. Everybody says so. Shit, I haven't practiced law in years. Whatever works for you. What works for you, Jack? Jack felt a slight but perceptible clinch in his gut as he heard his name pass through Lord's lips. It suggested a coming intimacy that had startled him, despite Jack's knowledge of its inevitability. Partner? Jack took a breath and shrugged. Who knows what they want to be when they grow up? But see, you are grown up, Jack, and it's time to pay the man at the door. So what's it gonna be? I'm not following this. Lord leaned in again, hands clenched, like a heavyweight pressing the exchange, looking for the tiniest opening. Indeed, for a moment, an attack seemed imminent. Jack tensed. "You think I'm an asshole, don't you?" Jack picked up his menu again. "Recommend anything?" "Come on, kid. You think I'm a greedy, egocentric, power-happy asshole who doesn't give a shit about anything or anybody that can't do something for me. Ain't that right, Jack?" Lord's voice was rising, his thick body half out of his chair. He pushed Jack's menu back down to the table. Jack nervously scanned the room, but no one seemed to be paying attention, which meant every word of the exchange was being carefully absorbed and dissected. Lord's red eyes focused directly on Jack's, pulling them to him. "I am, you know. That's exactly what I am, Jack." Lord settled back in his chair, triumphant. He grinned. Jack felt inclined to smile in spite of the repulsiveness. Jack relaxed a notch. Almost as if sensing that slight release, Lord slid his chair over next to Jack's, crowding him. For a moment, Jack seriously contemplated decking the older man. Enough was enough. "That's right. I'm all those things, Jack. All those things and more. Much more. But you know what, Jack? That's who I am. I don't try to disguise it or explain it. Every son of a bitch that has ever met me has come away knowing exactly who and what I was. I believe in what I do. There's no bullshit there." Lord took a deep breath and then slowly let it out. Jack shook his head, trying to clear it. "What about you, Jack?" "What about me?" "Who are you, Jack? What do you believe in, if anything?" "I've got 12 years at Catholic school. I've got to believe in something." Lord shook his head wearily. "You're disappointing me. I heard you were a bright kid. Either my reports are wrong or you've got that shit-eating grin on your face because you're afraid of what you might say." Jack grasped Lord's wrist in a vice-like grip. "What the fuck do you want from me?" Lord smiled and gently tapped Jack's hand until the grip was released. "You like these kinds of places? With Baldwin as a client, you'll be eating in places like this until your arteries are hard as drill bits. In about 40 years, you'll keel over in some sand trap in the Caribbean and leave behind some young and suddenly rich third time around honey. But you'll die happy, believe me. One place is the same as another to me." Lord's hand came down hard on the table. This time several heads did turn. The maitre d' glanced in their direction, trying to conceal his apprehension behind his thick mustache and quiet air of competence. "That's my whole goddamn point, son. That goddamned ambivalence of yours." His voice lowered, but he continued to lean into Jack, crowding him. "One place is definitely not the same as another. You have the key to this place, you know. Your key is Baldwin and that nice-looking daughter of his. Now the question becomes, will you or won't you open that door? Which query, interestingly enough, leads us right back to my original question. What do you believe in, Jack? Because if you do not believe in this," Lord spread his arms wide, "if you do not want to become the Sandy Lord of the next generation, if you wake up at night and laugh at or curse my little idiosyncrasies, my assholeness, if you will, if you really and truly believe you are above that, if you really hate wailing away at Ms. Baldwin, and if you don't see one single item on that menu that you care for, then why don't you tell me to fuck off? And get up and walk out that door there, your head high, your conscience clear, and your beliefs intact. Because frankly, this game is far too important and intensely played for the uncommitted." Lord slumped back in his chair, his mass extrapolating outward until it fully engulfed the space. Outside the restaurant, a truly beautiful fall day was unfolding. Neither rain nor excessive humidity marred the blue sky's perfectness. The gentle breeze rustled discarded newspapers. The torrid pace of the city seemed to have momentarily slowed a notch. Down the street at Lafayette Park, sun-seekers lay in the grass, hoping for a few more moments of tan before the really cold weather set in. Bike messengers on break prowled the area looking for unconcealed legs and blouses open just a peek. Inside the restaurant, Jack Graham and Sandy Lord were staring at each other. "You don't pull any punches, do you?" "I don't have time for that, Jack. Not for the last 20 years. If I didn't believe you could handle the direct approach, I would have just bullshit you and let it go." "What do you want me to say?" "All I want to know is whether you're in or out. The truth is, with Baldwin, you could go to any other shop in town. You chose us, I'm presuming, because you like what you saw." "Baldwin recommended you." "He's a smart man. Lots of people would follow his lead. You've been with us 1 year. If you choose to stay, you'll be made a partner. Frankly, the 12-month wait was purely a formality to see if we were a good fit. After that, you will never have any financial concerns, not counting your future wife's considerable moneys. Your main occupation will be to keep Baldwin happy and to expand that piece of business and to bring in anybody else you can. Because let's face it, Jack, the only security any lawyer has are the clients he controls. They will never tell you that in law school, and it's the most important lesson you have to learn. Never, never lose sight of that fact. Even doing the work should take a back seat to that. There'll always be bodies to do the work. You will be given carte blanche to chase more business. You will have no one supervising you, except Baldwin. You will not have to monitor the legal work being done for Baldwin. We have others who will do that for you. All in all, not such a terrible life." Jack looked down at his hands. Jennifer's face appeared there. So perfect. He felt guilty for having assumed she had had Barry Alvis fired. Then he thought of the numbing hours as a PD. His thoughts finally turned to Kate, and then quickly stopped. What was there? The answer was nothing. He looked up. Stupid question. Do I get to keep practicing law? If that's what you want. Lord eyed him closely. So do I take that as a yes? Jack glanced down at the menu. The crab cakes look good. Sandy exhaled smoke to the ceiling and smiled broadly. I love 'em, Jack. I goddamn love 'em. 2 hours later, Sandy stood in the corner of his massive office suite, staring out onto the busy street below, while a conference call plodded forward on the speakerphone. Dan Kirkson walked in the door, his stiff bow tie and crisp shirt concealing a slender jogger's body. Kirkson was the firm's managing partner. He had unwavering control over everyone in the place except Sandy Lord. And now, perhaps, Jack Graham. Lord glanced at him with uninterested eyes. Kirkson sat down and waited patiently until the conference call participants said their goodbyes. Lord clicked the phone off and sat down in his chair. Leaning back, he eyed the ceiling and lit up. Kirkson, a health fanatic, inched back from the desk. You want something? Lord's eyes had finally come to rest on Kirkson's lean, hairless face. The man consistently controlled a shade under 600,000 in business, which guaranteed him a long, secure home at PSNL. But those numbers were chicken shit to Lord, and he did nothing to hide his dislike of the firm's managing partner. We were wondering how the lunch went. You can handle the softballs. I don't have time to play fucking softball. We had heard unsettling rumors, and then with Alvis having to be terminated when Ms. Baldwin called. Lord waved a hand through the air. That's taken care of. He loves us. He's staying. And I wasted 2 hours. The amount of money at stake, Sandy. We all felt it would be better. It would convey the strongest possible impression if you... Yeah, I understand the numbers, Kirkson, better than you. I understand the numbers, okay? Now, Jackie Boy is staying put. With luck, he might double his fishing line in 10 years, and we can all retire early. Lord looked over at Kirkson, who seemed to grow smaller and smaller under the big man's gaze. He's got balls, you know. More balls than any of my other partners. Kirkson winced. In fact, I kinda like the kid. Lord stood up and moved over to the window, where he watched a procession of preschoolers attached together with rope cross the street 10 stories below. Then I can report a positive to the committee? You can report any goddamn thing you like. Just remember one thing. Don't you boys ever bother me with one of these things again, unless it's really, really important. You understand me? Lord glanced once more at Kirkson, and then his eyes returned to the window. Sullivan still had not called. That was not good. He could see his country slipping away, like the little bodies disappearing around the corner. Gone. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah. Chapter 9. Walter Sullivan stared at the face, or what was left of it. The exposed foot showed the official morgue toe tag. While his entourage waited outside, he quietly sat alone with her. The identification had already been formally made. The police had gone off to update their records, the reporters to file their stories. But Walter Sullivan, one of the most powerful men of his era, who had made money from nearly everything he had touched since he was 14, now suddenly found himself bereft of energy, of any will whatsoever. The press had had a field day with him and Christie after his marriage of 47 years had ended in the death of his first wife. But at almost 80 years old, he had just wanted something young and alive. After so much death, he had wanted something that would most certainly outlive him. With close friends and loved ones dying around him, he had passed his tolerance level as a mourner. Growing old was not easy, even for the very rich. But Christie Sullivan had not survived him, and he was going to do something about that. It was fortunate that he was largely ignorant of what lay ahead for the remains of his late wife. It was a necessary process that was not in the least designed to comfort the victim's family. As soon as Walter Sullivan left the room, a technician would enter and wheel the late Mrs. Sullivan into the autopsy room. There she would be weighed and have her height confirmed. She would be photographed, first fully clothed and then in the nude, then X-rayed and fingerprinted. A complete external exam would be conducted, with the intent of noting and obtaining as much usable evidence and as many clues as possible from the body. Fluids would be taken and sent to toxicology for drug and alcohol screens and other testing. A Y incision would split her body shoulder to shoulder, chest to genitals. A horrific chasm for even the veteran observer. Every organ would be analyzed and weighed, her genitalia checked for signs of sexual intercourse or damage. Every trace of semen, blood, or foreign hair would be sent for DNA typing. Her head would be examined, wound patterns traced. Then a saw would make an intermastoid incision over the top of the skull, cutting through the scalp and down to the bone. Next, the front quadrant of the skull would be cut away and the brain removed through the frontal craniotomy and examined. the one slug would be extracted, marked for chain of custody purposes, and held for ballistics. Once that process was completed, Walter Sullivan would be given back his wife. Toxicology would verify the contents of her stomach and traces of foreign substances in her blood and urine. The autopsy protocol would be prepared, listing the cause and mechanism of death and all relevant findings, and the official opinion of the medical examiner. The autopsy protocol, together with all photographs, x-rays, fingerprints, toxicology reports, and any other information constituting the entire case file, would be deposited with the detective in charge. Walter Sullivan finally rose, covered the remains of his deceased wife, and left. From behind yet another one-way mirror, the detective's eyes followed the bereaved husband as he left the room. Then Seth Frank put on his hat and quietly exited. Conference room number 1, the largest in the firm, held a prominent center position right behind the reception area. Now, behind the thick sliding doors, a meeting of the entire partnership had just convened. Between Sandy Lord and another senior partner sat Jack Graham. His partnership not yet official, but protocol was not important today, and Lord had insisted. Coffee was poured by the housekeeping staff, danishes and muffins were distributed around, and then the help retreated, closing the doors behind them. All heads turned to Dan Kirkson. He sipped his juice, tapped his mouth affectedly with his napkin, and rose. As I'm sure you've heard by now, a terrible tragedy has befallen one of our most— Kirkson glanced quickly at Lord. Or should I say, our most significant client. Jack looked around the 60-foot marble-top table. Most heads remained trained on Kirkson. A few others were filled in on the events by whispers from their neighbor. Jack had seen the headlines. He had never worked on any of Sullivan's matters, but he knew they were extensive enough to occupy 40 attorneys at the firm on almost a full-time basis. He was, by far, Patton Shaw's biggest client. Kirkson continued. The police are investigating the matter thoroughly. As yet, there have been no developments in the case. Kirkson paused, glanced again at Lord, and then continued. As one can imagine, this is a very distressing time for Walter. To make matters as easy as possible for him during this time, we are asking all attorneys to pay particular attention to any Sullivan-related matters, and hopefully to nip any potential problem in the bud before it escalates. Further, while we do not believe that this is anything other than a routine burglary with a very unfortunate result, and is in no way connected to any of Walter's business affairs, we are asking each of you to be alert for any unusual signs in any of the dealings in which you are engaged on Walter's behalf. Any suspicious activity is to be reported immediately to either myself or Sandy. A number of heads turned toward Lord, who was looking at the ceiling in his customary fashion. 3 cigarette butts lay in the ashtray in front of him, the remains of a Bloody Mary beside it. Ron Day, from the International Law section, spoke up. His neatly trimmed hair framed an owlish face partially obscured by slender oval spectacles. This isn't a terrorist thing, is it? I've been putting together a string of Middle Eastern joint ventures for Sullivan's Kuwaiti subsidiary, and those people operate under their own rules, I can tell you that. Should I be worried for my personal safety? I'm on a flight this evening for Riyadh. Lord swiveled his head around until his eyes fell on Day. Sometimes it surprised him how myopic, if not downright idiotic, many of his partners were. Day was a service partner whose main, and in Lord's mind only, strength was his ability to speak 7 languages and politely kiss the ass of the Saudis. I wouldn't worry about that, Ron. If this is an international conspiracy, you're not important enough to dick around with. And if they do target you, you'll be dead before you ever see it coming. Day fiddled with his necktie as an uneasy mirth quietly circled the table. "Thank you for the clarification, Sandy." "You're welcome, Ron." Kirkson cleared his throat. "Rest assured that everything that can be done to solve this heinous crime is being done. There's even talk that the President himself will authorize a special investigative task force to look into the matter. As you know, Walter Sullivan has served in various capacities in several administrations and is one of the President's closest friends. I think we can assume that the criminals will be in custody shortly." Kirkson sat down. Lord looked around the table, elevated his eyebrows, and crushed out his last cigarette. The table cleared. Seth Frank swiveled around in his chair. His office was a 6x6 pen, the sheriff warranting the only spacious area in the small headquarters building. The medical examiner's report was on his desk. It was only 7:30 in the morning, but Frank had already read every word of the report 3 times. He had attended the autopsy. It was just something detectives had to do for a lot of reasons. Although he had been present at literally hundreds of them, he had never grown comfortable with seeing the dead tinkered with like the animal remains every college biology student had sunk their digits into. And although he no longer became ill at the sight, it usually took him 2 or 3 hours of driving around aimlessly before he could attempt to settle back down to work. The report was thick and neatly typed. Christy Sullivan had been dead at least 72 hours, probably longer. The swelling and blistering of the body, and the bacteria and gaseous onset in her organs substantiated that time range with pretty good accuracy. However, the room had been very warm, which had accelerated the post-mortem putrefaction of the body. That fact, in turn, made ascertaining the actual time of death increasingly difficult. But not less than 3 days. The medical examiner had been firm on that. Frank also had ancillary information that led him to believe that Christine Sullivan had met her death on Monday night, which would put them smack in the 3 to 4 day range. Frank felt himself frowning. A minimum of 3 days meant he was facing a very cold trail. Someone who knew what they were doing could disappear from the face of the earth in 3 or 4 days. Added to that was the fact that Christine Sullivan had been dead a while now, and his investigation was really no further along than when he started. He could not remember a case where the trail was so non-existent. As far as they could ascertain, there were no witnesses to the incidents at the Sullivan estate, other than the decedent and whoever had murdered her. Notices had been placed in the papers, at banks and shopping centers. No one had come forward. They had talked to every homeowner within a 3-mile radius. They had all expressed shock, outrage, and fear. Frank had seen the latter in the twitch of an eyebrow, hunched shoulders, and the nervous rubbing of hands. Security would be even tighter than ever in the little county. All those emotions, however, yielded no usable information. The staffs of each of the neighbors had also been thoroughly questioned. There was nothing there. Telephone interviews had been conducted of Sullivan's household staff, who had accompanied him to Barbados, with nothing earth-shattering to report back. Besides, they all had ironclad alibis. Not that that was insurmountable. Frank filed that away in the back of his mind. They also did not have a good snapshot of Christine Sullivan's last day of life. She was murdered in her house, presumably late at night. But if she had indeed been murdered on Monday night, what had she been doing during the day? Frank believed that information had to lend them something to go on. At 9:30 in the morning on that Monday, Christine Sullivan had been seen in downtown Washington at an upscale salon where it would cost Frank 2 weeks' pay to send his wife for a pampering. Whether the woman was gearing up for some late-night fun or this was something the rich did on a regular basis was something Frank would have to find out. Their inquiries had turned up nothing on Sullivan's whereabouts after she had left the salon around noon. She had not returned to her apartment in the city, nor had she taken a taxicab anywhere that they could determine. If the little woman had stayed behind when everyone else went to the sunny south, she had to have a reason, he figured. If she had been with someone that night, that was someone Frank wanted to talk to. And maybe handcuff. Ironically, murder in the commission of a burglary did not constitute capital murder in Virginia, although, interestingly enough, murder during the course of an armed robbery did. If you robbed and killed, you could be sentenced to death. If you burgled and killed, the most you'd be looking at was life, which wasn't that great of a choice given the barbaric conditions of most state prisons. But Christine Sullivan had worn much jewelry. Every report the detective had received indicated she was a great lover of diamonds, emeralds, sapphires. You named it, she wore it. There was no jewelry on the body, although it was easy enough to see the marks on the skin the rings had made. Sullivan had also confirmed that his wife's diamond necklace was missing. The beauty salon owner also remembered seeing that particular piece on Monday. A good prosecutor could make out a case of robbery on those facts. Frank was sure of it. The perps were lying in wait, premeditation the whole way. Why should the good people of Virginia have to pay thousands of dollars a year to feed, clothe, and house a cold-blooded killer? Burglary? Robbery? Who the fuck really cared? The woman was dead, blown away by some sick goon. Legal distinctions like that did not sit well with Frank. Like many law enforcement people, he felt the criminal justice system was weighted far too heavily in favor of the defendant. It often seemed to him that lost in the entire convoluted process with its intricate deals, technical traps, and ultra-smooth defense attorneys was the fact that someone had actually broken the law. That someone had been hurt, raped, or killed. That was just flat-out wrong. Frank had no way to change the system, but he could peck around its edges. He pulled the report closer, fumbling with his reading glasses. He took another sip of the thick black coffee. Cause of death: lateral gunshot wounds to the cephalic region caused by high-velocity, large-caliber firearm or firearms, firing one expanding, soft-nosed bullet causing a perforating wound, and a second slug of unknown composition from an unidentified weapon source causing a penetrating wound, which, in ordinary English, meant her brain had been blown apart by some heavy-duty hardware. The report also stated that the manner of death was homicide, which was the only clear element Frank could see in the entire case. He noted that he had been correct in his conclusion of the distance from which the shots had come. There were no traces of powder in the wound track. The shots had come from over 2 feet away. Frank surmised that the distance was probably closer to 6 feet, but that was only his gut talking. Not that suicide had ever been a consideration. But murders for hire were usually of the barrel-to-flesh variety. That particular method cut down considerably on the margin of error. Frank leaned closer to his desk. Why more than one shot? The woman most certainly was killed with the first round. Was the assailant a sadist, pumping round after round into a dead body? And yet they could account for only 2 entries into the body, hardly the lead barrage of some madman. Then there was the issue of the slugs. A dum-dum and a mystery bullet. He held up a bag with his mark on it. Only 1 round had been recovered from the body. It had entered below the right temple, flattened and expanded on impact, penetrated the skull and brain, causing a shock wave of the soft brain tissue, like rolling up a carpet. He carefully nudged the caged creature, or what was left of it. A gruesome projectile that was designed to flatten upon impact and then proceed to rip apart everything in its path. It had worked as designed on Christine Sullivan. Problem was dum-dums were everywhere now, and the projectile deformity had been immense. Ballistics had been next to useless. The second round had entered a half-inch above the other, traversed the entire brain, and exited the other side, leaving a gaping hole much larger than the entrance wound. The bone and tissue damage had been considerable. This bullet's resting place had given them all a surprise. A half-inch hole in the wall against the bed. Ordinarily, after having cut out the piece of plaster, the lab personnel, using special tools, would have extracted the slug, being careful to preserve the grooving of the bullet, which would enable them to narrow down the make of gun from which it was fired, and hopefully to eventually match it to a particular piece of ordnance. Fingerprints and ballistics identification were as close to certain as you got in this business. Except in this case, while the hole was there was no slug in the hole, and no other slug in the room. When the lab had called him to report that finding, Seth Frank had gone down to see for himself. That was as angry as he had gotten in a long time. Why go to the trouble of digging out a slug when you still had one in the corpse? What would the second slug show that the first wouldn't? There were possibilities. Frank made some notes. The missing bullet could be a different caliber or type, which probably would show there were at least 2 assailants. Strong as his imagination was, Frank could not realistically envision one person wielding a gun in each hand and popping off at the woman. So now he had a probable 2 suspects. That would also explain the different entry, exit, and internal wound patterns. The tumbling dum-dum's entry hole was larger than the other slugs, so the second slug wasn't a hollow or soft nose. It had blown right through her head, leaving a tunnel half the width of a pinky in its wake. Projectile deformity had probably been minimal, which was meaningless since he didn't have the damn slug. He looked over his initial scene notes. He was in the collection of information stage. He hoped he would not be stuck there forever. At least he didn't have to worry about the statute of limitations expiring on this one. He looked at the report one more time, and his frown returned. He picked up his phone and dialed. 10 minutes later, he was sitting across from the medical examiner in the latter's office. The big man pried at his cuticles with an old scalpel and finally glanced up at Frank. Strangulation marks, or at least attempted strangulation. Understand the trachea wasn't crushed, although there was some swelling and hemorrhaging in the tissue, and I found evidence of a slight fracture of the hyoid bone. Got traces of petechia in the conjunctiva of the eyelids, too. Non-ligature. It's all in the protocol. Frank turned that over in his mind. Petechia, or tiny hemorrhages in the conjunctiva, or mucous membrane of the eyes and eyelids, could be caused by strangulation and the resulting pressure on the brain. Frank leaned forward in his chair, looked at the degrees lining the wall, proclaiming the man opposite from him to be a long, dedicated student of forensic pathology. Man or woman? The medical examiner shrugged at the inquiry. Hard to tell. Human skin isn't a stellar surface for prints, as you know. In fact, it's pretty impossible except in a few discrete areas. And after about half a day, if there was anything there, it won't be any more. Hard to imagine, though, a woman trying to strangle another woman with her bare hands, but it's happened. Doesn't take much pressure to crush a trachea, but bare-handed strangling's usually a macho method of inflicting death. In 100 strangling cases, I've never seen one where it was proved that a woman committed it. This was from the front, too, he added. Mano a mano. You'd have to be pretty damn confident of your strength advantage. My educated guess. It was a man, for what a guess is worth. The report also says there were contusions and bruises on the left side of her jaw, loosened teeth, and cuts on the inside of her mouth. Looks like somebody belted her a good one. One of the molars almost penetrated her cheek. Frank glanced at his case file. The second bullet? The damage inflicted leads me to believe it's a large caliber, just like the first. Any guesses on the first? That's all it would be. Maybe .357, 41. Could have been a 9mm, too. Jesus, you saw the slug. Damn thing was flat as a pancake with half of it dispersed through her brain tissue and fluid. No lands, grooves, twists. Even if you find a probable firearm, you're not going to get a match there. If we can find the other one, we might be in business.
Maybe not. Whoever dug it out of that wall probably messed up the markings. Ballistics won't be happy with that.
Yeah, but it might just have some of the deceased's hair, blood, and skin embedded in the nose. That's some trace I'd love to get my hands on. The M.E. rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
That's true. But you've got to find it first.
Which we probably won't. Frank smiled.
You never know.
The two men looked at each other, knowing full well that there was no way in hell they were going to find the other slug. Even if they did, they couldn't place it at the murder scene unless it had trace evidence of the deceased on it, or they could find the gun that had fired it and placed the weapon at the murder scene. A potential double whammy. Find any brass? Frank shook his head.
Then you got no pinprick either, Seth.
The medical examiner was referring to the unique imprint left by the firing pin of a gun on the base of the shell casing. Never said it would be easy. By the way, state guys giving you room to breathe on this one? The medical examiner smiled.
Remarkably silent. Now, if it had been Walter Sullivan getting whacked, who knows? I already filed my report in Richmond.
Then Frank said the question he had really come to ask. Why 2 shots? The medical examiner stopped picking his cuticle, put down his scalpel, and looked at Frank.
Why not?
His eyes crinkled. He was in the unenviable position of being more than competent for the opportunities presented him in the quiet county. One of approximately 500 deputy medical examiners in the Commonwealth, he enjoyed a thriving general practice, but had a personal fascination with both police investigations and forensic pathology. Before settling into a quiet life in Virginia, he had served as a deputy coroner for Los Angeles County for almost 20 years. He didn't get much worse than L.A. for homicides, but this was one he could get his teeth into. Frank looked at him intently and said, either shot would have obviously been fatal. No question. So why fire a second? You wouldn't for a lot of reasons. Number 1 being the noise. Number 2, if you want to get the hell out of there, why take the time to pump another round into her? On top of that, why leave behind another slug that could ID you later on? Did Sullivan startle them? If so, why did the shot come from the doorway into the room and not the other way around? Why was the firing line descending? Was she on her knees? She probably was, or else the shooter was off the scale height-wise. If she was on her knees, why? Execution style. But there were no contact wounds. And then you have the marks on the neck. Why try to strangle her first, then stop, pick up a gun, and blow her head off? And then blow it off again? 1 slug's taken. Why? A second gun? Why try to hide that? What's significant about that? Frank stood up and moved around the room, his hands stuck deep into his pockets, a habit of his when thinking intently. And the crime scene was so fucking clean I couldn't believe it. There was nothing left, and I mean nothing. I'm surprised they didn't operate on her and pull out the other slug. I mean, come on, this guy was a burglar, or maybe that's what he wants us to believe. But the vault was cleaned out. About $4.5 million taken. And what was Mrs. Sullivan doing there? She was supposed to be sunning in the Caribbean. Did she know the guy? Was she screwing around on the side? If she was, are the 2 incidents related in any way? And why the hell would you waltz in the front door, knock out the security system, and then use a rope to climb out the window? Every time I ask myself one question, another one pops up. Frank sat back down, looking slightly bewildered at his outpouring. The medical examiner leaned back in his chair, twirled the case file around, and took a minute to read over it. He took off his glasses and wiped them on his sleeve, tugged at a corner of his lip with his thumb and index finger. Frank's nostrils quivered as he watched the M.E.
What? You mentioned nothing being left at the crime scene. I've been thinking about that. You're right. It was too clean.
The medical examiner took his time in lighting up a Pall Mall. Unfiltered, Frank noted. Every pathologist he had ever worked with had smoked. The medical examiner blew rings in the air, obviously enjoying this mental exercise.
Her fingernails were too clean.
Frank looked puzzled. The medical examiner continued.
I mean, there was no dirt, nail polish, although she was wearing it, bright red stuff. None of the ordinary residues you'd expect to find. Nothing. It was like they had been scooped out, you know what I mean?
He paused and then continued.
I also found minute traces of a solution.
He paused again.
Like a cleansing solution.
She'd been to some fancy beauty salon that morning, for a nail job and all that. The M.E. shook his head.
Then you'd expect to find more residue, not less, with all the chemicals they use.
So what are you saying? That her nails were deliberately cleaned out? The medical examiner nodded.
Someone was real careful not to leave any ident material behind.
Which means they were paranoid about being identified somehow by the physical evidence.
Most perps are, Seth.
To a degree. But squirting out fingernails and leaving a place so clean our evac came up basically empty is a little much. Frank scanned the report. You also found traces of oil on her palms? The M.E. nodded, looked closely at the detective.
A preservative protective compound. You know, like you'd use on fabrics, leathers, stuff like that.
So she may have been holding something and the residue was left there.
Yep. Although we can't be sure exactly when the oil came to be on her hands.
The medical examiner put his glasses back on.
You think she knew the person, Seth?
None of the evidence points that way, unless she invited him over to burglarize the place. The medical examiner had a sudden inspiration.
Maybe she set up the burglary. You know? Tired of the old man. Brings in the new bedroom buddy to conveniently steal their nest egg and it's off to fairy tale land.
Frank considered the theory. Except they have a falling out, or there's a double cross all along and she gets the business end of some serious lead.
It fits the facts, Seth.
Frank shook his head. From all accounts, the deceased loved being Mrs. Walter Sullivan. More than the money, if you know what I mean. She got to rub shoulders and probably other parts of her anatomy with famous people all over the world. Pretty heady for somebody who used to flip burgers at a Burger King. The M.E. stared at him.
You're kidding.
The detective smiled.
80-year-old billionaires sometimes get strange ideas. It's like, where does the 800-pound gorilla sit? Anywhere he damn well pleases.
The medical examiner grinned and shook his head.
Billionaire? What would he do with $1 billion?
He looked down at the ink blotter on his desk. Then he put out his cigarette and looked back at the report, then at Frank. He cleared his throat.
I think the second slug was a semi or full metal jacket.
Frank loosened his tie, put his elbows on the desk. Okay. The medical examiner went on.
It blew through the right temporal bone of the cranium and burst through the left parietal bone, leaving an exit wound over twice the size of the entry.
So you're saying definitely 2 guns?
Not unless the guy was chambering different types of ammo in the same gun.
He looked keenly at the detective.
That doesn't seem to surprise you, Seth.
It would have an hour ago. It doesn't now.
So we probably have 2 perps.
2 perps with 2 guns. And a lady, how big? The medical examiner didn't need to refer to his notes.
62 inches tall, 105 pounds.
So a little woman and 2 probable male perps with heavy caliber hardware who try to strangle her, beat her up, and then both open fire on her, killing her. The medical examiner rubbed at his chin. The facts were more than a little puzzling. Frank glanced at the report. "You're sure the strangulation marks and beating came before death?" The medical examiner looked offended.
Positive. Pretty mess, isn't it?
Frank flipped through the report, making notes as he went. You could say that. No attempted rape. Nothing like that. The medical examiner didn't answer. Finally, Frank looked up at him, took off his glasses, put them down on the desk, and leaned back, sipping the black coffee he had been offered earlier. "The report doesn't say anything about a sexual assault," he reminded his friend. The medical examiner finally stirred.
The report's correct. There was no sexual assault. No trace of seminal fluid. No evidence of penetration. No overt bruising. All that leads me to conclude, officially, that no sexual assault occurred.
So? You're not satisfied with that conclusion? Frank looked at him expectantly. The medical examiner took a sip of coffee, stretched out his long arms until he felt a comforting pop deep within the confines of his aging body, and then leaned forward.
Your wife ever go in for a gynecological exam?
Sure. Doesn't every woman?
You'd be surprised, the medical examiner replied dryly, then continued. Thing is, you go in for an exam, no matter how good the OB-GYN is, there's usually some slight swelling and small abrasions in the genitalia. It's the nature of the beast. To be thorough, you have to get in there and dig around.
Frank put down his coffee, shifted in his chair. So what are you saying? She had her gynecologist visit her in the middle of the night right before she got popped?
The indications were slight, very slight, but they were there.
The medical examiner paused, choosing his words carefully.
I've been thinking about it ever since I handed in the protocol. Understand, it could be nothing. She could have done it herself. You understand what I'm saying? To each their own. But from the looks of it, I don't think it was self-inflicted. I think somebody examined her shortly after her death. Maybe 2 hours after, maybe earlier.
Checked her for what? To see if something had happened? Frank did not try to hide his incredulity. The medical examiner eyed him steadily.
Not much else to check a woman for down there in that particular situation, is there?
Frank stared at the man for a long moment. This information merely added to his already increasing temple throbber. He shook his head. The balloon theory again. Push one side in and it bulges out somewhere else. He scribbled down some notes, his eyebrows bunched together, the coffee sipped unconsciously. The medical examiner looked him over. This was not an easy one, but so far the detective had punched all the right buttons, asked good questions. He was puzzled, but then that was a big part of the process. The good ones never solved them all, but then they also didn't remain puzzled forever. Eventually, if you were lucky and diligent, maybe more of some on one case than on another, you would break it open, and the pieces would come tumbling into place. The medical examiner hoped this was one of those cases. Right now, it didn't look all that good. She was pretty drunk when she bought it. Frank was examining the toxicology report.
.21. I haven't personally seen that number since my college frat days.
Frank smiled. Well, I'm wondering where she got that .21.
Plenty of booze in a place like that.
Yeah, except there were no dirty glasses, no open bottles, and no discards in the trash.
So, Maybe she got drunk somewhere else.
So how'd she get home? The medical examiner thought for a moment, rubbed the sleep from his eyes.
Drove. I've seen people with higher percentages behind the wheel.
You mean in the autopsy room, don't you? Frank continued, the problem with that theory is that none of the cars in the garage had been driven from the time the household left for the Caribbean.
How do you know that? An engine isn't going to be warm after 3 days.
Frank perused the pages of his notebook, found what he wanted, and slid it around to his friend. Sullivan has a full-time chauffeur, old guy named Bernie Capetti. Knows his cars, anal as a tax lawyer, and he keeps meticulous records on Sullivan's fleet of automobiles. Has the mileage for every one of them in a logbook, updated daily if you can believe it. At my request, he checked the odometer on each of the cars in the garage, which presumably were the only ones the wife would have access to, and in fact were the only cars in the garage at the time of the discovery of the body. On top of that, Capetti confirmed that no vehicles were missing. There was no additional mileage on any of them. They hadn't been driven since everyone cleared out for the Caribbean. Christine Sullivan didn't drive home in one of those cars. So how did she get home?
Cab?
Frank shook his head. We've talked to every cab company that operates out here. No fare was dropped off at the Sullivan address on that night. It'd be pretty hard to forget the place, wouldn't you think?
Unless maybe the cabbie whacked her and isn't talking.
You're saying she invited a cabbie into her house?
I'm saying she was drunk and probably didn't know what the hell she was doing.
That doesn't jibe with the fact that the alarm system was tampered with, or that there was a rope dangling outside her window, or that we're probably talking about 2 perps. I've never seen a cab driven by 2 cabbies. A thought struck Frank, and he scribbled in his notebook. He was certain Christine Sullivan had been driven home by someone she knew. Since that person or persons had not come forward, Frank thought he had a pretty good idea why they hadn't. And exiting out the window via a rope instead of the way they'd entered, through the front door, meant that something had caused the killers to rush. The most obvious reason was the private security patrol, but the security guard on duty that night had not reported anything out of the ordinary. The perps didn't know that, however. The mere sight of the patrol car might have prompted such a hasty exit. The medical examiner leaned back in his chair, unsure of what to say. He spread out his hands.
Any suspects?
Frank finished writing. Maybe. The medical examiner looked sharply at him.
What's her husband's story? One of the richest guys in the country.
The world. Frank put his notebook away, picked up the report, drained the last of his coffee. She decided to opt out on the way to the airport. Her husband believes she went to stay at their Watergate apartment in town. That fact has been confirmed. Their jet was scheduled to pick her up in 3 days and take her down to the Sullivan estate outside of Bridgetown, Barbados. When she didn't show at the airport, Sullivan got worried and started calling. That's his story.
She give him any reason for the change in plan?
Not that he's telling me.
Rich guys can afford the best. Make it look like a burglary while they're 4,000 miles away, swinging in a hammock, sipping island bug juice. Think he's one of them?
Frank stared at the wall for a long moment. His thoughts went back to the memory of Walter Sullivan sitting quietly next to his wife at the morgue. How he looked when he had no reason to believe anyone was watching. Frank looked at the medical examiner, then got up to leave.
No, I don't.
Chapter 10. Bill Burton was sitting in the White House Secret Service command post. He slowly put down the newspaper, his third of the morning. Each carried a follow-up account of the murder of Christine Sullivan. The facts were virtually the same as the initial stories. Apparently, there were no new developments. He had talked to Varney and Johnson. At a cookout over the weekend at his place. Just him, Colin, and their 2 fellow agents. The guy had been in the vault, seen the president and the missus. The man had come out, knocked out the president, killed the lady, and gotten away despite the best efforts of Burton and Colin. That story didn't exactly match the actual sequence of events that night, but both men had unfailingly accepted Burton's version of the occurrence. Both men had also expressed anger, indignation that anyone had laid a hand on the man they were dedicated to protect. The perp deserved what was coming to him. No one would hear of the president's involvement from them. After they had left, Burton had sat in his backyard sipping a beer. If they only knew. The trouble was, he did. An honest man his entire life, Bill Burton did not savor his new role as prevaricator. Burton swallowed his second cup of coffee and checked his watch. He poured himself another cup and looked around the White House Secret Service quarters. He had always wanted to be a member of an elite security force, protecting the most important individual on the planet. The quiet resourcefulness, strength, and intelligence of the Secret Service agent, the close camaraderie. The knowledge that at any moment you would be expected to, and in fact would, sacrifice your life for that of another man, for the benefit of the common good, made for a supremely noble act in a world more and more devoid of anything remotely virtuous. All that had allowed Agent William James Burton to get up with a smile each morning and sleep soundly at night. Now that feeling was gone. He had simply done his job, and the feeling was gone. He shook his head, sneaked a quick smoke. Sitting on a keg of dynamite. That's what they all were doing. The more Gloria Russell explained it to him, the more impossible he thought it was. The car had been a disaster. Very discreet inquiries had traced it directly to the goddamn D.C. police impoundment lot. That was too dangerous to push. Russell had been pissed. But let her be. She said she had this under control. Bullshit. He folded up the paper, placed it neatly away for the next agent. Fuck Russell. The more Burton thought about it, the madder he became. But it was too late to go back now. He touched the left side of his jacket. His .357, filled with cement, along with Collins's 9mm, was at the bottom of the Severn River at the most remote point they could find. To most, perhaps, an unnecessary precaution, but to Burton, no precaution was unnecessary. The police had one useless slug and would never find the other. Even if they could, the barrel on his new pistol would be squeaky clean. Burton wasn't worried about the ballistics department of the local Virginia police bringing him down. Burton hung his head as the events of that night raced through his mind. The President of the United States was an adulterer who had roughed up his lay for the night so badly she had tried to kill him, and Agents Burton and Colin had to blow her away. And then they had covered it all up. That's what made Burton wince every time he looked in the mirror. The cover-up. They had lied. By their silence they had lied. But hadn't he lied all this time? All these late-night trysts, when he greeted the First Lady each morning, when he played with their 2 kids on the rear lawn, not telling them that her husband and their father was not nearly so nice and kind and good as they probably believed he was, as the whole country believed he was. The Secret Service. Burton grimaced. It was an apt title for an unlikely reason. The crap he had seen going on over the years. And Burton had looked the other way. Every agent had at one time or another. They all joked or complained about it in private, but that was all. That particular, if unwelcome, function came with the job. Power made people crazy. It made them feel invincible. And when something bad happened, it was the working stiffs of the Secret Service who were expected to clean up the mess. Several times Burton had picked up the phone to call the director of the Secret Service, tell him the whole story, try to cut his losses. But each time he had put the phone back down, unable to say the words that would end his career and, in essence, his life. And with each passing day, Burton's hopes grew a little brighter that it might all blow over, even though his common sense told him that could not possibly happen. Now it was too late to tell the truth, he felt. Calling in a day or two later with the story might be explained away, but not now. His thoughts turned back to the investigation of Christine Sullivan's death. Burton had read with great interest the findings of the autopsy, courtesy of the local police at the request of the president, who was so distraught over the tragedy. Fuck him, too. A shattered jaw and strangulation marks. His and Colin's shots had not inflicted those injuries. She had good reason to want to kill him. But Burton couldn't let that happen. Under no circumstances could he let that happen. There were few absolutes anymore, but that was sure as hell one of them. He had done the right thing. Burton told himself that 1,000 times. The very action he had trained virtually his entire adult life for. The ordinary person couldn't understand, could never possibly comprehend how an agent would think or feel if something bad went down on their watch. He had talked to one of Kennedy's agents a long time ago. The man had never gotten over Dallas. Walking right beside the president's limo, nothing he could do, and the president had died. Right in front of his eyes, the president's head had been blown apart. Nothing he could do. But there was always something. Always another precaution you could have taken. Turned to the left instead of the right. Watched one building more closely than you had. Scanned the crowd with a little more intensity. Kennedy's guy had never been the same. Quit the service. Divorced. Finished his human existence in obscurity in some rat's hole in Mississippi, but still living in Dallas for the last 20 years of his life. That would never happen to Bill Burton. That was why he had hurled his body in front of Alan Richmond's predecessor 6 years ago and caught twin .38 caliber steel jackets for his trouble despite his body armor, one through the shoulder, the other through the forearm. Miraculously, neither had struck any vital organs or arteries, leaving Burton only with a number of scars and the heartfelt gratitude of an entire country. And more important, the adulation of his fellow agents. And that was why he had fired upon Christine Sullivan. And he would do the same thing today. He would kill her as often as it took. Pull the trigger. Watch the 160-grain bullets slam into the side of the head at over 1,200 feet per second. The young life over. Her choice, not his. Dead. He went back to work. While he still could. Chief of Staff Russell walked briskly down the corridor. She had just finished briefing the president's press secretary on the appropriate spin for the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The bare politics of the matter dictated backing Russia, but bare politics rarely controlled the decision-making process in the Richmond administration. The Russian bear had all the intercontinental nuclear forces now, but Ukraine was in a much better position to become a major trade player with the Western countries. What had tipped the scales in Ukraine's favor was the fact that Walter Sullivan, the good and now grieving friend of the president, was homing in on a major deal with that country. Sullivan and friends, through various networks, had contributed approximately $12 million to Richmond's campaign and garnered him virtually every major endorsement he needed in his quest for the Oval Office. There was no way he could not make a significant payback on that kind of effect. Hence, the United States would back Ukraine. Russell looked at her watch, counting her blessings that there were independent reasons for siding with Kiev over Moscow, although she felt sure Richmond would have come out the same way regardless. He did not forget loyalty. Favors must be returned. A president just happened to be in a position to return them on a massive global scale. One major problem out of the way, she settled down at the desk and turned her attention to a growing list of crises. 15 minutes into her political juggling, Russell rose and slowly walked over to the window. Life went on in Washington, much like it had for 200 years. Factions were scattered everywhere, pouring money, massive intellects, and established heavyweights into the business of politics, which essentially meant screwing others before they got around to screwing you. Russell understood that game better than most. She also loved and excelled at it. This was clearly her element, and she was as happy as she'd been in years. Being unmarried and childless had started to worry her. The piles of professional accolades had grown monotonous and hollow. And then Alan Richmond had come into her life, made her see the possibility of moving up to the next level, perhaps to a level where no woman had ever gone. That thought weighed so powerfully inside her head that she sometimes shook with anticipation. And then a goddamn hunk of metal exploded in her face. Where was he? Why hadn't he come forward? He had to know what he had in his possession. If it was money he wanted, she would pay it. The slush funds at her disposal were more than adequate for even the most unreasonable demands, and Russell expected the worst. That was one of the wonderful things about the White House. No one really knew how much money it actually took to run the place. That was because so many agencies contributed parts of their budget and personnel to help the White House function. With so much financial confusion, administrations rarely had to worry about finding money for even the most outrageous purchases. No, Russell thought to herself, money would be the least of her worries. She had many others to concern herself with, however. Did the man know that the president was totally oblivious to the situation? That was what was tearing Russell's stomach apart. What if he tried to communicate with the president directly and not with her? She started to shake and plopped down in a chair by the window. Richmond would immediately recognize Russell's intentions. There was no question of that. He was arrogant, but no fool. And then he would destroy her. Just like that. And she would be defenseless. There would be no good exposing him. She couldn't prove a thing. Her word against his. And she would be relegated to the political toxic waste dump, condemned and then, worst of all, forgotten. She had to find him. Somehow get a message to him that he must work through her. There was only one person who could help her do that. She sat back down at her desk, collected herself, and resumed working. This was no time to panic. Right now, she needed to be stronger than she had ever been in her life. She could still make it, still control the outcome if she just kept her nerves in check, used the first-rate mind God had bestowed upon her. She could get out of this mess. She knew where she had to start. The mechanism that she had chosen to use would strike anyone who knew Gloria Russell as particularly odd. But there was a side to the Chief of Staff that would surprise those few who claimed to know her well. Her professional career had always come foremost, to the detriment of every other facet of her life, including the personal and the sexual relationships that were spawned from that area of one's life. But Gloria Russell considered herself a very desirable woman. Indeed, she possessed a feminine side that was in the sharpest contrast to her official shroud. That the years were going by, and rapidly, only increased the apprehension she had been starting to feel regarding this imbalance in her life. Not that she was necessarily planning anything, especially in light of the potential catastrophe she was confronted with, but she believed she knew the best way to accomplish this mission, and confirm her desirability in the process. She could not escape her feelings, no more than she could her shadow, so why try? Anyway, she also felt that subtlety would be lost on her intended target. Several hours later, she clicked off her desk lamp and called for her car. Then she checked the Secret Service staffing for the day and picked up her phone. 3 minutes later, Agent Collins stood before her, his hands clasped in front of him in a pose standard to all the agents. She motioned for him to wait a moment. She checked her makeup, performing a perfect oval with her lips as she reapplied her lipstick. Out of the corner of her eye, she studied the tall, lean man standing next to her desk. The magazine cover looks would have been difficult for any woman to consciously ignore. That his profession also dictated that he lived on the brink of danger and could indeed be dangerous himself only added favorably to the total package. Like the bad boys in high school, girls always seemed to be drawn to, if only to escape momentarily the dullness of their own existence. Tim Collin, she surmised with reasonable confidence, must have broken many a female heart in his relatively short life. Her calendar was clear tonight, a rarity. She pushed her chair back and slipped into her heels. She didn't see Agent Collin as his eyes shifted to her legs and then quickly back to stare straight ahead. Had she seen, she would have been pleased, not least of all for the obvious reason. The President will be giving a press conference next week at the Middleton Courthouse, Tim. Yes, ma'am. 9:35 a.m. We're working on the preliminaries right now. His eyes stared straight ahead. Do you find that a little unusual? Collin looked at her. How so, ma'am? It's after working hours. You can call me Gloria. Collin shifted uncomfortably from one foot to another. She smiled at him, at his obvious awkwardness. You understand what the press conference is for, don't you? The President will be addressing the... Collin swallowed perceptibly. The killing of Mrs. Sullivan. That's right. A president conducting a press conference regarding the homicide of a private citizen. Don't you find that curious? I believe it's a first in presidential history, Tim. I wouldn't know about that, Matt. Gloria. You've spent a lot of time with him lately. Have you noticed anything unusual about the president? Like what? Like has he appeared overly stressed or worried, more than the usual? Collin slowly shook his head, not knowing where this conversation was intended to go. I think we might have a slight problem, Tim. I think the President might need our help. You're ready to help him, aren't you? He's the President, ma'am. That's my job, to take care of him. Rummaging in her bag, she said, Are you busy tonight, Tim? You're off at the regular time tonight, aren't you? I know the President's staying in. He nodded. You know where I live. Come over as soon as you're off duty. I'd like to talk to you privately, continue this discussion. Would you mind helping me? And the President? Collin's answer was immediate. I'll be there, Gloria. Jack knocked on the door again. No answer. The blinds were drawn and no light emitted from the house. He was either asleep or not home. He checked the time. 9 o'clock. He remembered Luther Whitney to rarely be in bed before 2 or 3 a.m. The old Ford was in the driveway. The tiny garage door was shut. Jack looked in the mailbox beside the door. It was overflowing. That didn't look good. Luther was what now, mid-60s? Would he find his old friend on the floor, cold hands clutching at his chest? Jack looked around and then lifted up a corner on a terracotta planter next to the front door. The spare key was still there. He looked around once more, then put the key in the door and went in. The living room was neat and spare. Everything was stacked where it should be. "Luther?" He moved through the hallway, his memory steering him through the simple configurations of the house. Bedroom on the left, toilet on the right, kitchen at the rear of the house, small screened porch off that, garden in the back. Luther was in none of these rooms. Jack entered the small bedroom, which, like the rest of the house, was neat and orderly. On the nightstand, a number of picture frames containing various photos of Kate looked at him as he sat on the side of the bed. He turned quickly away and left the room. The tiny rooms upstairs were mostly bare. He listened intently for a moment. Nothing. He sat down in the small wire and plastic kitchen chair, looked around. He didn't turn on a light, but sat in the darkness. He leaned across and popped open the refrigerator. He grinned. 2 six-packs of Bud looked back at him. You could always count on Luther for a cold brew. He took one and opened the back door to step outside. The small garden looked beaten down. The hostas and ferns drooped even in the shade of a thick oak, and the Nellie Moser clematis clinging to the board-on-board fence was painfully withered. Jack looked at Luther's prized annuals flower bed and noted more victims than survivors of the Washington late summer heat furnace. He sat down, put the beer to his lips. Luther had clearly not been here for a while. So, he was an adult. He could go where he wanted, when he wanted. But something just felt wrong. But it had been several years. Habits change. He reflected a moment more. But Luther's habits would not have changed. The man was not like that. He was rock solid, as dependable a person as Jack had ever met in his life. Stacked up mail, dead flowers, car not in the garage, that was not how he would have voluntarily left things. Voluntarily. Jack went back inside. The answering machine tape was blank. He went back into the small bedroom, the musty air hitting him again as he opened the door. He scanned the room once more, then started to feel a little silly. He wasn't a goddamn detective. Then he laughed to himself. Luther was probably living it up on some island for a couple of weeks, and here he was playing the nervous parent. Luther was one of the most capable men Jack had ever met. Besides, it was no business of his anymore. The Whitney family were not his concern, father or daughter. In fact, why was he even here? Trying to relive old times? Trying to get to Kate through her old man? That was the most unlikely scenario one could imagine. Jack locked the door on the way out, replaced the key under the planter. He glanced back at the house, and then walked to his car. Gloria Russell's home occupied a cul-de-sac in a quiet Upper Brackets Bethesda suburb off River Road. Her consulting work on behalf of many of the country's largest corporations, coupled with her sizable professorship, and now chief of staff's salary and many years of careful investing, had left her with a deep purse, and she liked to be surrounded by beautiful things. The entrance was framed by an aged arbor interlaced with strong, thick ivy. The entire front yard was enclosed by a waist-high brick-and-mortar serpentine wall and set up as a private garden complete with tables and umbrellas. A small fountain bubbled and hissed in a darkness broken only by the shallow light thrown from the big bay window in the front of the house. Gloria Russell was sitting at one of the garden tables when Agent Cullen pulled up in his convertible, back ramrod straight, suit still crisp, tie knotted rigidly. The chief of staff had not changed either. She smiled at him, and they walked up the front walk together and into the house. "Drink? You look like a bourbon and water person." Russell looked at the young man and slowly drained her third glass of white wine. It had been a long time since she had a young man over. Maybe too long, she was thinking, although the alcohol guaranteed that she wasn't thinking that clearly. "Beer," if you have it. Coming up. She stopped to kick off her heels and padded into the kitchen. Colin looked around the expanse of the living room with its billowy, professionally done curtains, textured wallpaper, and tasteful antiques, and wondered what he was doing here. He hoped she hurried with the beer. A star athlete, he had been seduced by women before, from high school on up. But this was not high school, and Gloria Russell was no cheerleader. He decided he would not be able to endure the night without a heavy buzz. He had wanted to tell Burton about it, but something had made him keep quiet. Burton had been acting aloof and moody. What they had done was not wrong. He knew the circumstances were awkward, and an action that would ordinarily have brought them praise from the entire country had to be kept secret. He had regretted killing the woman, but there were no other options. Death happened. Tragedies occurred all the time. It was her time. Christine Sullivan's number had just come up. A few moments later, he was sipping his beer and checking out the Chief of Staff's derriere as she fluffed up a pillow on the broad couch before sitting down. She smiled at him, delicately sipped her wine. "How long have you been in the service, Tim?" "Almost 6 years." "You've risen quickly. The President thinks quite a lot of you. He's never forgotten that you saved his life." "I appreciate that. I really do." She took another sip of wine and ran her eyes over him. He sat erect. His obvious nervousness amused her. She finished her examination and came away very impressed. Her attention had not been lost on the young agent, who was now hiding his discomfort by examining the numerous paintings that adorned the walls. "Nice stuff." He pointed at the artwork. She smiled at him, watched him hurriedly gulp his beer. Nice stuff. She had been thinking the same thing. "Let's go sit where it's more comfortable, Tim." Russell stood up and looked down at him. He was led from the living room through a long, narrow hallway and then through double doors into a large sitting room. The lights came on by themselves, and Colin noted that through another set of double doors the Chief of Staff's bed was clearly visible. "Would you mind if I take a minute to change? I've been in this suit long enough." Colin watched as she went into her bedroom. She did not close the doors all the way. A sliver of the room was visible from where he was sitting. He turned his head away, tried to focus all his attention on the scrolls and designs of an antique fireplace screen that would be seeing activity soon. He finished his beer and instantly wanted another one. He lay back in the thick cushions. He tried not to, but could hear every sound she made. Finally, he couldn't resist it. He turned his head and looked straight through the open doorway. With a pinch of regret, he saw nothing. At first. Then she moved across the opening. It was only a moment, as she lingered by the end of the bed to pick up some article of clothing. Chief of Staff Gloria Russell parading naked in front of him sent a jolt through Colin, although he had been expecting it, or something close to it. The night's agenda confirmed, Colin turned his head away, more slowly than he probably should have. He licked the top of the beer can, absorbing the last few drops of the amber liquid. He felt the butt of his new weapon dig against his chest. Normally, the mass of metal felt comforting against his skin. Now, it just hurt. He wondered about fraternization rules. Members of the First Family had been known to become quite attached to their Secret Service agents. Over the years, there had always been talk of fooling around, but the official policy was clear on that point. Were Colin discovered in this room with a naked Chief of Staff in her bedroom, his career would be short-lived. He thought rapidly. He could leave, right now, report in to Burton. But how would that look? Russell would deny it all. Colin would look like a fool, and his career would probably be over anyway. She had brought him here for a reason. She said the president needed his help. He wondered now who he would really be helping. And for the first time, Agent Colin felt trapped. Trapped. Where his athleticism, his quick wits, and his 9mm were useless to him. Intellectually, he was no match for the woman. In the official power structure, he was so far below her, it was like he stared up from an abyss with a telescope and still couldn't glimpse the bottom of her high heels. It promised to be a long night. Walter Sullivan paced while Sandy Lord watched. A bottle of scotch occupied a prominent position on the corner of Lord's desk. Outside, the darkness was marred by the dull glow of street lamps. The heat had returned for a short spell, and Lord had ordered the air conditioning to remain on at Patten Shaw for his very special visitor tonight. That visitor stopped his pacing and stared down the street where 6 blocks away sat the familiar white building, home to Alan Richmond, and one of the keys to Sullivan and Lord's grand scheme. Sullivan, however, was not thinking about business tonight. Lord was, but he was far too cunning to show it. Tonight he was here for his friend, to listen to the grief, the outpouring, to let Sullivan mourn his little hooker. The quicker that was done, the sooner they could get down to what really mattered, the next deal.
It was a beautiful service. People will remember it for a long time.
Lord chose his words carefully. Walter Sullivan was an old friend, but it was a friendship built on an attorney-client relationship, and thus its underpinning could experience some unexpected shifting. Sullivan was also the only person in Lord's acquaintance who made him nervous, where Lord knew he was never in complete control, that the man he was dealing with was at least his equal, and probably more.
Yes, it was.
Sullivan continued to look down the street. He believed that he had finally convinced the police that the one-way mirror was not connected to the crime. Whether they were completely convinced was another matter. In any event, it had been quite an embarrassing moment for a man not accustomed to such. The detective, Sullivan couldn't remember his name, had not given Sullivan the respect he deserved, and that had angered the older man. If anything, he had earned the respect of everyone. It did not help matters that Sullivan did not feel the least bit confident in the local police's abilities to find the persons responsible. He shook his head as his thoughts returned to the mirror. At least it had not been disclosed to the press. That was attention Sullivan could not tolerate. The mirror had been Christine's idea, but he had to admit he had gone along with it. Now, as he looked back, it seemed ludicrous. At first it had fascinated him, watching his wife with other men. He was beyond the age where he could satisfy her himself, but he could not reasonably deny her the physical pleasures that were beyond him. But it had all been absurd, including the marriage. He saw that now, trying to recapture his youth. He should have known that nature bowed to no one, regardless of their monetary worth. He was embarrassed and he was angry. He finally turned to Lord. "I'm not certain that I have confidence in the detective in charge. How can we get the Federals involved?" Lord put his glass down, lifted a cigar from a box hidden within the recesses of his desk, and slowly unwrapped it. "Homicide of a private citizen isn't grounds for a federal investigation. Richmond is getting involved. Fluff, if you ask me." Sullivan shook his massive head. No. He seemed genuinely concerned. "Maybe. Don't count on that concern lingering for too long. He has 1,000 cans of worms to handle. I want the people responsible for this caught, Sandy. I understand that, Walter. Of all people, I understand that. They will be. You have to be patient. These guys weren't nickel and dimers. They knew what they were doing. But everybody makes mistakes. They'll go to trial, mark my words. And then what? Life imprisonment, correct? Sullivan said contemptuously. It's probably not going to be a capital murder case, so life is what they'll end up getting. But no chance of parole, Walter, believe me. They'll never breathe another drop of free air. And getting a little prick in the arm might seem real desirable after a few years of getting bent over every night. Sullivan sat down and stared at his friend. Walter Sullivan wanted no part of any trial, where all the details of the crime would be revealed. He winced at the thought of all of it being rehashed. Strangers knowing intimate details of his life and that of his deceased wife. He could not bear that. He just wanted the men caught. He would arrange the rest. Lord had said the Commonwealth of Virginia would imprison for life the persons responsible. Walter Sullivan decided right then and there that he would save the Commonwealth the cost of that lengthy incarceration. Russell curled up on the end of the couch, bare feet tucked under a loose-fitting cotton pullover that stopped slightly above her calves. Her ample cleavage peeked at him where the fabric suddenly dipped. Colin had fetched himself 2 more beers and poured her another glass of wine from the bottle he had brought with him. His head was now slightly warm, as though a small fire were burning inside. The necktie was now loosened. The jacket and gun lay on the opposite couch. She had fingered it as he had taken it off. It's so heavy. You get used to it. She did not ask the question he was usually confronted with. She knew he had killed someone. Would you really take a bullet for the president? She looked at him through drooping eyelids. She had to remain focused, she kept telling herself. That had not stopped her from leading the young man to the very threshold of her bed. She felt a large measure of her control slipping away. With a masterful effort, she started to regain it. What the hell was she doing? At a crisis point in her life, and she was acting like a prostitute. She needn't approach the issue in this way. She knew that. The tugging she was feeling from another sector of her being was disrupting her decision-making processes. She could not allow that. Not now. She should go change again, retreat back to the living room, or perhaps to her study, where the dark oak paneling and walls of books would quash the unsettling rumblings. He eyed her steadily. Yes. She was about to get up, but never made it. I'd take one for you too, Gloria. For me? Her voice quavered. She looked at him again, her strategic plans forgotten, her eyes wide. Without thinking. Lot of Secret Service agents. Only one chief of staff. That's the way it works. He looked down and said quietly, It's not a game, Gloria. When he went again for more beer, he noticed that she had moved close enough that her knee touched his thigh when he sat down. She stretched her legs out, rubbing against his, and then she rested them on the table across from them. The pullover had somehow worked itself up, revealing thighs that were full and creamy white. They were the legs of an older woman, and a damned attractive one. Colin's eyes moved slowly across the display of skin. You know, I've always admired you. I mean, all of the agents. She almost seemed embarrassed. I know sometimes you get taken for granted.
I want you to know that I appreciate you.
It's a great job. Wouldn't trade it for anything. He chugged another beer and felt better, his breathing relaxed. She smiled at him.
I'm glad you came tonight.
Anything to help, Gloria. His confidence level was going up as his alcohol intake increased. He finished the beer and she pointed with an unsteady finger to a stand of liquor over by the door. He mixed drinks for them, sat back down.
I feel I can trust you, Tim.
You can.
I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I don't feel that way with Burton.
Bill's a top agent. The best. She touched his arm, left it there.
I didn't mean it that way. I know he's good. I just don't know about him sometimes. It's hard to explain. It's just an instinct on my part.
You should trust your instincts. I do. He looked at her. She looked younger, much younger, like she should be graduating college, ready to take on the world.
My instincts tell me that you're someone I can depend on, Tim.
I am. He drained his drink.
Always?
He stared at her, touched his empty glass to hers. Always. His eyes were heavy now. He thought back to high school, after scoring the winning touchdown in the state championship. Cindy Perkett had looked at him just like that, an all-giving look on her face. He laid his hand on her thigh, rubbed it up and down. The flesh was just loose enough to be intensely womanly. She didn't resist, but instead inched closer. Then his hand disappeared under the pullover, tracing over her still firm belly, just nicking the undersides of her breasts, and then returning into view. The other arm encircled her waist, drawing her closer to him. His hand dropped down to her bottom and gripped hard. She sucked in air and then let it out slowly as she leaned into his shoulder. He felt her chest push into his arm, up and down. The floating mass was soft and warm. She dropped her hand to his hardening crotch and squeezed, then lingered her mouth over his, slowly pulling back and looking at him, her eyelids moving up and down in slow rhythms. She put her drink down and slowly, almost teasingly, slid out of the pullover. He exploded against her, hands digging under the bra strap until he felt it give way, and she poured out to him, his head buried in the loose mounds. Next, the last remaining piece of clothing, a pair of black lace panties, was ripped from her body. She smiled as it was sent sailing against the wall. Then she caught her breath as he lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the bedroom. Chapter 11. The Jaguar drove slowly up the long drive, stopped, and two people got out. Jack turned up the collar on his coat. The evening was brisk as rain-heavy clouds marched into the area. Jennifer walked around the car and settled in next to him as they leaned against the luxury car. Jack looked up at the place. Thick sheets of ivy swept across the top of the entrance. The house had a heavy substance to it, real and committed. Its occupants probably would absorb a good measure of that. He could use that in his life right now. He had to admit it was beautiful. What was wrong with beautiful things anyway? 400 thou as a partner. If he started bringing in other clients, who knew? Lord made 5 times that, $2 million a year, and that was his base. Compensation figures of partners were strictly confidential and were never discussed even under the most informal circumstances at the firm. However, Jack had guessed correctly on the computer password to the partner comp file. The code word was greed. Some secretary must have laughed her ass off over that one. Jack looked over a front lawn the size of a carrier flight deck. A vision galloped across. He looked at his fiancée. It has plenty of space to play touch football with the kids. He smiled. Yes, it does. She smiled back at him, kissed his cheek gently. She took his arm and encircled her waist with it. Jack looked back at the mansion, soon to be his $3.8 million home. Jennifer continued to look at him, her smile broadening as she gripped his fingers. Her eyes seemed to glisten, even in the darkness. As Jack continued to stare at the structure, he felt a rush of relief. This time, he only saw windows. At 36,000 feet, Walter Sullivan leaned back in the deep softness of his cabin chair and glanced out the window of the 747 into the darkness. As they moved east to west, Sullivan was adding a number of hours to his day, but time zones had never bothered him. The older he became, the less sleep he needed, and he had never needed very much to begin with. The man sitting across from him took the opportunity to examine the older man closely. Sullivan was known throughout the world as a legitimate, although sometimes bullying, global businessman. Legitimate. That was the key word running itself through Michael McCarty's head. Legitimate businessmen typically had no need of, nor desire to speak with, gentlemen in McCarty's profession. But when one is alerted through the most discreet channels that one of the wealthiest men on earth desired a meeting with you, then you attended. McCarty had not become one of the world's foremost assassins because he particularly enjoyed the work. He particularly enjoyed the money, and with it the luxuries that money inspired. McCarty's added advantage was the fact that he appeared to be a businessman himself. Ivy League good looks, which wasn't too far afield, since he held a degree in international politics from Dartmouth. With his thick, wavy blonde hair, broad shoulders, and wrinkle-free face, he could be the hard-charging entrepreneur on the way up or a film star at his peak. The fact that he killed people for a living, at a per-hit fee of in excess of $1 million, did nothing to dampen his youthful enthusiasm or his love of life. Sullivan finally looked at him. McCarty, despite an enormous confidence in his abilities and a supreme coolness under pressure, began to grow nervous under the billionaire's scrutiny. From one elite to another. "I want you to kill someone for me," Sullivan said simply. "Unfortunately, at the present time I do not know who that person is. But with any luck, one day I will. Until that time comes, I will place you on a retainer so that your services will always be available to me, until such time as I need them." McCarty smiled and shook his head. "You may be aware of my reputation, Mr. Sullivan. My services are already in great demand. My work carries me all over the world, as I'm sure you know. Were I to devote my full time to you until this opportunity arose, then I would be foregoing other work. I'm afraid my bank account, along with my reputation, would suffer." Sullivan's reply was immediate. $100,000 a day until that opportunity arises, Mr. McCarty. When you successfully complete the task, double your usual fee. I can do nothing to preserve your reputation. However, I trust that the per diem arrangement will forestall any damage to your financial status." McCarty's eyes widened just a bit, and then he quickly regained his composure. "I think that will be adequate, Mr. Sullivan. Of course you realize I am placing considerable confidence not only in your skills at eliminating subjects, but also in your discretion." McCarty hid his smile. He had been picked up in Sullivan's plane in Istanbul at midnight local time. The flight crew had no idea who he was. No one had ever identified him, thus someone recognizing him was not a concern. Sullivan meeting him in person eliminated one thing: an intermediary who would then have Sullivan in his control. McCarty, on the other hand, had no earthly reason to betray Sullivan, and every motivation not to. Sullivan continued, "You will receive particulars as they become available. You will assimilate yourself into the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, although your task may take you anywhere in the world. I will need you to move on a moment's notice. You will make your location known to me at all times and will check in with me daily on secured communication lines that I will establish. You will pay your own expenses out of the per diem. A wire transfer will be set up to funnel the fee to an account of your choosing. My planes will be available to you if the need arises. Understood?" McCarty nodded, a little put off by his client's series of commands. "But then you didn't get to be a billionaire without being somewhat commanding, did you?" On top of that, McCarty had read about Christine Sullivan. Who the hell could blame the old man? Sullivan pushed a button on the armrest of his chair. "Thomas, how long until we're stateside?" The voice was brisk and informed. 5 hours and 15 minutes, Mr. Sullivan, if we maintain present airspeed and altitude. Make sure that we do." "Yes, sir." Sullivan pressed another button and the cabin attendant appeared and efficiently served them the sort of dinner that McCarty had never had on a plane before. Sullivan said nothing to McCarty until the dinner was cleared and the younger man rose and was being directed to his sleeping quarters by the attendant. Registering on a sweep of Sullivan's hand, the attendant disappeared within the recesses of the aircraft. "One more thing, Mr. McCarty. Have you ever failed on a mission?" McCarty's eyes turned to slits as he stared back at his new employer. For the first time it was evident that the Ivy Leaguer was extremely dangerous. "Once, Mr. Sullivan. The Israelis. Sometimes they seem more than human. Please don't make it twice. Thank you." Seth Frank was roaming the halls of the Sullivan home. The yellow police lines were still up outside, fluttering softly in the increasing breeze and thickening bank of dark clouds that promised more heavy rain. Sullivan was staying at his Watergate penthouse downtown. His domestic staff were at their employer's residence on Fisher Island, Florida, catering to members of Sullivan's family. He had already interviewed each of them in person. They were being flown home shortly for more detailed questioning. He took a moment to admire the surroundings. It was as though he were touring a museum. All that money. The place reeked of it, from the superlative antiques to the broad-brush paintings that casually hung everywhere, with real signatures at the bottom. Hell, everything in the house was an original. He wandered into the kitchen and then into the dining room. The table resembled a bridge spanning the pale blue rug spread over the refinished parquet flooring. His feet seemed to be sucked into the thick, heavy fibers. He sat down at the head of the table, his eyes constantly roaming. As far as he could tell, nothing had happened in here. Time was slipping by, and progress was not coming easily. Outside, the sun momentarily pushed through the heavy clouds, and Frank got his first break on the case. He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been admiring the moldings around the ceiling. His father had been a carpenter. Joints smooth as a baby's cheek. That's when he observed the rainbow dancing across the ceiling. As he admired the parallels of color, he began to wonder about its source, like the folklore of tracking the pot of gold at the end of the striped apparition. His eye scanned the room. It took him a few seconds, but then he had it. He quickly knelt down beside the table and peered under one of the legs. The table was a Sheraton, 18th century, which meant it was as heavy as a semi. It took him 2 tries, and perspiration broke across his forehead, a trickle entering his right eye and making him tear for a moment, but he finally managed to budge the table and pull it out. He sat back down and looked at his new possession. Maybe his little pot of gold. The little piece of silver-colored material acted as a barrier between the furniture to prevent the wet carpet from causing damage to wood or upholstery, and also stopped leaching into the damp fibers. With the aid of sunlight, its reflective surface also made for a nice rainbow. He had had similar ones in his own house when his wife had gotten particularly nervous about a visit from her in-laws and decided some serious household cleaning had to be done. He took out his notebook. The servants arrived at Dulles at 10 tomorrow morning. Frank doubted in this house if the small piece of foil he was holding would have been allowed to remain in its resting place for very long. It could be nothing. It could be everything. A perfect way to gauge the lay of the land. It would probably fall somewhere in between, if he were very, very lucky. He hit the floor again and sniffed the carpet, ran his fingers through the fibers. The stuff they used nowadays, you could never tell. No odor, dried in a couple of hours. He would know soon enough how long it had been, if it could tell him anything. He could call Sullivan, but for some reason he wanted to hear it from someone other than the master of the house. The old man was not high on the list of suspects, but Frank was smart enough to realize that Sullivan remained on that list. Whether his place descended or ascended depended on what Frank could find out today, tomorrow, next week. When you boiled it down, it was that simple. That was good, because up to now nothing about the death of Christine Sullivan had been simple. He wandered out of the room, thinking about the whimsical nature of rainbows and police investigations in general. Burton scanned the crowd, Colin beside him. Alan Richmond made his way to the informal podium set up on the steps of the Middleton courthouse, a broad block of mortar-smeared brick, stark white dental moldings, weather-beaten cement steps, and the ubiquitous American flag alongside its Virginia counterpart, swooping and swirling in the morning breeze. Precisely at 9:35 the president began to speak. Behind him stood the craggy and expressionless Walter Sullivan, with the ponderous Herbert Sanderson Lord beside him. Colin moved a little closer to the crowd of reporters at the bottom of the courthouse steps as they strained and positioned like opposing teams of basketball players, waiting for the foul shot to swish or bang off the rim. He had left the Chief of Staff's home at 3 in the morning. What a night it had been. What a week it had been. As ruthless and unfeeling as Gloria Russell seemed in public life, Colin had seen another side of the woman, a side that he was strongly attracted to. It still seemed like a careless daydream. He had slept with the President's Chief of Staff. That simply did not happen. But it had happened to Agent Tim Cullen. They had planned to see each other tonight as well. They had to be careful, but they were both cautious by nature. Where it would lead, Colin did not know. Born and raised in Lawrence, Kansas, Colin had a good set of Midwestern values to fall back upon. You dated, fell in love, married, and had 4 or 5 kids, strictly in that order. He didn't see that happening here. All he knew was he wanted to be with her again. He glanced across and eyed her where she stood behind and to the left of the president. Sunglasses on, wind lifting her hair slightly, she seemed in complete control of everything around her. Burton had his eyes on the crowd, then glanced at his partner in time to see the latter's gaze riveted for an instant on the Chief of Staff. Burton frowned. Colin was a good agent who did his job well, maybe to the point of overzealousness. Not the first agent to suffer from that, and not necessarily a bad trait in their line of work. But you kept your eyes on the crowd. everything out there. What the hell was going on? Burton made a sideways glance at Russell, but she stared straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the men assigned to protect her. Burton looked at Colin once more. The kid now scanned the crowd, changing his pace every now and then, left to right, right to left, sometimes up. Occasionally he would stare straight ahead, no trace of a pattern a potential assailant could count on. But Burton could not forget the look he had given the chief of staff. Behind the sunglasses, Burton had seen something he did not like. Alan Richmond finished his speech by staring stonily out at the cloudless sky as the wind whipped through his perfectly styled hair. He seemed to be looking to God for help, but in actuality he was trying to remember if he was meeting the Japanese ambassador at 2 or 3 that afternoon. But his faraway, almost visionary look would carry well on the evening news. On cue, he snapped back to attention and turned to Walter Sullivan and gave the bereaved husband a hug befitting someone of his stature. God, I am so sorry, Walter. My deepest, deepest condolences. If there is anything that I can do. You know that. Sullivan held on to the hand that was offered to him, and his legs began to shake until 2 of his entourage invisibly supported him with a quick thrust of sinewy arms.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Alan, please, Walter. Friend to friend now.
Thank you, Alan. You have no idea how much I appreciate your taking the time to do this. Christy would have been so moved by your words today.
Only Gloria Russell, who was watching the pair closely, noticed the slight twinge of a smirk at the corner of her boss's cheek. Then, in an instant, it was gone. I know there are really no words I can say to do justice to what you're feeling, Walter. It seems more and more that things in this world happen for no purpose. Except for her sudden illness, this never would have happened. I can't explain why things like this occur. No one can. But I want you to know that I am here for you when you need me. Anytime, any place. We've been through so much together, and you've certainly helped me through some pretty rough times.
Your friendship has always been important to me, Alan. I won't forget this.
Richmond slid an arm around the old man's shoulders. In the background, microphones dangled on long poles. Like giant rods and reels, they surrounded the pair despite the collective efforts of the men's respective entourages. Walter, I'm going to get involved in this. I know some people will say it's not my job, and in my position I can't become personally involved with anything. But God damn it, Walter, you're my friend, and I'm not going to just let this slide away. The people responsible for this are going to pay. The 2 men embraced once more as the photographers popped away. The 20-foot antennas sprouting from the fleet of news trucks dutifully broadcast this tender moment to the world. Another example of President Alan Richmond being more than just a president. It made the White House PR staff giddy thinking about the initial pre-election polls. The television channel hopped from MTV to Grand Ole Opry to cartoons, to QVC to CNN to pro wrestling and then back to CNN. The man sat up in bed and put out his cigarette, laid the remote down. The president was giving a press conference. He looked stern and appropriately appalled at the abominable murder of Christine Sullivan, wife of billionaire Walter Sullivan, one of the president's closest friends, and its symbolism of the growing lawlessness in this country. Whether the president would have made the same pitch if the victim had been a poor black, Hispanic, or Asian found with his throat cut in an alley in southeast D.C. was never addressed. The president spoke in firm, crisp tones with the perfect trace of anger, of toughness. The violence must stop. The people must feel safe in their homes, or at their estates in this particular case. It was an impressive scene, a thoughtful and caring president. The reporters were eating it up, asking all the right questions. The television showed Chief of Staff Gloria Russell, dressed in black, nodding approvingly when the president hit key points in his views on crime and punishment. The police fraternity and AARP vote was locked up for the next election. 40 million votes, well worth the morning drive out. She would not have been so happy if she knew who was watching them right this minute, whose eyes bored into every inch of flesh on both her and the president's faces, as the memories of that night, never far from the surface, welled up like an oil fire, spewing heat and potential destruction in all directions. The flight to Barbados had been uneventful. The Airbus was a vast ship whose massive engines had effortlessly ripped the plane from the ground in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and in a few minutes they had hit their cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. The plane was packed, San Juan acting as a feeder for tourists bound for the clusters of islands that made up the Caribbean vacation strip. Passengers from Oregon and New York and all points in between looked at the wall of black clouds as the plane banked left and moved away from the remnants of an early-season tropical storm that had never hit hurricane status. A metal stairway met them as they departed the aircraft. A car, tiny by American standards, shepherded 5 of them on the wrong side of the road as they left the airport and headed into Bridgetown, the capital of the former British colony, which had retained strong traces of its long colonialism in its speech, dress, and mannerisms. In melodious tones the driver informed them of the many wonders of the tiny island, pointing out the pirate ship tour as the Skull and Crossbones ship pounded through still rough seas. On its deck, pale but reddening tourists were plied with rum punch in such levels that they would all be very drunk and or very sick by the time they returned to the dock later that afternoon. In the back seat, 2 couples from Des Moines made excited plans and chirrupy patters of conversation. The older man who sat in the front seat staring out the windshield had his thoughts mired 2,000 miles north. Once or twice he checked where they were headed, instinctively craving the lay of the land. The major landmarks were relatively few. The island was barely 21 miles long and 14 miles across at its widest point. The near-constant 85-degree heat was ameliorated by the continual breeze, its sound eventually disappearing into one's subconscious, but always nearby, like a faded but still potent dream. The hotel was an American standard Hilton built on a man-made beach that jutted out on one end of the island. Its staff was well-trained, courteous, and more than willing to leave you alone if that was desired. While most of the guests gave themselves wholeheartedly to the pampering efforts, one patron shunned contact, leaving his room only to wander to isolated areas of the white beach or the mountainous Atlantic Ocean side of the island. The rest of the time was spent in his room, lights set low, TV on, room service trays littering the carpet and wicker furnishings. On the first day there, Luther had grabbed a cab from in front of the hotel and taken a ride north, almost to the edge of the ocean, where atop one of the island's numerous hills stood the Sullivan estate. Luther's selection of Barbados had not been arbitrary.
"You know Mr. Sullivan? He's not here. Went back to America."
The cabbie's lyrical tones had brought Luther out of his trance. The massive iron gates at the bottom of the grassy hill hid a long, winding drive up to the mansion, which, with its salmon-colored stucco walls and 18-foot-high white marble columns, looked strangely appropriate in the lush greenery, like an enormous pink rose jutting out from the bushes.
"I've been to his place," Luther answered. "In the States."
The cabbie looked at him with new respect.
"Is anyone home?"
"Any of the staff, maybe?" The man shook his head.
"All gone. This morning."
Luther sat back in his seat. The reason was obvious. They had found the mistress of the house. Luther spent the next several days on the broad white beaches watching cruise ships unload their population into the duty-free shops that littered the downtown area. Dreadlocked residents of the island made their rounds with their battered briefcases housing watches, perfumes, and other counterfeit paraphernalia. For $5 you could watch an islander cut up an aloe leaf and pour its rich liquid into a small glass bottle for use when the sun started to nip at tender white skin that had lain dormant and unblemished behind suits and blouses. Your own hand-woven cornrows cost you $40 and took about an hour, and there were many women with flabby arms and thick, crumpled feet who patiently lay in the sand while this operation was performed upon them. The island's beauty should have served to free Luther, to some degree, from his melancholy. And finally, the warming sun, gentle breezes, and low-key approach to life of the island populace had eroded his nervous agitation to where he occasionally smiled at a passerby, spoke monosyllables to the bartender, and sipped his mixed drinks far into the night while lying on the beach, the surf pounding into the darkness and gently lifting him away from his nightmare. He planned to move on in a few days. Where to? He wasn't quite sure. And then the channel hopping stopped at the CNN broadcast, and Luther, like a battered fish on an unbreakable line, was sent reeling toward what he had spent several $1,000s and traveled several thousand miles trying to escape. Russell stumbled out of bed and walked over to the bureau, fumbled for a pack of cigarettes. "They'll cut 10 years off your life." Colin rolled over and watched her naked machinations with amusement. "This job's already done that." She lit up, inhaled deeply for several seconds, put the smoke out, and climbed back in bed, snuggling butt first to Colin, smiling contentedly as she was wrapped up in his long, muscular arms. "The press conference went well, don't you think?" She could feel him thinking it through. He was fairly transparent. Without the sunglasses, they all were, she felt. As long as they don't find out what really happened. She turned to face him, traced her finger along his neck, making a V against his smooth chest. Richmond's chest had been hairy, some of the tufts turning gray, curling at the edges. Colin's was like a baby's bottom, but she could feel the hard muscle beneath the skin. He could break her neck with no more than a passing motion. She wondered briefly how that would feel. "You know we have a problem." Colin almost laughed out loud. "Yeah, we've got some guy out there with the president's and a dead woman's prints and blood on a knife. That qualifies as a big problem, I'd say." "Why do you think he hasn't come forward?" Colin shrugged. If he were the guy, he would have disappeared, taken the stash and gone. Millions of dollars. As loyal as Colin was, what he could do with that kind of money. He would disappear too. For a while. He looked at her. With that kind of money, would she condescend to go with him? Then he turned his thoughts back to the discussion at hand. Maybe the guy was a member of the president's political party. Maybe he had voted for him. In any event, why bring yourself that kind of trouble? Probably scared to, he finally replied. There are ways of doing it anonymously. Maybe the guy's not that sophisticated. Or maybe there's no profit in that. Or maybe he doesn't give a shit. Take your pick. If he was going to come forward, he probably would have. If he does, we'll sure know soon enough. She sat up in bed. Tim, I'm really worried about this. The edge in her voice made him sit up too. I made the decision to keep that letter opener as is. If the president were to find out. She looked at him. He read the message in her eyes and stroked her hair, and then cupped her cheek with his hand. "He's not going to find out from me." She smiled.
I know that, Tim. I really believe that. But if this person were to somehow try to communicate with the president directly.
Colin looked puzzled. Why would he do that? Russell shifted to the side of the bed, let her feet dangle several inches from the floor. For the first time, Colin noticed the small reddish oval birthmark, half the size of a penny, at the base of her neck. Next he noticed that she was shivering, even though the room was warm. Why would he do that, Gloria? Colin edged closer. She spoke to the bedroom wall.
Has it occurred to you that that letter opener represents one of the most valuable objects in the world?
She turned to him, rubbed his hair, smiled at the vacant expression that was slowly coming to a conclusion. Blackmail? She nodded at him. How do you blackmail the goddamn president? She got up, threw a loose robe around her shoulders, and poured another drink from the almost empty decanter.
Being president doesn't make you immune from blackmail attempts, Tim. Hell, it just gives you that much more to lose. Or gain.
She slowly stirred her drink, sat down on a couch, and tipped her glass back, the liquid warm and soothing going down. She had been drinking much more than usual lately. Not that her performance had been impaired, but she would have to watch it, especially at this level, at this critical point. But she decided she would watch it tomorrow. Tonight, with the weight of political disaster lurking above her shoulders and a young, handsome man in her bed, she would drink. She felt 15 years younger. Every passing moment with him made her feel more beautiful. She would not forget her primary goal, but who was to say she couldn't enjoy herself? What do you want me to do? Colin looked at her. Russell had been waiting for that. Her young, handsome Secret Service agent, a modern white knight like the kind she read about as a wide-eyed girl. She looked at him as the drink dangled from her fingers. She used her other hand to slowly pull off her robe and let it drop to the floor. There was time enough, especially for a 37-year-old woman who had never had a serious relationship with a man. Time enough for everything. The drink soothed away her fear, her paranoia, and with it her cautiousness, all of which she needed in abundance. But not tonight. There is something you can do for me. But I'll tell you in the morning. She smiled, lay back on the couch, and put out her hand. Obediently he rose and went to her. A few moments later, the only sounds were intermingled groans and the persistent squeaks of the overwrought couch. A half block down the street from Russell's home, Bill Burton sat in his wife's nondescript Bonneville and cradled a can of Diet Coke between his knees. Occasionally he would glance at the house that he had observed his partner entering at 12:14 a.m., and where he'd caught a glimpse of the chief of staff in attire that didn't indicate the visit was a business one. With his long-range lens, he had gotten 2 pictures of that particular scene that Russell would have killed to get her hands on. The lights in the house had moved progressively from room to room until they reached the east side of the place, when all lights were dramatically extinguished. Burton looked at the dormant tail lights of his partner's car. The kid had made a mistake. Being here. This was a career ender, maybe for both him and Russell. Burton thought back to that night. Colin racing back to the house. Russell white as a sheet. Why? In all the confusion, Burton had forgotten to ask. And then they were smashing through cornfields after someone who shouldn't have been there, but sure as hell had been. But Colin had gone back in that house for a reason, and Burton decided it was time he found out what that reason was. He had a dim feeling of a conspiracy slowly evolving. Since he had been excluded from participating, he naturally concluded that he was probably not intended to benefit from that conspiracy. Not for one moment did he believe that Russell was interested solely in what was behind his partner's zipper. She was not that type, not by a long shot. Everything she did had a purpose, an important purpose. A good fuck from a young buck was not nearly important enough. Another 2 hours passed. Burton looked at his watch and then stiffened as he saw Colin open the front door, move slowly down the walk, and get in his car. As he drove by, Burton ducked down in his seat, feeling slightly guilty at this surveillance of a fellow agent. He watched the wink of a turn signal as the Ford made its way out of the high-priced area. Burton looked back up at the house. A light came on in what probably was the living room. It was late, but apparently the lady of the house was still going strong. Her stamina was legendary around the White House. Burton briefly wondered if she exhibited that same endurance between the sheets. 2 minutes later, the street was empty. The light in the house remained on. Chapter 12. The plane landed and thundered to a stop on the short strip of tarmac constituting National Airport's main runway, hit an immediate left a few hundred yards from the tiny inlet that accessed the Potomac for the swarms of weekend boat enthusiasts, and taxied to gate number 9. An airport security officer was answering questions from a group of anxious, camera-toting tourists and did not observe the man walking rapidly past him. Not that identification was going to be made anyway. Luther's return trip had followed the circuity of his exit, a stopover in Miami, and then Dallas-Fort Worth. He grabbed a cab and watched the south-moving rush-hour traffic on the George Washington Parkway as weary commuters threaded their way home. The skies promised more rain, and the wind whipped through the tree-lined parkway, meandering lazily on its parallel course with the Potomac. Planes periodically rocketed into the air, banking left and rapidly disappearing into the clouds. One more battle beckoned Luther. The image of a righteously indignant President Richmond pounding the lectern in his impassioned speech against violence, his smug chief of staff by his side, was the one constant in Luther's life now. The old, tired, and fearful man who had fled the country was no longer tired, no longer fearful. The overriding guilt at allowing a young woman to die had been replaced with an overriding hate, an anger that surged through every nerve in his body. If he was to be of sorts Christine Sullivan's avenging angel, he would perform that task with every ounce of energy and every shred of ingenuity he had left. Luther settled back into his seat, munched on some crackers saved from the plane trip, and wondered if Gloria Russell was any good at playing chicken. Seth Frank glanced out the car window. His personal interviews of Walter Sullivan's household staff had revealed 2 things of interest, the first of which was the business enterprise Frank was now parked in front of. The second could keep. Housed in a long, gray concrete building in a heavy commercial area of Springfield just outside the Beltway, Metro Steam Cleaner's sign proclaimed that it had been in business since 1949. That was stability that meant nothing to Frank. A lot of long-standing, legitimate businesses were now money-laundering fronts for organized crime, both mafia, Chinese, and America's own homegrown versions. And a carpet cleaner that catered to affluent homeowners was in a perfect position to scope alarm systems, cash and jewelry nests, and patterns of behavior of the intended victims and their households. Whether he was dealing with a loner or an entire organization, Frank didn't know. It was more likely that he was headed toward a dead end, but then you never knew. There were 2 patrol cars stationed 3 minutes away, just in case. Frank got out of his car.
That would have been Rogers, Budizinski, and Jerome Pettis. Yep, August 30th, 9 a.m. 3 floors. Damn house was so big it took all day even with 3 guys.
George Patterson consulted his record book while Frank's eyes took in the grimy office.
Can I speak to them? You can to Pettis. The other 2 are gone.
Permanently? Patterson nodded.
How long had they been with you?
Patterson's eyes scanned his employment log.
Jerome's been with me 5 years. He's one of my best people. Rogers was about 2 months. I think he moved out of the area. Budizinski had been with us about 4 weeks.
Pretty short stays.
Hell, that's the nature of the business. Spend $1,000 training these guys and wham, they're gone. It's not a career-type job, you know what I mean? It's hot, dirty work. And the pay ain't exactly gonna put you on the Riviera, you hear what I'm saying?
You got addresses for them? Frank took out his notebook.
Well, like I said, Rogers moved. Pettis is in today, if you want to talk to him. He's got a job to do out in McLean in about a half hour. He's back loading his truck now.
Who decides which crew goes to which house?
I do.
All the time?
Patterson hesitated. Well, I got guys who specialize in different stuff.
Who specializes in the high-dollar areas?
Jerome. Like I said, he's my best guy.
How did the other 2 get assigned to him?
I don't know. We juggle stuff like that. Depends on who shows up for work sometimes.
You remember any of those 3 being particularly interested in visiting the Sullivan place? Patterson shook his head. What about Budizinski? You got an address on him? Patterson consulted a notebook crammed with paper and wrote on a slip of paper.
It's over in Arlington. Don't know if he's still there.
I'll want their employment file. Social security numbers, birth dates, job history, all that stuff.
Sally can get that for you. She's the gal up front.
Thanks. You got photos of these guys? Patterson looked at Frank like he was nuts.
Are you kidding? This ain't the FBI for crying out loud.
Can you give me a description? Frank asked patiently.
I've got 65 employees and a turnover rate of over 60%. I usually don't even see the guy after he's hired. Everybody starts to look the same after a while anyway.
Pettis will remember. Anything else you think might help me? Patterson shook his head.
You think one of them might have killed that woman?
Frank stood up and stretched. I don't know. What do you think?
Hey, I get all kinds in here. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Frank turned to leave, then turned back. Oh, by the way, I'll want records of all homes and establishments cleaned by your firm in Middleton in the last 2 years. Patterson exploded out of his chair.
What the fuck for?
You have the records?
Yeah, I got 'em.
Good. Let me know when they're ready. Have a good one. Jerome Pettis was a tall, cadaverous black man in his early 40s with a perpetual cigarette hanging from his mouth. Frank watched admiringly as the man methodically loaded the heavy cleaning equipment with a practiced hand. His blue jumpsuit announced that he was a senior technician with Metro. He didn't look at Frank, kept his eyes on his work. All around them in the huge garage, white vans were being similarly loaded. A couple of men stared over at Frank, but quickly returned to their work.
Mr. Patterson said you had some questions.
Frank parked himself on the van's front bumper. A few. You did a job at Walter Sullivan's home in Middleton on August 30th of this year. Pettis's brow furrowed. August? Hell, I do about 4 homes a day. I don't remember them because they aren't that memorable. This one took you all day. Big house out in Middleton. Rogers and Budizinski were with you. Pettis smiled.
That's right.
biggest goddamn house I'd ever seen, and I've seen some bad places, man. Frank smiled back. That's the same thing I thought when I saw it. Pettis straightened up, relit his cigarette. Problem was all that furniture. Had to move every damn piece, and some of that shit was heavy. Heavy like they don't make no more. So you were there all day? Frank hadn't meant the question to come out that way. Pettis stiffened, sucked on his Camel, and leaned against the door of the van. So how come the cops are interested in how the carpets were cleaned? Woman was murdered in the house. Apparently she mixed it up with some burglars. Don't you read the papers? Just the sports. And you're wondering if I'm one of them dudes? Not right now. I'm just collecting information. Everybody who was near that house recently interests me. I'll probably talk to the mailman next. You're funny for a cop. You think I killed her? I think if you did, you're smart enough not to stick around here waiting for me to ring your doorbell. These two men who were with you, what can you tell me about them? Pettis finished his smoke and looked at Frank without answering. Frank started to close his notebook. You want a lawyer, Jerome? Do I need one? Not as far as I'm concerned, but it's not my call. I don't plan on pulling out my Miranda card if that's what you're worried about. Pettis finally looked at the concrete floor, crushed out his cigarette, looked back at Frank. Look, man, I've been with Mr. Patterson a long time. Come to work every day, do my job, take my paycheck, and go home. Then it sounds like you have nothing to worry about. Right. Look, I did some stuff a while back. Did some time. You can pull it off your computers in 5 seconds, so I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you, okay? Okay. I've got 4 kids and no wife. I didn't break into that house, and I didn't do anything to that woman. I believe you, Jerome. I'm a lot more interested in Rogers and Budizinski. Pettis eyed the detective for several seconds. Let's take a walk. The two men left the garage and walked over to an ancient Buick as big as a boat that had more rust than metal. Pettis got inside. Frank followed. Big ears in the garage, you know. Frank nodded. Brian Rogers. Called him slick 'cause he was a good worker. Picked up things fast. What did he look like? White guy, about 50, maybe older. Not too tall, 5'8", maybe a $150. Talkative. Worked hard. And Budizinski? Buddy. Everybody here has a nickname. I'm Ton. A skeleton, you know. Frank smiled at that one. He was a white guy, too. A little bigger. Maybe a little older than Slick. He kept to himself. Did what he was told and nothing more. Which one did the master bedroom? We all did. We had to lift the bed and the bureau. They weighed a couple tons each. Back still hurts. Jerome reached in the rear seat and pulled out a cooler. No time for breakfast this morning, he explained as he pulled out a banana and an egg biscuit. Frank shifted uncomfortably in the worn seat. A piece of metal jabbed into his back. The car reeked of cigarette smoke. Were either of them ever alone in the master bedroom or the house? Always somebody in the house. Man had a lot of people working there. They could have gone upstairs by themselves. I never kept a watch on them. Wasn't my job, you know. How'd Rogers and Budizinski come to be working with you that day? Jerome thought for a moment. I'm not sure, come to think of it. I know it was an early job. It must have just been they were the first ones here. Sometimes that's all it takes. So if they knew ahead of time you were going to do a place like that early, and they got here before everyone else. They could hook on with you?
Yeah, I guess they could. Man, we just look for bodies, you know what I'm saying?
Don't take no brain surgeon to do this shit. When was the last time you saw them? The other man scrunched up his face, bit into his banana.
Couple of months ago. Maybe longer.
Buddy left first, never said why. Guys come and go all the time. I've been here longer than anybody except Mr. Patterson. Slick moved away, I think. Nowhere. I remember him saying something about Kansas. Some construction work. He used to be a carpenter. Got laid off up here when commercial went belly up. Good with his hands. Frank wrote this information down while Jerome finished his breakfast. They walked back to the garage together. Frank looked inside the van at all the hoses, power handles, bottles, and heavy cleaning equipment. This the van you used to do the Sullivan place?
This been my van for 3 years. Best one in the place.
You keep the same equipment in the van?
Damn straight.
Then you better get a new van for a while.
What?
Jerome slowly climbed out of the driver's seat. I'll talk to Patterson. I'm impounding this one.
You're shitting me.
No, Jerome, I'm afraid I'm not.
Walter, this is Jack Graham. Jack, Walter Sullivan.
Sandy Lord sat down heavily in his chair. Jack shook hands with Sullivan, and then the men sat around the small table in conference room number 5. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and Jack had been in the office since 6, after pulling 2 all-nighters. He had already consumed 3 cups of coffee and proceeded to pour himself out a 4th from the silver coffee pot.
Walter, I've told Jack about the Ukraine deal. We've gone over the structure. The Hill word looks real good. Richmond pushed all the right buttons. The bear's dead. Kiev got the glass slipper. Your boy came through. He's one of my best friends. I expect that from my friends. But I thought we had enough lawyers on this deal. Padding the bill, Sandy.
Sullivan heaved himself up and looked out the window at the pristine early morning sky that promised a beautiful fall day. Jack glanced sideways at the man as he made notes from the crash course on Sullivan's latest deal. Sullivan didn't look all that interested in completing the multi-billion international monolith. Jack didn't know that the old man's thoughts hung back at a morgue in Virginia, remembering a face. Jack had caught his breath when Lord had ceremoniously appointed him to play second chair to Lord on the biggest transaction currently going on in the firm, leapfrogging over several top partners and a host of associates senior to Jack. Hard feelings had already started to roll through the plush hallways. At this point, Jack didn't care. They didn't have Ransom Baldwin as a client. Regardless of how he had gotten it, he had reign, substantial reign. He was tired of feeling guilty for his position. This was Lord's test case on Jack's abilities. He had as good as said it. Well, if he wanted the deal rammed through, Jack would deliver. Philosophical, politically correct ivory tower babble didn't cut it here. Only results.
Jack is one of our best attorneys. He's also Baldwin's legal eagle.
Sullivan looked over at them.
Ransom Baldwin.
Yep. Sullivan appraised Jack in a different light and then turned once more to the window.
Our window of opportunity, however, is growing more narrow by the day, Lord continued. We need to firm up the players and make sure Kiev knows what the hell they're supposed to do. Can't you handle it?
Lord looked at Jack and then back at Sullivan.
Of course I can handle it, Walter. But don't assume you can abdicate right now. You still have a major role to play. You sold this deal.
Your continued involvement is absolutely necessary from the point of view of all sides. Sullivan still did not stir. Walter, this is the crowning glory of your career.
That's what you said about the last one.
Can I help it if you keep topping yourself? Lord shot back. Finally, almost imperceptibly, Sullivan smiled. For the first time since the telephone call from the States had come to shatter his life. Lord relaxed a bit, looked over at Jack. They had rehearsed this next step several times. I'm recommending that you fly over there with Jack. Shake the right hands, pat the right shoulders. Let them see you're still in control of this tiger. They need that. Capitalism is still a new game for them.
And Jack's role?
Lord motioned to Jack. Jack stood up, went over to the window. Mr. Sullivan, I've spent the last 48 hours learning every aspect of this deal. All the other lawyers here have just been working on a piece of it. Except for Sandy, I don't think there's anyone at the firm who knows what you want to accomplish better than I do. Sullivan slowly turned to Jack.
That's a pretty big statement.
Well, it's a pretty big deal, sir.
So you know what I want to accomplish?
Yes, sir.
Well, why don't you enlighten me as to what you think that is?
Sullivan sat down, crossed his arms, and stared expectantly up at Jack. Jack didn't bother to swallow or catch his breath. Ukraine has massive natural resources, all the things that heavy industry around the world use and want. The issue becomes how to get the resources out of Ukraine at minimal cost and minimal risk, considering the political situation over there. Sullivan uncrossed his arms, sat up, and sipped at his coffee. Jack continued. The hook is you want Kiev to believe that the exports your company will be making will be matched by investments in Ukraine's future. A long-term investment, I gather, you do not want to commit to.
I spent the bulk of my adult life being scared to death of the Reds. I have about as much belief in perestroika and glasnost as I do in the tooth fairy. I consider it my patriotic duty to strip the communists of as much as I can. Leave them without the means to dominate the world, which is their long-term plan, despite this latest hiccup of democracy.
Jack said, exactly, sir. Strip being the key word. Strip the carcass before it self-destructs. Or attacks. Jack paused to check both men's reactions. Lord stared at the ceiling, his features unreadable. Sullivan stirred.
Go on. You're getting to the interesting part.
The interesting part is how to leverage the deal so that Sullivan and Company has little or no downside exposure and the maximum upside potential. You'll either broker the deal or you'll buy direct from Ukraine and you'll sell to the multinationals. You sprinkle a little of those proceeds around in Ukraine.
That's right. Eventually the country will be almost cleaned out, and I'll walk away with at least $2 billion net.
Jack again looked at Lord, who now sat straight in his chair, listening intently. This was the hook. Jack had thought of it only yesterday. But why not take from Ukraine what really makes them dangerous? Jack paused. And triple your net at the same time. Sullivan stared intently at him.
How?
IRBMs. Intermediate-range ballistic missiles. Ukraine has a shitload of them. And now that the '94 Non-Proliferation Treaty fell apart, those nukes are a major headache for the West again.
So what are you suggesting? That I buy the goddamn things? What the hell would I do with them?
Jack watched Lord finally lean forward, then continued. You buy them for bottom dollar, Maybe a $500 million, using a portion of the proceeds from the raw materials sales. You will buy them using dollars, which can then be used by Ukraine to purchase other necessities in the world markets.
Why bottom dollar? Every Middle Eastern country will be bidding on them.
But Ukraine can't sell to them. The G7 countries would never allow it. If Ukraine did, they'd be cut out of the EU and other Western markets, and if that happens, they're dead.
So I buy them, and sell them to whom?
Jack couldn't help but grin. To us. The United States. $6 billion is a conservative estimate on their worth. Hell, the weapons-grade plutonium those babies contain is priceless. The rest of the G7s would probably pitch in a few billion. It's your relationship with Kiev that makes this whole thing work. They look to you as their savior. Sullivan looked stunned. He started to rise and then thought better of it. Even to him, the amounts of money potentially out there were staggering. But he had enough money. More than enough. But to remove part of the nuclear equation from the collective miseries of the world?
And this was whose idea?
Sullivan looked at Lord as he asked the question. Lord pointed at Jack. Sullivan leaned back in his chair and looked up at the young man. Then he rose with a swiftness that startled Jack. The billionaire took Jack's hand in an iron grip.
You're going places, young man. Mind if I tag along?
Lord beamed like a father. Jack couldn't stop smiling. He had started to forget what it was like to hit one out of the park. After Sullivan departed, Jack and Sandy sat at the table. Finally, Sandy said, I recognize it was not an easy assignment. How do you feel? Jack couldn't help but grin. Like I just slept with the prettiest girl in high school. Kinda tingling all over. Lord laughed and stood up.
You'd better go home and get some rest.
Sullivan's probably calling his pilot from the car. At least we got his mind off the bitch. Jack didn't hear the last part as he quickly left the room. For now, for once in a long time, he felt good. No worries, just possibilities. Endless possibilities. That night he sat up late telling a very enthusiastic Jennifer Baldwin all about it. Afterward, over a very chilled bottle of champagne and a platter of oysters specially delivered to her townhouse, the couple had the most gratifying sex of their courtship. For once, the high ceilings and murals did not bother Jack. In fact, he was growing to like them. Chapter 13. The White House receives millions of pieces of non-official mail each year. Each item is carefully screened and appropriately processed, the whole task handled by an in-house staff with assistance and supervision by the Secret Service. The 2 envelopes were addressed to Gloria Russell, which was somewhat unusual since most of this type of correspondence was addressed to the President or members of the First Family, or frequently the First Pet, which currently happened to be a golden retriever named Barney. The handwriting on each was in block letters, the envelopes white and cheap and thus widely available. Russell got to them about 12 o'clock on a day that had been going pretty well up until then. Inside one was a single sheet of paper, and inside the other was an item she had stared at for some minutes. Written on the paper, again in block letters, were the words, Question. What constitutes high crimes and misdemeanors? Answer. I don't think you want to find out. Valuable item available. More to follow, Chief. Signed, Not a Secret Admirer. Even though she had expected it, in fact had desperately wanted to receive it, she still could feel her heartbeat increase to where it pounded against the wall of her chest. Her saliva dwindled down to where she reached for and gulped down a glass of water and repeated the procedure until she could hold the letter without shaking. Then she looked at the second item. A photograph. The sight of the letter opener had brought the nightmare events rushing back to her. She gripped the sides of her chair. Finally, the attack subsided. At least he wants to deal. Colin put down the note and photo and returned to his chair. He noted the extreme pallor of the woman and wondered if she was tough enough to make it through this one. Maybe. It could also be a setup. Colin shook his head. Don't think so. Russell sat back in her chair, rubbed at her temples, downed another Tylenol. Why not? Why set us up this way? In fact, why set us up at all? He's got the stuff to bury us. He wants money. He probably got millions from the Sutherland heist. Maybe. But we don't know how much of it was left. Maybe he stashed it and can't get back to it. Maybe he's just an extremely greedy person. The world's full of those. I need a drink. Can you come over to me? President is having dinner at Canadian Embassy. Shit. Can't you get someone to replace you? Maybe. If we pull some strings. Consider them both. How soon do you think we'll hear from him again? He doesn't seem too anxious, although he might just be acting cautious. I would in your situation. Great. So I can smoke 2 packs of menthons a day until we hear from him. By then I'll be dead of lung cancer. If he wants money, what are you going to do? He asked. Depending on how much he wants. It can be accomplished without too much difficulty. She seemed calmer now. Colin rose to go. You're the boss. Tim. Russell went over to him. Hold me for a minute. He felt her rub against his pistol as he gripped her. Tim, if it comes down to more than money, if we can't get it back, Colin looked down at her. Then I'll take care of it, Lord. He touched his fingers to her lips, turned, and left. Colin found Burton waiting in the hallway. Burton looked the younger man up and down. So how's she holding up? All right. Colin continued to walk down the hallway until Burton grabbed his arm, spun him around. What the fuck's going on, Tim? Colin loosened his partner's grip. This isn't the time or the place, Bill. Well, tell me the time and the place and I'll be there because we need to talk. What about? You gonna fucking play stupid with me? He roughly pulled Colin to a corner. I want you to think real clearly about that woman in there. She doesn't give a shit about you or me or anybody else. The only thing she cares about is saving her own little ass. I don't know what kind of story she's spinning on you, and I don't know what you two are cooking up, but I'm telling you to be careful. I don't want to see you throw everything away over her. I appreciate the concern, but I know what I'm doing there. Do you, Tim? Does fucking the chief of staff come within the purview of a Secret Service agent's responsibilities? Why don't you show me where that is in the manual? I'd like to read it for myself. And while we're talking about it, why don't you enlighten me about what the hell we went back into that house for? Because we ain't got it, and I guess I know who does. My ass is on the line here too, Tim. If I'm going down, I'd like to know why. An aide passed by in the hallway and stared strangely at the 2 men. Burton smiled and nodded and then returned his attention to Colin. Come on, Tim. What the hell would you do if you were me? The young man looked at his friend and his face slowly relaxed from the hard line he normally wore while on duty. If he were in Burton's position, what would he do? The answer was easy. kicked some ass until people started talking. Burton was his friend, had proven it time and again. What the man was saying about Russell was probably true. Colin's reasoning hadn't totally evaporated in the presence of silk lingerie.
You got time for a cup of coffee, Bill?
Frank walked down the 2 flights of stairs, turned right, and opened the door to the crime lab. Small and in need of paint, the room was surprisingly well organized, due in large measure to the fact that Laura Simon was a very compulsive person. Frank imagined her home to be every bit as neat and well kept, despite the presence of 2 preschoolers that kept her sufficiently haggard. Around the room were stacked unused evidence kits with their unbroken orange seals creating a bit of color against the drab, chipping gray walls. Cardboard boxes, carefully labeled, were piled in another corner. In yet another corner was a small floor safe that held the few physical items requiring additional security measures. Next to it was a refrigerator that housed evidence requiring a temperature-controlled environment. He watched her small back as it curved over a microscope at the far end of the room.
You rang?
Frank leaned over. On the glass slide were small fragments of some substance. He couldn't imagine spending his days looking at microscopic pieces of who knew what. But he was also fully aware that what Laura Simon did was an enormously important contribution to the conviction process.
Look at this.
Simon motioned him over to the lens. Frank removed his glasses, which he had forgotten were still on. He glanced down and then raised his head back up.
Laura, you know I never know what I'm looking at. What is it?
It's a sample of carpet taken from the Sullivans' bedroom. We didn't get it on the initial search. Picked it up later.
So? What's significant about it?
Frank had learned to listen very attentively to this tech.
The carpet in the bedroom is one of those very high-priced models that cost about $200 a square foot.
The carpet just for the bedroom must have run them almost $250,000. Jesus Christ! Frank popped another piece of gum in his mouth. Trying to quit smoking was rotting his teeth and adding to his waistline. $250 for something you walk on?
It's incredibly durable. You could roll a tank across it and it would just spring back. It's only been there about 2 years.
They did a bunch of renovation back then. Renovation? The house is only a few years old.
That's when the deceased married Walter Sullivan.
Oh.
Women like to make their own statement about those things, Seth.
Actually, she had good taste in carpets.
Okay. So where does her good taste get us?
Look at the fibers again. Frank sighed but obeyed the request. You see at the very tips? Look at the cross-section. They've been cut. Presumably with not very sharp scissors. The cut is pretty ragged, although, like I said, these fibers are like iron. He looked at her.
Cut?
Why would anyone do that? Where'd you find them?
These particular samples were found on the bed skirt.
Whoever cut them probably wouldn't have noticed a few fibers clinging to his hand. Then he brushed against the skirt, and there you are. You find a corresponding part on the carpet? Yep. Right under the left side of the bed if you're looking toward it about 10 centimeters away at a perpendicular angle. The cut was slight, but verifiable. Frank straightened back up and sat down on one of the stools next to Simon.
That's not all, Seth. On one of the fragments I also found traces of a solvent, like a stain remover.
That might be from the recent carpet cleaning. Or maybe the maid spilled something. Simon shook her head. The cleaning company uses a steam system. For spot cleaning, they use a special organic-based solvent. I checked. This one is a petroleum-based, off-the-shelf cleaner. And the maids use the same cleanser as recommended by the manufacturer. It's an organic base, too. They have a whole supply of it at the house. And the carpet is chemically treated to prevent stains from soaking in. Using a petroleum-based solvent probably made it worse. That's probably why they ended up snipping out pieces. So presumably the perp takes the fibers because they show something. Do they? Not on the sample I got. But he might have cut around the area just to make sure he didn't miss anything, and we got one of the clean specimens. What would be on the carpet that someone would go to the trouble of cutting 1 centimeter fibers out? It must have been a pain in the ass. Both Simon and Frank had the same thought, and indeed had it for several moments. Blood, Simon said simply. And not the deceased's either. If I remember correctly, hers wasn't anywhere near that spot. Frank added, I think you got one more test to run, Laura. She hooked a kit off the wall. I was just getting ready to go do it. Thought I'd better buzz you first. Smart girl. The drive out took 30 minutes. Frank rolled down his window and let the wind course over his face. It also helped dispel the cigarette smoke. Simon was constantly giving him a hard time about that. The bedroom had remained sealed under Frank's orders. Frank watched from the corner of Walter Sullivan's bedroom as Simon carefully mixed the bottles of chemicals and then poured the result into a plastic sprayer. Frank then helped her stuff towels under the door and tape brown packing paper to the windows. They closed the heavy drapes, cutting out virtually all traces of natural light. Frank surveyed the room once again. He looked at the mirror, the bed, the window, the closets, and then his eyes rested on the nightstand and at the gaping hole behind where the plaster had been removed. Then his eyes moved back to the picture. He picked it up. He was reminded again that Christine Sullivan had been a very beautiful woman, as far removed as one could get from the destroyed hulk he had viewed. In the photograph, she was sitting in the chair beside the bed. The nightstand was clearly visible to her left. The corner of the bed made its way into the right side of the picture. Ironically so, considering all the use she had probably made of that particular vehicle. The springs were probably due for her 60,000-mile checkup. After that, they probably wouldn't have much to do. He remembered the look on Walter Sullivan's face. Not much left there. He put the photo down and continued to observe Simon's fluid movements. He glanced back at the photo, something bothering him, but whatever it was popped out of his head as quickly as it had sprung into it. What's that stuff called again, Laura? Luminol. It's sold under a variety of names, but it's the same reagent stuff. I'm ready. She positioned the bottle over the section of carpet where the fibers had been cut from. Good thing you don't have to pay for this carpet. The detective smiled at her. Simon turned to look at him. Wouldn't matter to me. I'd just declare bankruptcy. They could garnish my wages from here until eternity. It's the poor person's great equalizer. Frank hit the light, plunging the room into pitch-black darkness. Swishes of air were heard as Simon squeezed the trigger on the spray bottle. Almost immediately, like a mass of lightning bugs, a very small portion of the carpet started to glow a pale blue and then disappeared. Frank turned on the overhead light and looked at Simon. So we got somebody else's blood. Hell of a pickup, Laura. Any way you can scrape up enough to analyze, get a blood type. DNA typing. Simon looked dubious. We'll pull the carpet to see if any leaked through, but I doubt it. Not much soaks into a treated carpet. And any residue has been mixed with a lot of stuff. So don't count on it. Frank thought out loud. Okay. 1 perp wounded. Not a lot of blood, but some. He looked for confirmation from Simon on that point and received an affirmative nod of the head. Wounded? But with what? She had nothing in her hand when we found her. Simon read his mind. And as sudden as her death was, we're probably talking cadaveric spasm. To get it out of her hand, they would have almost had to break her fingers. Frank finished the thought. And there was no sign of that on the autopsy. Unless the impact of the slugs caused her hand to fly open. How often does that happen? Once is enough for this case. Okay, let's assume she had a weapon, and now that weapon is missing. What kind of weapon might it have been? Simon considered this as she repacked her kit. You probably could rule out a gun. She should have been able to get a round off, and there were no powder burns on her hands. They couldn't have scraped those off without leaving a trail. Good. Plus, there's no evidence she ever had a gun registered to her. And we've already confirmed that there are no guns in the house. So, no gun. Maybe a knife, then. Can't tell what kind of wound it made, but maybe a slash, probably superficial. The number of fibers that were snipped out was small, so we're not talking life-threatening. So she stabbed one of the perps, maybe in the arm or leg. Then they backed up and shot her? Was she stabbed as she was dying? Frank corrected himself. No, she died instantly. She stabs one of them in another room, runs in here, and then gets shot. Standing over her, the wounded perp drips some blood. Except the vault's in here. The more likely scenario is that she surprised them in the act. Right. Except remember the shots came from the doorway into the room and fired down. Who surprised who? That's what keeps bugging the ever-loving shit out of me. So why take the knife, if that's what it was? 'Cause it IDs somebody, somehow. Prince? Simon's nostrils quivered as she thought of the physical evidence lurking out there. Frank nodded. That's how I read it. Was the late Mrs. Sullivan in the habit of keeping a knife with her? Frank responded by slapping his hand to his forehead so hard it made Simon wince. She watched as he rushed over to the nightstand and picked up the photo. He shook his head and handed it to her. There's your goddamn knife. Simon looked at the photo. In it, resting on the nightstand, was a long, leather-handled letter opener. The leather also explains the oily residue on the palms. Frank paused at the front door on the way out. He looked at the security control panel, which had been restored to its operating condition. Then he broke into a smile as an elusive thought finally trickled to the surface. Laura, you got the fluorescent lamp in the trunk? Yeah, why? You mind getting it? Puzzled, Simon did so. She returned to the foyer and plugged it in. Shine it right on the number keys. What was revealed under the fluorescent light made Frank smile again. God damn, that's good. What does it mean? Simon looked at him, her brow furrowed. It means two things. First, we definitely got us somebody on the inside, and second, our perps are real creative. Frank sat in the small interrogation room and decided against another cigarette and opted instead for a cherry Tums. He looked at the cinder block walls, cheap metal table, and beat-up chairs and decided this was a very depressing place to be interrogated in. Which was good. Depressed people were vulnerable people, and vulnerable people, given the appropriate prodding, tended to want to talk. And Frank wanted to listen. He would listen all day. The case was still extremely muddled, but certain elements were becoming clearer. Buddy Budizinski still lived in Arlington and now worked at a car wash in Falls Church. He had admitted being in the Sullivan house, had read about the murder, but beyond that knew nothing. Frank tended to believe him. The man was not particularly bright, had no previous police record, and had spent his adult life performing menial tasks for a living, no doubt compelled by his having finished only the 5th grade. His apartment was modest to the point of near poverty, but Budizinski was a dead end. Rogers, on the other hand, had produced a treasure trove. The Social Security number he had given on his employment application was real enough, only it belonged to a female State Department employee who had been assigned to Thailand for the last 2 years. He must have known the carpet cleaning company wouldn't have checked. What did they care? The address on the application was a motel in Beltsville, Maryland. No one by that name had registered at the motel in the last year, and no one fitting Rogers's description had been seen there. The state of Kansas had no record of him. On top of that, he had never cashed any of the payroll checks given to him by Metro. That in itself spoke volumes. An artist's sketch based on Pettis's recollection was being made up down the hallway and would be distributed throughout the area. Rogers was the guy. Frank could feel it. He had been in the house, and he had disappeared, leaving behind a trail of false information. Simon was right this minute painstakingly examining Pettis's van in the hopes that Rogers's prints were still lurking somewhere within. They had no prints to match at the crime scene, but if they could ident Rogers, then dollars to donuts he had priors, and Frank's case would finally be forming. It would take a great leap forward if the person he was waiting for would decide to cooperate. And Walter Sullivan had confirmed that an antique letter opener from his bedroom was indeed missing. Frank feverishly hoped to be able to lay his hands on that potential evidentiary gold mine. Frank had imparted his theory to Sullivan about his wife stabbing her attacker with that instrument. The old man hadn't seemed to register the information. Frank had briefly wondered if Sullivan was losing it. The detective checked his list of employees at Sullivan's residence once more, although by now he knew them all by heart. There was only one he was really interested in. The security company rep's statement kept coming back to him. The variations generated by 15 digits to get a 5-digit code in the correct sequence was impossible for a portable computer to crunch in the very brief time allowed, particularly if you factored in a less than blazing fast response from the security system's computer. In order to do it, you had to eliminate some of the possibles. How did you do that? An examination of the keypad showed that a chemical, Frank couldn't remember the exact name, although Simon had recognized it, which was revealed only under fluorescent light, had been applied to each of the number keys. Frank leaned back and envisioned Walter Sullivan, or the butler, or whoever's job it was to set the alarm, going down and entering the code. The finger would hit the proper keys, 5 of them, and the alarm would be set. The person would walk away, completely unaware that he or she now had a small tracing of chemical, invisible to the naked eye and odorless, on their finger. And more important, they would be totally ignorant of the fact that they had just revealed the numbers comprising the security code. Under fluorescent light, the perps would be able to tell which numbers had been entered because the chemical would be smeared on those keys. With that information, it was up to the computer to deliver the correct sequence, which the security rep was certain it could do in the allotted time, once given the elimination of 99.9% of the possible combos. Now the question remained, who had applied the chemical? Frank at first had considered that Rogers, or whatever his real name was, might have done it while at the house, but the facts against that conclusion were overwhelming. First, the house was always filled with people, and to even the most unobservant, a stranger lurking around an alarm panel would arouse suspicion. Second, the entry foyer was large and open, and the most unsecluded spot in the house. Lastly, the application would take some time and care, and Rogers didn't have that luxury. Even the slightest suspicion, the most fleeting glance, and his whole plan could be ruined. The person who had thought this one up was not the type to take that sort of risk. Rogers hadn't done it. Frank was pretty sure he knew who did. Upon first glance, the woman appeared so thin as to convey the impression of emaciation, perhaps due to cancer. On second glance, the good color in the cheeks, the light bone structure, and the graceful way she moved led to the conclusion that she was very lean but otherwise healthy. "Please sit down, Miss Broom. I appreciate your coming down." The woman nodded and slid into one of the seats. She wore a flowery skirt that ended mid-calf. A single strand of large fake pearls encircled her neck. Her hair was tied in a neat bun. Some of the strands at the top of her forehead were beginning to turn a silvery gray, like ink leaching onto paper. Going on the smooth skin and absence of wrinkles, Frank would have put her age at about 39. Actually, she was some years older. "I thought you were already done with me, Mr. Frank." "Please call me Seth." "You smoke?" She shook her head. "I've just got a few follow-up questions. Routine. You're not the only one. I understand you're leaving Mr. Sullivan's employment." She noticeably swallowed, looked down, and then back up. "I was close, so to speak, to Mrs. Sullivan. It's hard now, you know." Her voice trailed off. I know it is. It was terrible. Awful." Frank paused for a moment. "You've been with the Sullivans how long now?" "A little over a year." "You do the cleaning and—" "I help do the cleaning. There's 4 of us, Sally, Rebecca, and me. Karen Taylor, she does the cooking. I also looked after Mrs. Sullivan's things for her, too. Her clothes and whatnot. I was sort of her assistant, I guess you could say. Mr. Sullivan had his own person, Richard." "Would you like some coffee?" Frank didn't wait for her to answer. He got up and opened the door to the interrogation room. "Hey, Molly, can you bring me a couple of Javas?" He turned to Ms. Broom. "Black? Cream?" "Black." "Make it 2 pures, Molly. Thanks." He shut the door and sat back down. "Damn chill in the air. I can't seem to stay warm." He tapped the rough wall. "This cinder block doesn't help much. So you were saying about Mrs. Sullivan?" "She was really nice to me. I mean, she would talk to me about things. She wasn't, from that class of people. The upper class, I guess you could say. She went to high school where I did, right here in Middleton. And not too far apart in years, I'm thinking." His remark brought a smile to Wanda Broom's lips, and a hand unconsciously moved to cajole back into place an invisible strand of hair. "Further than I'd like to admit." The door opened and their coffee was delivered. It was gratefully hot and fresh. Frank had not been lying about the chill. "I won't say she fit in real well with all those types of people, but she seemed to hold her own. She didn't take anything from anybody, if you know what I mean." Frank had reason to believe that was true. From all accounts, the late Mrs. Sullivan had been a hellion in many respects. "Would you say the relationship between the Sullivans was good, bad, in between?" She didn't hesitate. "Very good. Oh, I know what people say about the age difference and all, but she was good for him. And he was good for her. I truly believe that. He loved her, I can tell you that. Maybe more like a father loves his daughter, but it was still love." "And she him?" Now there was perceptible hesitation. "You've got to understand that Christy Sullivan was a very young woman, maybe younger in a lot of ways than other women her age. Mr. Sullivan opened up a whole new world for her, and—" She broke off, clearly unsure of how to continue. Frank changed gears. "What about the vault in the bedroom? Who knew about it?" "I don't know. I certainly didn't. I assume that Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan knew.
Mr. Sullivan's valet, Richard, he may have known, but I'm not sure about that.
So Christine Sullivan or her husband never indicated to you that there was a safe behind the mirror?
My goodness, no.
I was her friend of sorts, but I was still just an employee. And only with them a year. Mr. Sullivan never really spoke to me. I mean, that's not the sort of thing you would tell someone like me, is it? No, I guess not. Frank was certain she was lying, but he had been unable to unearth any evidence to the contrary. Christine Sullivan was the very type to show off her wealth to someone she could identify with, if only to show how far she had suddenly risen in the world. So you didn't know the mirror was a one-way looking into the bedroom. This time the woman showed visible surprise. Frank noticed a blush under the light application of makeup. Wanda, can I call you Wanda? Wanda, you understand, don't you, that the alarm system in the house was deactivated by the person who broke in? It was deactivated by the appropriate code being put in. Now, who set the alarm at night?
Richard did, she replied promptly. Or sometimes Mr. Sullivan did it himself.
So everyone in the house knew the code?
Oh, no, of course not. Richard did. He's been with Mr. Sullivan for almost 40 years. He was the only one other than the Sullivans who knew the code that I know of.
Did you ever see him set the alarm?
I was usually already in bed when the system was set.
Frank stared at her.
I'll bet you were, Wanda. I'll bet you were.
Wanda Broom's eyes widened.
You're not suspecting that Richard had anything to do with it?
Well, Wanda, somehow, somebody who wasn't supposed to be able to disarmed that alarm system. And naturally, suspicion falls on anyone who had access to that code. Wanda Broom looked like she might start to cry, then composed herself.
Richard is almost 70 years old.
Then he's probably in need of a nice little nest egg. You understand what I'm telling you is to be held in the strictest confidence, of course. She nodded, and at the same time wiped her nose. The coffee, untouched, was now sipped in quick little bursts. Frank continued. And until someone can explain to me how that security system was accessed, then I'm going to have to explore the avenues that make the most sense to me. He continued to look at her. He had spent the past day finding out everything he could about Wanda Broom. It was a fairly average story, except for one twist. She was 44 years old, twice divorced, with 2 grown children. She lived in the servants' wing with the rest of the in-house staff. About 4 miles away, her mother, aged 81, lived in a modest, somewhat run-down home, existing comfortably on Social Security and her husband's railroad pension. Broom had been employed by the Sullivans, as she said, for about a year, which was what initially had drawn Frank's attention. She was by far the newest member of the house's staff. That in itself didn't mean much, but by all accounts Sullivan treated his help very well, and there was something to be said for the loyalty of long-standing, well-paid employees. Wanda Broom looked like she could be very loyal too. The question was, to whom? The twist was that Wanda Broom had spent some time in prison more than 20 years ago for embezzlement when she had worked as a bookkeeper for a doctor in Pittsburgh. The other servants were squeaky clean. So she was capable of breaking the law, and she had spent time on the inside. Her name back then had been Wanda Jackson. She had divorced Jackson when she got out, or rather he had dropped her. There was no record of arrest since then. With the name change and the conviction far in the past, if the Sullivans had done a background check, they might not have turned up anything. Or maybe they didn't care. From all sources, Wanda Broom had been an honest, hard-working citizen these last 20 years. Frank wondered what had changed that.
Is there anything you can remember or think of that might help me, Wanda?
Frank tried to look as innocent as possible, opening his notebook and pretending to jot down some notes. If she were the inside person, the one thing he didn't want was Wanda running back to Rogers, which would result in his going even further underground. On the other hand, if he could get her to crumble, then she just might jump sides. He envisioned her dusting the entrance hall. It would have been so easy to apply that chemical to the cloth, then casually brush it against the security panel. It would all look so natural. No one, even staring directly at her while she did it, would have given it a thought. Just a conscientious servant doing her job, then sneaking down when everyone was asleep. A quick sweep of the light and her part was done. Technically, she would probably be an accomplice to murder, since homicide was a reasonably likely result when you burglarized someone's home. But Frank was far less interested in sending Wanda Broom away for a large portion of the rest of her life than he was in bagging the trigger man. The woman sitting across from him had not concocted this plan, he believed. She had played a role, a small, albeit important role. Frank wanted the master of ceremonies. He would get the Commonwealth's attorney to cut a deal with Wanda to accomplish that goal. Wanda? Frank leaned across the table and earnestly took one of her hands. Can you think of anything else? Anything that will help me catch the person who murdered your friend? Frank finally received a small shake of the head in return, and he leaned back. He hadn't expected much on this go-round, but he had made his point. The wall was beginning to crumble. She wouldn't warn the guy, Frank was certain of that. He was getting to Wanda Broom, little by little. As he would discover, he had already gone too far. Chapter 14. Jack threw his carry-on into the corner, tossed his overcoat on the sofa, and fought the impulse to pass out right there on the carpet. Ukraine and back in 5 days had been a killer. The 7-hour time difference had been bad enough, but for someone closing in on octogenarian status, Walter Sullivan had been indefatigable. They had been whisked through the security checkpoints with the alacrity and respect Sullivan's wealth and reputation commanded. From that point forward, a series of endless meetings had commenced. They toured manufacturing facilities, mining operations, office buildings, hospitals, and then had been taken to dinner and gotten drunk with the mayor of Kiev. The president of Ukraine had received them on the second day, and Sullivan had him eating out of his hand within the hour. Capitalism and entrepreneurship were respected above all else in the liberated republic, and Sullivan was a capitalist with a capital C. Everyone wanted to talk to him, shake his hand, as if some of his money-making magic would rub off on them, producing untold wealth in a very short time. The result had been more than they could have hoped for as the Ukrainians fell in line on the business deal with glowing praise for its vision. The pitch for dollars for nukes would come later at the appropriate time. Such an asset, an unnecessary asset that could be turned into liquidity. Sullivan's retrofitted 747 had flown non-stop from Kiev to BWI, and his limo had just dropped Jack off. He made his way into the kitchen. The only thing in the fridge was soured milk. The Ukrainian food had been good but was heavy, and after the first couple of days he only picked at his meals. And there had been way too much booze. Apparently business could not be conducted without it. He rubbed his head, tussling with sleep deprivation of massive proportion. In fact, he was too tired to sleep. But he was hungry. He checked his watch. His internal clock said it was almost 8 a.m. His watch proclaimed that it was well after midnight. While D.C. was not the Big Apple in its ability to cater to any appetite or interest no matter the time of day or night, there were a few places where Jack could get some decent food on a weeknight despite the lateness of the hour. As he struggled into his overcoat, the phone rang. The machine was on. Jack started to go out, then hesitated. He listened to the perfunctory message followed by the beep. "Jack?" A voice swarmed up on him, from out of the past, like a ball held under water until it's free and explodes to the surface. He snatched up the phone. "Luther?" The restaurant was hardly more than a hole in the wall, which made it one of Jack's favorites. Any reasonable concoction of food could be gotten there at any time, day or night. It was a place that Jennifer Baldwin would never set foot inside, and one that he and Kate had frequented. A short time ago, the results of that comparison would have disturbed him, but he had made up his mind, and he didn't intend on revisiting the question. Life was not perfect, and you could spend your entire life waiting for that perfection. He was not going to do that. Jack wolfed down scrambled eggs, bacon, and 4 pieces of toast. The fresh coffee burned his throat going down. After 5 days of instant Java and bottled water, it tasted wonderful. Jack looked across at Luther, who sipped on his coffee and alternated between looking out the dirty plate-glass window onto the dark street and passing his eye around the small, grimy interior. Jack put his coffee down. "You look tired." "So do you, Jack." "I've been out of the country." "Me too." That explained the condition of the yard and the mail. A needless worry. Jack pushed the plate away and waved for a refill on his coffee. "I went by your place the other day." "Why was that?" Jack had expected the question. Luther Whitney had never taken anything other than the direct approach. But anticipation was one thing, having a ready answer another. Jack shrugged. "I don't know. Just wanted to see you, I guess. It's been a while." Luther nodded agreement. "You seeing Kate again?" Jack swallowed a mouthful of coffee before answering. His temples started to throb. "No. Why?" "I thought I saw you two together a while back." "We sort of ran into each other. That's all." Jack couldn't tell exactly, but Luther looked upset with that answer. He noticed Jack watching him closely, then smiled. "Used to be. You were the only way I could find out if my little girl was doing okay." "You were my pipeline of information, Jack." "You ever consider just talking to her directly, Luther? You know, that might be worth a shot. The years are going by." Luther waved the suggestion off and stared out the window again. Jack looked him over. The face was leaner than usual, the eyes puffy. There were more wrinkles on the forehead and around the eyes than Jack remembered. But it had been 4 years. Luther was at the age now where the onslaught of age hit you quickly. Deterioration was more and more evident every day. He caught himself staring into Luther's eyes. Those eyes had always fascinated Jack. Deep green and large, like a woman's, they were supremely confident eyes. Like you see on pilots, an infinite calmness about life in general. Nothing rattled them. Jack had seen happiness in those eyes when he and Kate announced their engagement, but more often he had seen sadness. And yet, right beneath the surface, Jack saw 2 things he had never seen in Luther Whitney's eyes before. He saw fear, and he saw hatred, and he wasn't sure which one bothered him the most. "Luther, are you in trouble?" Luther took out his wallet and, despite Jack's protests, paid for the food. "Let's take a walk." A taxi-cab ride took them to the mall, and they walked in silence to a bench across from the Smithsonian Castle. The chilly night air settled in on them, and Jack pulled up the collar of his coat. Jack sat while Luther stood and lit a cigarette. That's new. Jack looked at the smoke curving up slowly in the clear night air.
At my age, who gives a shit?
Luther flung the match down and buried it in the dirt with his foot. He sat down.
Jack, I want you to do me a favor.
Okay.
You haven't heard the favor yet.
Luther suddenly stood up.
You mind walking? My joints are getting stiff.
They had passed the Washington Monument and were headed toward the Capitol when Luther broke the silence.
I'm in kind of a jam, Jack.
It's not so bad now, but I got a feeling it's going to get worse, and that might happen sooner rather than later. Luther didn't look at him. He seemed to be staring ahead at the massive dome of the Capitol.
I'm not sure how things are going to play out right now. But if it goes the way I think it's going to go, then I'm going to need a lawyer. And I want you, Jack. I don't want no bullshitter, and I don't want no baby lawyer. You're the best defense lawyer I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of them, up close and personal.
I don't do that anymore, Luther. I push paper, do deals. It struck Jack at that moment that he was more a businessman than a lawyer. That thought was not an especially pleasing one. Luther did not seem to hear him.
It won't be a freebie. I'll pay you. But I want someone I can trust, and you're the only one I trust, Jack.
Luther stopped walking and turned to the younger man, waiting for an answer. Luther, you want to tell me what's going on? Luther shook his head vigorously.
Not unless I have to. That wouldn't do you or anybody else any good.
He stared at Jack intently until it made him uncomfortable.
I gotta tell you, Jack, if you're my lawyer on this, it's gonna get kinda hairy.
What do you mean?
I mean, people could get hurt on this one, Jack. Really hurt. Like not coming back hurt.
Jack stopped walking. If you've got some guys like that on your butt, it might be better to cut a deal now. Get immunity and disappear in a witness protection program. Lots of people do. It's not an original idea. Luther laughed out loud. Laughed until he choked and ended up doubled over, coughing up the little that was in his stomach. Jack helped him back up. He could feel the older man's limbs trembling. He did not realize they were trembling with rage. This outburst was so out of character for the man that Jack felt his flesh crawl. He realized he was perspiring despite watching his breath produce small clouds in the late-night chill. Luther composed himself. He took a deep breath and looked almost embarrassed.
Thanks for the advice. Send me a bill. I gotta go.
Go? Where the hell are you going? I want to know what's going on, Luther.
If something should happen to me...
God damn it, Luther! I'm growing real tired of this cloak and dagger shit. Luther's eyes became slits. The confidence suddenly returned with a touch of ferocity.
Everything I do is for a reason, Jack. If I'm not telling you the whole scoop now, you better believe it's for a goddamn good reason. You may not understand it now, but the way I'm doing it is to keep you as safe as I can. I wouldn't be involving you at all except I needed to know if you'd go to bat for me when and if I needed you. Because if you won't, forget this conversation ever happened, and forget you ever knew me.
You can't be serious.
Serious as shit, Jack.
The men stood looking at each other. The trees behind Luther's head had shed most of their leaves. Their bare branches reached to the skies, like bursts of dark lightning frozen in place.
I'll be there, Luther.
Luther's hand swiftly settled into Jack's, and the next minute Luther Whitney disappeared into the shadows. The cab dropped Jack off in front of the apartment building. The payphone was right across the street. He paused for a moment, gathering energy and the nerve he would need for what he was about to do.
Hello?
The voice was full of sleep. Kate? Jack counted the seconds until her mind cleared and identified the voice.
Jesus Christ, Jack, do you know what time it is?
Can I come over?
No, you cannot come over. I thought we had settled all of this.
He paused, steeled himself. It's not about that. He paused again. It's about your father. The extended silence was difficult to interpret.
What about him?
The tone was not as cold as he would have thought. He's in trouble. Now the familiar tone returned.
So, why the hell does that still surprise you?
I mean, he's in serious trouble. He just proceeded to scare the living shit out of me without really telling me anything.
Jack, it's late, and whatever my father is involved in.
Kate, he was scared. I mean, really scared. So scared he threw up. Again, there was a long pause. Jack tracked her mental processes as she thought about the man they both knew so well. Luther Whitney, scared? That didn't make sense. His line of work necessarily demanded someone with steel nerves. Not a violent person. His entire adult life had been spent right on the edge of danger. She was terse.
Where are you?
Right across the street. Jack looked up as he saw a slender figure move to a window of the building and look out. He waved. The door opened to Jack's knock, and he saw her retreating into the kitchen, where he heard a pot clattering, water being poured, and the gas on the stove being lit. He looked around the room, and then stood just inside the front door, feeling a little foolish. A minute later, she walked back in. She had on a thick bathrobe that ended at her ankles. She was barefoot. Jack found himself staring at her feet. She followed his gaze and then looked at him. He jolted back.
How's the ankle? Looks fine.
He smiled. She frowned and said tersely, "It's late, Jack.
What about him?"
He moved into the tiny living room and sat down. She sat across from him. He called me up a couple hours ago. We grabbed some food at that little dive next to Eastern Market and then started walking. He told me he needed a favor, that he was in trouble, serious trouble with some people who could do some permanent damage to him. Real permanent. The tea kettle started whistling. She jumped up. He watched her go, the sight of her perfectly shaped derriere outlined against the bathrobe bringing back a flood of memories he wished would just leave him the hell alone. She came back with 2 cups of tea. What was the favor? She sipped her tea. Jack left his where it was. He said he needed a lawyer. He might need a lawyer. Although things might turn out so he wouldn't. He wanted me to be that lawyer. She put her tea down.
Is that it?
Isn't that enough?
Maybe for an honest, respectable person, but not for him.
My God, Kate, the man was scared. I've never seen him scared before, have you?
I've seen all I need to see of him.
He chose his lifestyle, and now apparently it's catching up to him. He's your father, for Christ's sakes. Jack, I don't want to have this conversation. She started to get up. What if something happens to him? Then what? She looked at him coldly.
Then it happens. That's not my problem.
Jack got up and started to leave. Then he turned back, his face red with anger. I'll tell you how the funeral service goes. On second thought, what the hell would you care? I'll just make sure you get a copy of the death certificate for your scrapbook. He didn't know she could move that quickly, but he would feel the slap for about a week, like someone had poured acid across his cheek, a truer description than he realized at the moment. How dare you? Her eyes blazed at him as he slowly rubbed his face. Then the tears erupted from her with so much force that they spilled onto the front of the robe. He said quietly, as calmly as he could, "Don't shoot the messenger, Kate. I told Luther, and I'm telling you, life is way too short for this crap. I lost both my parents a long time ago. Okay, you have reasons for not liking the guy. Fine. That's up to you. But the old man loves you and cares about you, and regardless of how you think he's screwed up your life, you have to respect that love. That's my advice to you. Take it or leave it." He moved toward the door, but she again got there before him.
You don't know anything about it.
Fine, I don't know anything about it. Go back to bed. I'm sure you'll fall right asleep. Nothing important on your mind. She grabbed his coat with such force that she jerked him around, even though he outweighed her by 80 pounds. I was 2 years old when he went to prison for the last time. I was 9 when he got out. Do you understand the incredible shame of a little girl whose dad is in prison? Whose dad steals other people's property for a living? When you had show and tell at school, and the one kid's dad is a doctor and another's is a truck driver, and it comes to your turn, and the teacher looks down and tells the class that Katie's dad had to go away because he did something bad, and then she'd skip to the next kid? He was never there for us. Never. Mom worried sick about him all the time, but she always kept the faith right up until the end. She made it easy for him. She finally divorced him, Kate, Jack gently reminded her. Only because that was the only choice she had left. And right when she was just getting her life turned around, she finds a lump in her breast, and in 6 months she's gone. Kate leaned back against the wall. She looked so tired it was painful to witness.
And you know what the really crazy thing is?
She never once stopped loving him. After all the incredible shit he put her through. Kate shook her head, having a hard time believing the words she had just spoken. She looked up at Jack, her chin trembling slightly. But that's okay. I have enough hate for both of us. She stared at him, a mixture of pride and righteousness on her features. Jack didn't know if it was the complete exhaustion he was feeling or the fact that for so many years what he was about to say had been pent up inside him. Years of watching this charade and brushing it aside in favor of the beauty and vivaciousness of the woman across from him. His vision of perfection. Is that your idea of justice, Kate? Enough hate balanced against enough love and everything equals out? She stepped back. What are you talking about? He moved forward as she continued to retreat into the small room. I've listened to this goddamn martyrdom of yours until I'm sick of it. You think you're some perfect defender of the hurt and victimized. Nothing comes above that. Not you, not me, not your father. The only reason you're out there prosecuting every son of a bitch that comes into your sights is because your father hurt you. Every time you convict somebody, that's another nail in your old man's heart. Her hand flew to his face. He caught it, gripped it. Your whole adult life has been spent getting back at him. For all the wrongs, for all the hurt, for never being there for you. He squeezed her hand until he heard her gasp. Did you ever once stop to think that maybe you were never there for him? He let go of her hand as she stood there, staring at him, a look on her face he had never seen before. Do you understand that Luther loves you so much that he's never tried to contact you? Never tried to be a part of your life because he knows that's how you want it? His only child living a few miles away from him, and he's completely cut out of her life. Did you ever think about how he feels? Did your hate ever let you do that?" She didn't answer. "Don't you ever wonder why your mother loved him? Is your picture of Luther Whitney so goddamn distorted that you can't see why she loved him?" He grabbed her shoulders, shook her. "Does your goddamn hatred ever let you be compassionate? Does it ever let you love anything, Kate?" He pushed her away. She stumbled backward, her eyes locked on his face. He hesitated for a moment. "The fact is, lady, you don't deserve him." He paused and then decided to finish. "You don't deserve to be loved." In one furious instant, her teeth gnashed, her face contorted into rage. She screamed and flew at him, hammering her fists into his chest, slapping his face. He felt none of her blows as the tears slid down her cheeks. Her assault stopped as quickly as it started. Her arms like lead, they clutched at his coat, holding on. That's when the heaves started and she sank to the floor, the tears bursting from her, the sobs echoing through the tiny space. He lifted her up and placed her gently on the couch. He knelt beside her, letting her cry, and she did so for a long time, her body repeatedly tensing and then going limp until he felt himself growing weak, his hands clammy. He finally wrapped his arms around her, laid his chest against her side. Her thin fingers clutched tightly to his coat as both their bodies shook together for a long time. When it was over, she sat up slowly, her face red, splotchy. Jack stepped back. She refused to look at him.
"Get out, Jack."
"Kate, get out!" Despite her scream, the voice was fragile, battered. She covered her face in her hands. He turned and walked out the door. As he headed down the street, he turned to look at her building. Her silhouette was framed in the window, looking out. But she wasn't looking at him. She was looking for something. He wasn't sure what. Probably she didn't even know. As he continued to watch, she turned from the window. A few moments later, the light in her apartment went out. Jack wiped at his eyes, turned and walked slowly down the street, heading home after one of the longest days he could ever remember.
God damn it.
How long? Seth Frank stood next to the car. It was not quite 8 in the morning. The young Fairfax County patrolman didn't know the significance of the event and was startled by the detective's outburst.
"We found her about an hour ago. An early morning jogger saw the car, called it in."
Frank walked around the car and peered in from the passenger side. The face was peaceful, much different from the last corpse he had viewed. The long hair was undone, streamed down the sides of the car seat and flowed across the floorboard. Wanda Broom looked like she was asleep. 3 hours later, the crime scene investigation was completed. 4 pills had been found on the car seat. The autopsy would confirm that Wanda Broom had died from a massive overdose of digitalis, from a prescription she had filled for her mother but obviously had never delivered. She had been dead for about 2 hours when her body was discovered on the secluded dirt path that ran around a 5-acre pond about 8 miles from the Sullivan place, just over the county line. The only other piece of tangible evidence was in a plastic bag that Frank was carrying back to headquarters after getting the okay from his sister jurisdiction. The note was on a piece of paper torn from a spiral ring notepad. The handwriting was a woman's, flowing and embellished. Wanda's last words had been a desperate plea for redemption, a shriek of guilt in 4 words. "I am so sorry." Frank drove on past the rapidly fading foliage and misty swamp that paralleled the winding back road. He had fucked that one up royally. He never would have figured the woman for a suicide candidate. Wanda Broom's history pegged her as a survivor. Frank couldn't help but feel sorry for the woman, but also raged at her stupidity. He could have gotten her a deal, a sweetheart deal. Then he reflected on the fact that his instincts had been right on one count. Wanda Broom had been a very loyal person. She had been loyal to Christine Sullivan, and could not live with the guilt that she had contributed, however unintentionally, to her death. An understandable, if regrettable, reaction. But with her gone, Frank's best and perhaps only opportunity to land the big fish had just died too. The memory of Wanda Broom faded into the background as he focused on how to bring to justice a man who had now caused the death of 2 women. Damn, Tar, was it today? Jack looked at his client in the reception area of Patton Shaw. The man looked as out of place as a junkyard mutt at a dog show. 10:30. It's 11:15 now. Does that mean I get 45 minutes free? By the way, you look like hell. Jack looked down at his rumpled suit and put a hand through his unkempt hair. His internal clock was still on Ukraine time, and a sleepless night had not helped his appearance. Believe me, I look much better than I feel. The 2 men shook hands. Tar had dressed up for the meeting, which meant his jeans didn't have holes in them, and he wore socks with his tennis shoes. The corduroy jacket was a relic from the early 1970s, and the hair was its usual tangle of curls and mats. Hey, we can do it another day, Jack. Me, I understand hangovers. Not when you got all dressed up. Come on back. All I need is some grub. I'll take you to lunch and won't even bill you for the tab. As the men walked down the hallway, Lucinda, prim and proper in keeping with the firm's image, breathed a sigh of relief. More than one Patton Shaw partner had walked through her turf with absolute horror on their face at the sight of Tar Crimson. Memos would fly this week. I'm sorry, Tar, I'm running on about 12 cylinders lately. Jack tossed his overcoat over a chair and settled down miserably behind a stack of pink message slips about 6 inches high on his desk. Out of the country, so I heard. Hope it was someplace fun. It wasn't. How's business? Booming. Pretty soon you might be able to call me a legitimate client. Make your partner's stomachs feel a lot better when they see me sitting in the lobby. Screw 'em, Tar. You pay your bills. Better to be a big client and pay some of your bills than a teeny client who pays all of his. Jack smiled. You got us all figured out, don't you? Hey, man, you seen one algorithm, you've seen 'em all. Jack opened Tar's file and perused it quickly. We'll have your new S-Corp set up by tomorrow. Delaware Incorporation with a qualification in the district, right? Tar nodded. How are you planning on capitalizing it? Tar pulled out a legal pad. I've got the list of potentials. Same as the last deal. Do I get a reduced rate? Tar smiled. He liked Jack, but business was business. Yeah, this time you won't pay for the learning curve of an overpriced and underinformed associate. Both men smiled. I'll cut the bill to the bone, Tar, just like always. What's the new company for, by the way? Got the inside track on some new technology for surveillance work. Jack looked up from his notes. Surveillance? That's a little off the mark for you, isn't it? Hey, you gotta go with the flow. Corporate business is down. But when one market dries up, being the good entrepreneur that I am, I look around for other opportunities. Surveillance for the private sector has always been hot. Now the new twist is Big Brother in the law enforcement arena. That's ironic for somebody who got thrown in jail in every major city in the country during the 1960s.
Hey, those causes were good ones. But we all grow up.
How does it work?
2 ways. First, low-level orbit satellites are downlinked to metropolitan police tracking stations. The birds have pre-programmed sweep sectors. They spot trouble and they send an almost instantaneous signal to the tracking station, giving precise incident information. It's real time for the cops. The second method involves placing military-style surveillance equipment, sensors and tracking devices on top of telephone poles, or underground with surface sensors on the outside of buildings. Their exact locations will be classified, of course, but they'll be deployed in the worst crime areas. If something starts to go down, they'll call in the cavalry.
Jack shook his head. I can think of a few civil rights that might be trampled.
Tell me about it. But it's effective.
Until the bad guys move.
Kinda hard to outrun a satellite, Jack.
Jack shook his head and turned back to his file.
Hey, how are the wedding plans coming?
Jack looked up. I don't know. I try to keep out of the way. Tar laughed.
Shit. Julie and I had a total of $20 to get married on, including the honeymoon. We got a justice of the peace for $10, bought a case of Michelob with the rest, and rode the Harley down to Miami and slept on the beach. Had a hell of a good time.
Jack smiled, shook his head. I think the Baldwins have something a little more formal in mind, although your way sounds like a lot more fun to me. Tar looked at him quizzically, remembering something.
Hey, whatever happened to that gal you were dating when you were defending the criminal elements of this fair city? Kate, right?
Jack looked down at his desk. We decided to go our separate ways, he said quietly.
Huh. I always thought you two made a nice-looking couple.
Jack looked across at him, licked his lips, and then closed his eyes for a moment before answering. Well, sometimes looks can be deceiving. Tar studied his face.
You sure?
I'm sure. After lunch and finishing up some overdue work, Jack returned half of his phone messages and decided to leave the rest until the following day. Looking out the window, he turned his thoughts fully to Luther Whitney. What he could be involved in, Jack could only guess. The most puzzling aspect was that Luther was a loner in private life and with his work. Back when he was with the PD, Jack had checked on some of Luther's priors. He worked alone. Even on the cases where he hadn't been arrested but had been questioned, there was never an issue of more than one person involved. Then who could these other people be? A fence Luther had somehow ripped off? But Luther had been in the business much too long to do something like that. It wasn't worth it. His victim, perhaps. Maybe they couldn't prove Luther had committed the crime, but nevertheless held a vendetta against him. But who held that sort of grudge for getting burglarized? Jack could understand if someone had been hurt or killed, but Luther was not capable of that. He sat down at his small conference table and thought back for a moment to the night before with Kate. It had been the most painful experience of his life, even more so than when Kate had left him. But he had said what needed to be said. He rubbed his eyes. At this moment in his life, the Whitneys weren't especially welcome. But he had promised Luther. Why had he done that? He loosened his tie. At some point he would have to draw the line, or cut the cord, if only for his own mental well-being. Now he was hoping that his promised favor would never come due. He went down and got a soda from the kitchen, sat back down at his desk, and finished up the bills for last month. The firm was invoicing Baldwin Enterprises roughly $300,000 a month, and the work was accelerating. While Jack had been gone, Jennifer had sent over 2 new matters that would occupy a regiment of associates for about 6 months. Jack quickly calculated his profit sharing for the quarter and whistled under his breath when he got an approximate. It was almost too easy. Things were really improving between Jennifer and him. His brain told him not to screw that up. The organ in the center of his chest wasn't so sure, but he was thinking that his brain should start taking command of his life. It wasn't that their relationship had changed. It was only that his expectation of that relationship had. Was that a compromise on his part? Probably. But who said you could manage to get through life without compromise? Kate Whitney had tried, and look what it had gotten her. He phoned Jennifer's office, but she wasn't there. Gone for the day. He checked his watch. 5:30. When she wasn't traveling, Jennifer Baldwin rarely left the office before 8. Jack looked at his calendar. She was in town the whole week. When he had tried her from the airport last night, there had been no answer either. He hoped nothing was wrong. As he was contemplating leaving and heading over to her house, Dan Kirkson popped his head in. "Could I trouble you for a minute, Jack?" Jack hesitated. The little man in his bow ties irritated Jack, and he knew exactly why. Deferential as hell, Kirkson would have treated Jack like a piece of manure had he not controlled millions in business. On top of that, Jack knew that Kirkson desperately wanted to treat him like a piece of shit anyway, and he hoped to accomplish that goal one day. "I was thinking about heading out. I've been hitting it pretty heavy lately." "I know." Kirkson smiled. "The whole firm's been talking about it. Sandy better watch out. By all accounts, Walter Sullivan is very enamored with you." Jack smiled to himself. Lord was the only person whom Kirkson wanted to kick in the ass more than Jack. Lord without Sullivan would be vulnerable. Jack could read all those thoughts as they passed behind the spectacles of the firm's managing partner. "I don't think Sandy has anything to worry about." "Of course not. It'll just take a few minutes. Conference room number 1. Kirkson disappeared as quickly as he had appeared. What the hell was all this about? Jack wondered. He grabbed his coat and walked down the hallway. As he passed a couple of fellow associates in the hallway, they gave him sidelong glances that only increased his puzzlement. The sliding doors to the conference room were closed, which was unusual unless something was going on inside. Jack slid back one of the thick doors. The dark room confronting him exploded into bright light, and Jack looked on in amazement as the party came into focus. The banner on the far wall said it all. "Congratulations, partner." Lord presided over the lavish affair of drinks and an expensive catered spread. Jennifer was there, along with her father and mother. "I am so proud of you, sweetie." She had already consumed several drinks, and her soft eyes and gentle caresses told Jack things would only get better later that night. "Well, we can thank your dad for this partnership." Lover. If you weren't doing a good job, Daddy would cut you loose in a New York minute. Give yourself some credit. You think Sandy Lord and Walter Sullivan are easy to please? Honey, you pleased Walter Sullivan, stunned him even, and there's only a handful of attorneys who have ever done that. Jack swallowed the rest of his drink and contemplated that statement. It sounded plausible. He had scored big with Sullivan, and who was to say Ransom Baldwin wouldn't have taken his business elsewhere if Jack hadn't been up to the task? Maybe you're right. Of course I'm right, Jack. If this firm were a football team, you'd be MVP or Rookie of the Year. Maybe both. Jennifer took another drink and slid her arm around Jack's waist. And on top of that, you can now afford to support me in the lifestyle I've grown accustomed to. She pinched his arm. Grown accustomed to. Right. Try from birth. They stole a quick kiss. You'd better mingle, superstar. She pushed him away and went in search of her parents. Jack looked around. Every person in this room was a millionaire. He was easily the poorest of them all, but his prospects probably surpassed all of theirs. His base income had just quadrupled. His profit sharing for the year would easily be double that. It occurred to him that he, too, was now technically a millionaire. Who would have thought it, when 4 years ago $1 million seemed to be more money than existed on the planet? He had not entered law to become rich. He had spent years working as hard as he ever had for what amounted to pennies. But he was entitled now, wasn't he? This was the typical American dream, wasn't it? But what was it about that dream that made you feel guilty when you finally attained it? He felt a big arm around his shoulder. He turned to look at Sandy Lord, red eyes and all, staring at him. Surprised the hell out of you, didn't we? Jack had to agree with that. Sandy's breath was a mixture of hard liquor and roast beef. It reminded Jack of their very first encounter at Fillmore's. Not a pleasant memory. He subtly distanced himself from his intoxicated partner. Look around this room, Jack. There's not a person here, with the possible exception of yours truly, who wouldn't love to be in your shoes. It seems a little overwhelming. It happened so fast. Jack was more talking to himself than to Lord. Hell, these things always do. For the fortunate few, wham, 0 to the top in seconds. Improbable success is just that, improbable. But that's what makes it so damn satisfying. By the way, let me shake your hand for taking such good care of Walter. Pleasure, Sandy. I like the man. By the way, I'm having a little get-together at my place on Saturday. Some people are going to be there you should meet. See if you can persuade your extremely attractive significant other to attend. She might find some marketing opportunities. Girl's a natural hustler, just like her daddy. Jack shook the hand of every partner in the place, some more than once. By 9 o'clock, he and Jennifer were headed home in her company limo. By 1 o'clock, they had already made love twice. By 1:30, Jennifer was sound asleep. Jack wasn't. He stood by the window looking out at the few stray snowflakes that had started to fall. An early winter storm system had settled in over the area, although accumulations were not supposed to be significant. Jack's thoughts were not on the weather, however. He looked over at Jennifer. She was dressed in a silk nightgown, nestled between satin sheets, in a bed the size of his apartment's bedroom. He looked up at his old friends, the Murals. Their new place was supposed to be ready by Christmas, although the very proper Baldwin family would never allow patent cohabitation until the vows were exchanged. The interiors were being redone under the sharp eye of his fiancée to suit their individual tastes and to boldly cast their own personal statement. Whatever the hell that meant. As he studied the medieval faces on the ceiling, it occurred to Jack that they were probably laughing at him. He had just made partner in the most prestigious firm in town, was the toast of some of the most influential people you could imagine, every one of them eager to advance his already meteoric career even further. He had it all, from the beautiful princess to the rich old father-in-law, to the hallowed if utterly ruthless mentor, to serious bucks in the bank. With an army of the powerful right behind him and a truly limitless future, Jack never felt more alone than he did that night. And despite all his willpower, his thoughts continually turned to an old, frightened, and angry man, and his emotionally spent daughter. With those twin beauties swirling in his head, he silently watched the gentle fall of snowflakes until the softened edges of daybreak greeted him. The old woman watched through the dusty Venetian blinds that covered the living room window as the dark sedan pulled into her driveway. The arthritis in both grossly swollen knees made getting up difficult, much less trying to move herself around. Her back was permanently bent, and the lungs were dense and unforgiving after 50 years of tar and nicotine bombardment. She was counting down to the end. Her body had carried her about as far as it could. Longer than her daughters had. She fingered the letter that she kept in the pocket of her old pink dressing gown that failed to completely cover the red, blistered ankles. She figured they would show up sooner or later. After Wanda had come back from the police station, she knew it was a matter of time before something like this happened. The tears welled up in her eyes as she thought back to the last few weeks.
"It was my fault, Mama."
Her daughter had sat in the tiny kitchen where, as a little girl, she had helped her mother bake cookies and canned tomatoes and string beans harvested from the strip of garden out back. She had repeated those words over and over as she slumped forward on the table, her body convulsing with every word. Edwina had tried to reason with her daughter, but she was not eloquent enough to dent the shroud of guilt that surrounded the slender woman who had started life as a roly-poly baby with thick dark hair and horseshoe legs. She had shown Wanda the letter, but it had done no good. It was beyond the old woman to make her child understand. Now she was gone and the police had come. And now Edwina had to do the right thing. And at 81 and God-fearing, Edwina was going to lie to the police, which was, to her, the only thing she could do. "I'm sorry about your daughter, Mrs. Broom." Frank's words rang sincere to the old woman's ears. The trickle of a tear slipped down the deep crevices of her aged face. The note Wanda had left behind was given to Edwina Broom, and she looked at it through a thick magnifying glass that lay on the table within easy reach. She looked at the earnest face of the detective. "I can't imagine what she was thinking when she wrote this. You understand that a robbery took place at the Sullivan home. That Christine Sullivan was murdered by whoever it was that broke in." "I heard that on the television right after it happened. That was terrible. Terrible." "Did your daughter ever talk to you about the incident?" "Well, of course she did. She was so upset by it all. She and Mrs. Sullivan got along real well. Real well. It broke her up." "Why do you think she took her own life?" "If I could tell you, I would." She let that ambiguous statement hang in front of Frank's face until he folded the paper back up. "Did your daughter tell you anything about her work that might shed some light on the murder?" "No. She liked her job, pretty much. They treated her real well from what she said. Living in that big house, that's real nice." "Mrs. Broom, I understand that Wanda was in trouble with the law a while back." "A long while back, Detective. A long while back, and she lived a good life since then." Edwina Broom's eyes had narrowed, her lips set in a firm line as she stared down Seth Frank. "I'm sure she did," Frank added quickly. "Did Wanda bring anyone by to see you in the last few months? Someone you didn't know, perhaps?" Edwina shook her head. That much was the truth. Frank eyed her for a long moment. The cataract-filled eyes stared straight back at him. "I understand your daughter was out of the country when the incident happened?"
Went down to that island with the Sullivans. They go every year, I'm told.
But Mrs. Sullivan didn't go.
I suppose not, since she was murdered up here while they were down there, Detective.
Frank almost smiled. This old lady wasn't nearly as dumb as she was making out to be. You wouldn't have any idea why Mrs. Sullivan didn't go. Something Wanda might have told you. Edwina shook her head, stroked a silver and white cat that jumped up on her lap. Well, thank you for talking to me. Again, I'm sorry about your daughter.
Thank you. I am too. Very sorry.
As she wrenched herself up to see him to the door, the letter fell out of her pocket. Her weary heart skipped a beat as Frank bent down, picked it up without glancing at it, and handed it to her. She watched him pull out of the driveway. She slowly eased herself back down in the chair by the fireplace and unfolded the letter. It was in a man's hand she knew well. I didn't do it, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you who did. For Edwina Broom, that was all she needed to know. Luther Whitney had been a friend for a long time and had only broken into that house because of Wanda. If the police caught up to him, it would not be with her assistance. And what her friend had asked her to do, she would. God help her. It was the only decent thing she could do. Seth Frank and Bill Burton shook hands and sat down. They were in Frank's office and the sun was barely up. I appreciate your seeing me, Seth.
It is a little unusual.
Damn unusual if you ask me. Burton grinned. Mind if I light one up?
How about I join you?
Both men pulled out their packs. Burton bent his match forward as he settled back in his chair. I've been with the service a long time, and this is a first for me. But I can understand it. Old Man Sullivan is one of the president's best friends. Helped get him started in politics. A real mentor. They both go way back. Just between you and me, I don't think the president actually wants us to do much more than give an impression of involvement. We are in no way looking to step on your toes.
Not that you have jurisdiction to do that anyway.
Exactly, Seth. Exactly. Hell, I was a state trooper for 8 years. I know how police investigations go. The last thing you need is somebody else looking over your goddamn shoulder. The wariness started to fade from Frank's eyes. An ex-state trooper turned Secret Service agent. This guy was really a career law enforcement person. In Frank's book, you didn't get much better than that. So what's your proposal? I see my role as an information pipeline to the president. Something breaks, you give me a call, and I'll fill in the president. Then when he sees Walter Sullivan, he can speak intelligently about the case. Believe me, it's not all smoke and mirrors. The president is genuinely concerned about the case. Burton smiled inwardly. And no interference from the feds. No second guessing. Hell, I'm not the FBI. It's not a federal case. Look at me as the civilian emissary of a VIP. Not much more than a professional courtesy, really. Frank looked around his office as he slowly absorbed the situation. Burton followed that gaze and tried to size up Frank as precisely as possible. Burton had known many detectives. Most had average capabilities, which, coupled with an exponentially increasing caseload, resulted in a very low arrest and much lower conviction rate. But he had checked out Seth Frank. The guy was former NYPD with a string of citations a mile long. Since his coming to Middleton County, there had not been one unsolved homicide. Not one. It was a rural county, to be sure, but a 100% solve rate was still pretty impressive. All those facts made Burton very comfortable. For although the president had requested that Burton keep in contact with the police in order to fulfill his pledge to Sullivan, Burton had his own reason for wanting access to the investigation. If something breaks really fast, I might not be able to apprise you right away. I'm not asking for miracles, Seth. Just a little info when you get a chance, that's all. Burton stood up, crushing out his cigarette. We got a deal? I'll do my best, Bill. A man can't ask for more than that. So you got any leads? Seth Frank shrugged. Maybe. Might peter out, you never know. You know how that goes. Tell me about it. Burton started to leave and then looked back. Hey, as some quid pro quo, if you need any red tape cut during your investigation, access to databases, stuff like that, you let me know, and your request gets a top priority. Here's my number. Frank took the offered card. I appreciate that, Bill. 2 hours later, Seth Frank lifted up his phone, and nothing happened. No dial tone, no outside line. The phone company was called. An hour later, Seth Frank again picked up his phone, and the dial tone was there. The system was fixed. The phone closet was kept locked at all times, but even if someone had been able to look inside, the mass of lines and other equipment would have been indecipherable to the layperson. Not that the police force ordinarily worried about someone tapping their lines. Bill Burton's lines of communication were open now, a lot wider than Seth Frank had ever dreamed they would be. Chapter 15. I think it's a mistake, Alan. I think we should be distancing ourselves, not trying to take over the investigation. Russell stood next to the president's desk in the Oval Office. Richmond was seated at the desk going over some recent healthcare legislation. A quagmire, to say the least, and not one he planned to expend much political capital on before the election. Gloria, get with the program, will you? Richmond was preoccupied. Well ahead in the polls, he thought the gap should be even greater. His anticipated opponent, Henry Jacobs, was short and not particularly good-looking or a great speaker. His sole claim to fame was 30 years of toiling on behalf of the country's indigent and less fortunate. Consequently, he was a walking media disaster. In the age of sound bites and photo ops, being able to look and talk a big game was an absolute necessity. Jacobs was not even the best among a very weak group that had seen its two leading candidates knocked out over assorted scandals, sexually based and otherwise. All of which made Richmond wonder why his 32-point lead in the polls wasn't 50. He finally turned to look at his chief of staff. Look, I promised Sullivan I'd keep on top of it. I said that to a goddamn national audience that got me a dozen points in the polls that apparently your well-oiled re-election team can't improve upon. Do I need to go out and start a war to get the polls where they should be? Alan, the election's in the bag. We both know that. But we have to play not to lose. We have to be careful. That person is still out there. What if he's caught? Exasperated, Richmond stood up. Will you forget him? If you'd stop to think about it for a second, the fact that I have closely associated myself with the case takes away the only possible shred of credibility the guy might have had. If I hadn't publicly proclaimed my interest, some nosy reporter might have pricked up his ears at an allegation that the president was somehow involved in the death of Christine Sullivan. But now that I've told the nation that I'm mad and determined to bring the perpetrator to justice, if the allegation is made, people will think the guy saw me on TV, and he's a wacko. Russell sat down in a chair. The problem was Richmond didn't have all the facts. If he knew about the letter opener, would he have taken these same steps? If he knew about the note and photo Russell had received? She was withholding information from her boss, information that could ruin both of them. Absolutely and completely. As Russell walked down the hallway back to her office, she didn't notice Bill Burton staring at her from a passageway. The look was not one of affection, not anywhere close. Stupid, stupid bitch. From where he was standing, he could have popped 3 slugs into the back of her head. No sweat. His talk with Colin had cleared up the picture completely. If he had called the police that night, there would have been trouble, but not for him and Colin. The president and his skirted sidekick would have taken all the heat. The woman had snookered him. And now he was barely hanging on the edge of all that he had worked for, sweated for, taken bullets for. He knew far better than Russell what they were all confronted with, and it was because of that knowledge that he had made his decision. It had not been an easy one, but it was the only one he could make. It was the reason he had visited Seth Frank, and it was also the reason he had had the detective's phone line tapped. Burton knew his course of action was probably a long shot, but they were all well outside the range of guarantees of any kind now. You just had to go with the cards you had and hope Lady Luck would smile on you at some point. Again, Burton shook with anger at the position the woman had put him in, the decision her stupidity had caused him to make. It was all he could do not to run down the stairs and break her neck. But he promised himself one thing. If he lived to do nothing else, he would ensure that this woman would suffer. He would rip her from the safe confines of her power career and hurl her right into the shit of reality. And he would enjoy every minute of it. Gloria Russell checked her hair and lipstick in the mirror. She knew she was acting like a damn love-struck teenager, but there was something so naive and yet so masculine about Tim Cullen that it was actually starting to distract her attention from her work. Something that had never happened before. But it was a historical fact that men in power positions usually got some action on the side. Not an ardent feminist, Russell saw nothing wrong with emulating her male counterparts. As she saw it, it was just another perk of the position. As she slipped out of her dress and underwear and into her most transparent nightgown, she kept reminding herself of why she was seducing the younger man. She needed him for 2 reasons. 1, he knew about her blunder with the letter opener, and she needed absolute assurance that he'd keep quiet about that. And 2nd, she needed his help to get that piece of evidence back. Compelling, rational reasons. And yet tonight, like all the nights before, they were the furthest things from her mind. At that moment, she felt she could fuck Tim Cullen every night for the rest of her life and never tire of the feelings that flooded through her body after each encounter. Her brain could rationalize 1,000 reasons why she should stop, but the remainder of her body was, for once, not listening. The knock on the door came a little early. She finished primping her hair, quickly checked her makeup again, and then awkwardly slipped into her heels as she hurried down the hallway. She opened the front door, and it felt like someone had plunged a knife between her breasts. "What the hell are you doing here?" Burton put 1 foot inside the half-open door and one massive hand against the door itself. "We need to talk." Russell unconsciously checked behind him for the man she had expected to make love to her tonight. Burton noted the glance. "Sorry. Loverboy ain't coming, Chief." She tried to slam the door closed, but couldn't budge the 240-pound Burton an inch. With maddening ease, he pushed open the door and went inside, shutting the door behind him. He stood in the entranceway looking at the Chief of Staff, who was now desperately trying to understand what he was doing there. At the same time, she was trying to cover up strategic parts of her anatomy. She was not succeeding with either.
Get out, Burton. How dare you come barging in here? You're through.
Burton moved past her into the living room, barely brushing against her as he walked by. Either we talk here, or we talk someplace else. It's up to you. She followed him into the living room.
What the hell are you talking about? I told you to get out.
You're forgetting your place in the official hierarchy, aren't you? He turned to face her. You always answer the door dressed like that? He could understand Colin's interest. The nightgown did nothing to hide the Chief of Staff's voluptuous figure. Who would have thought? He might have been aroused, despite 24 years with the same woman and 4 children spawned from that marriage, except for the fact that he was absolutely repulsed by the half-naked woman standing across from him.
Go to hell. Go straight to hell, Burton.
That's probably where we're all going to end up, so why don't you go get on some clothes, and then we're going to talk, and then I'll leave. But until then, I ain't going anywhere.
Do you realize what you're doing? I can crush you.
Right. He pulled out the photos from his jacket pocket and tossed them down on the table. Russell tried to ignore them, but finally picked them up. She steadied her trembling legs by placing a hand on top of a table. You and Colin make a beautiful couple. You really do. I don't think the media will lose sight of that fact. Might make for an interesting movie of the week. What do you think? Chief of Staff gets brains screwed out by young Secret Service agent. You could call it The Fuck Heard Round the World. That's catchy, don't you think? She slapped him, as hard as she had ever slapped anyone. Pain shot through her arm. It had been like hitting a piece of wood. Burton took her hand and twisted it sideways until she screamed.
Listen, lady, I know every fucking thing that's going on here. Everything. The letter opener. Who's got it? Most importantly, how he got it. And now this recent correspondence from our little larcenous voyeur. Now, any way you cut it, we got us a big problem. And seeing that you've screwed everything up from the get-go, I think a change of command is in order. Now go get out of the hooker clothes and come back in here. If you want me to save your horny little ass, you'll do exactly what I tell you to do. Do you understand? Because if you don't, then I suggest we go have a little chat with the president. It's up to you, Chief.
Burton spat out the last word, communicating unequivocally his absolute disgust with her. Burton slowly let go of her arm, but still towered over her like a mountain. His massive bulk seemed to block out her ability to think. Russell gingerly rubbed her arm and almost timidly looked up at him as the hopelessness of her situation started to sink in. She went immediately to the bathroom and threw up. It seemed like she was spending an increasing amount of her time doing that. The cold water on her face finally started to work through the throes of nausea until she was able to sit up and then walk slowly to her bedroom. Her head spinning, she changed into long pants and a thick sweater, dropping the negligee on the bed, too ashamed to even look at it as the garment floated down. Her dreams for a night of pleasure shattered with terrifying abruptness. She replaced her red stilettos with a pair of brown flats. Patting her cheeks down as she sensed the rush of blood there, she felt like she had just been caught by her father with a boy's hands far up her dress. That event had actually occurred in her life and probably contributed to her absolute focus on her career to the detriment of everything else, so embarrassed had she been by the entire episode. Her father had called her a whore and beaten her so badly that she had missed a week of school. She had prayed her entire life that she would never feel such embarrassment again. Until tonight, that prayer had been answered. She forced herself to breathe regularly, and when she went back into the living room, she noted that Burton had taken his jacket off and a pot of coffee sat on the table. She eyed the thick holster with its deadly occupant. Cream and sugar, right? She managed to meet his gaze.
Yes.
He poured out the coffee and she sat down across from him. She looked down at her cup.
How much did Colin tell you?
About the two of you? Nothing, really. He's not the kind of guy who would. I think he's fallen for you pretty hard. You've fucked with his head and his heart. Nice going.
You don't understand anything, do you?
She almost exploded out of her chair. Burton was maddeningly calm. I understand this much. We're about 1 inch from the edge of the cliff, and where we're headed I can't even see the bottom. Frankly, I don't give a shit who you're sleeping with. That's not why I'm here. Russell sat back down and forced herself to drink the coffee. Her stomach started to finally settle down. Burton leaned across and held her arm as gently as he could. Look, Ms. Russell, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit and tell you I'm here because I think the world of you and I want to get you out of a jam. And you don't have to pretend to love me either. But the way I look at it, like it or not, we're in this thing together. And the only way I see us making it through is to work as a team. That's the deal I'm offering. Burton sat back and watched her. Russell put down her coffee and dabbed a napkin against her lips. All right. Burton immediately leaned forward. Just to recount, the letter opener still has both the President's and Christine Sullivan's prints on it. And their blood. Correct?
Yes.
Any prosecutor would be salivating for that thing. We've got to get it back.
We'll buy it.
He wants to sell it. The next communication will tell us how much. Burton shocked her for the second time. He tossed the envelope across. The guy's savvy, but at some point he has to tell us a drop point. Russell took out the letter and read it. The writing was block print as before. The message was brief. Coordinates coming soon. Recommend advanced steps be taken for financial backing. For such prime property, suggest mid-7 figures. Would suggest consequences of default be considered thoroughly. Respond via post-personals if interested. He's got quite a writing style, doesn't he? Succinct, but he gets his point across. Burton poured another cup of coffee. Then he tossed across another photograph of what Russell was desperately hoping to retrieve. He sure likes to tease, doesn't he, Ms. Russell?
At least it sounds like he's ready to deal.
We're talking some big bucks. You prepared for that?
Let me worry about that piece, Burton. Money won't be the problem.
Her arrogance was returning just in time. Probably not, he agreed. By the way, why the hell didn't you let Colin wipe that thing clean?
I don't have to answer that.
No. Actually, you don't, Madam President. Russell and Burton actually smiled at each other. Maybe she had been wrong. Burton was a pain in her ass, but he was cunning and careful. She realized now that she needed those qualities more than Colin's gallant naivete, even if it was accompanied by a fresh, hard body. There's one more piece to the puzzle, Chief.
And that is?
When it comes time to kill this guy, are you going to get squeamish on me? Russell choked on her coffee, and Burton had to literally pound her on the back until she started breathing normally again. I guess that answers that.
What the hell are you talking about, Burton? Killing him?
You still don't understand what's going on here, do you? I thought you were some brilliant professor somewhere. Ivory towers ain't what they used to be, I guess. Or maybe you need a little dose of common sense. Let me explain this real simply for you. This guy was an eyewitness to the president trying to murder Christine Sullivan, Sullivan trying to return the favor, and me and Cullen doing our job and taking her out before the president gets stuck like a side of beef. An eyewitness. Remember that term. Before I found out about this little piece of evidence you left behind, I figured our asses were cooked anyway. Guy leaks the story somehow, someway, and it snowballs from there. Some things we just can't explain, right? But nothing happens, and I figure maybe we all got lucky and this guy is too afraid to come forward. Now I find out about this blackmail shit and I ask myself, what does that mean? Burton looked questioningly at Russell. She answered, "It means he wants money in exchange for the letter opener. It's his lottery." "What else could it mean, Burton?" Burton shook his head. "No. It means this guy is fucking with us, playing mind games. It means we got an eyewitness out there who's getting a little daring, a little adventurous. On top of that, it took a real professional to crack the Sullivan nest. So this guy is not the type who's going to scare too easily. So, if we get back the letter opener, aren't we home free?" Russell was dimly beginning to see what Burton was getting at, but it still wasn't clear. If he doesn't keep photos of it, which might end up on the front page of the Post any day now. An enlarged photo of the president's palm print on a letter opener that came from Christine Sullivan's bedroom on page 1. Probably make for an interesting series of articles. Grounds enough for the papers to start digging around. Even the slightest hint of a connection between the president and Sullivan's murder, and it's over. Sure, we can argue the guy's a wacko and the picture's a clever forgery, and maybe we'll succeed. But one of those photos showing up at the Post doesn't concern me half as much as our other problem. Which is? Russell sat forward now, her voice low, almost husky, as something terrible was beginning to dawn on her. You seem to have forgotten that this guy saw everything we did that night. Everything. What we were wearing. Everybody's name. How we wiped the place clean, which I'm sure the police are still scratching their heads over. He can tell them how we arrived and how we left. He can tell them to check the president's arm for traces of a knife wound. He can tell them how we dug one slug out of the wall and where we were standing when we fired. He can tell them everything they want to know. And when he does, they'll at first think he knows all about the crime scene because he was there and was actually the trigger man. But then the cops will start to realize that this was more than a one-man show. They'll wonder how he knows all this other stuff, some of which he couldn't have made up and which they can verify. They'll begin to wonder about all those little details that just don't make sense, but that this guy can explain. Russell stood up and went over to the bar and poured herself a scotch. She poured one for Burton, too. She thought about what Burton had said. The man had seen everything, including her and an unconscious president having sex. Miserable, she pushed the thought from her mind. Why would he come forward after he'd been paid off? Who says he actually has to come forward? Remember, like you said that night? He could do it from a distance, laugh all the way to the bank, and take down an administration. Hell, he can write it all down and fax it to the cops. They'll have to investigate it, and who's to say they won't find something? If they got any physical evidence from that bedroom, hair root, saliva, seminal fluid, all they need is a body to match it against. Before, there was no reason for them to look our way. But now, who the hell knows? You get a DNA match against Richmond, we're dead. Dead. And so what if the guy never comes forward voluntarily? The detective on the case is no bonehead. And my gut tells me that given time, he's gonna find the son of a bitch. And a guy looking at life in prison, or maybe the ultimate penalty, will talk his head off, believe me. I've seen it happen too many times. Russell felt a sudden chill. What Burton said made absolute sense. The president had sounded so convincing. Neither of them had even considered this line. Besides, I don't know about you, but I don't plan on spending the rest of my life looking over my shoulder waiting for that shoe to drop. But how can we find him? It amused Burton that the chief of staff had fallen in with his plans without much argument. The value of life apparently did not mean much to this woman when her personal well-being was threatened. He hadn't expected less. Before I knew about the letters, I thought we had no chance. But with blackmail, at some point you gotta have the payoff. And then he's vulnerable. But he'll just ask for a wire transfer. If what you say is true, this guy's too smart to be looking for a bag of money in a dumpster. And we won't know where the letter opener will be until long after he's gone. Maybe. Maybe not. You let me worry about that. What is imperative is that you string the guy along just a bit. If he wants the deal done in 2 days, you make it 4. Whatever you put in the personals, make it sincere. I'll leave that up to you, Professor. But you've got to buy me some time. Burton got up. She grabbed his arm. What are you going to do? The less you know about it, the better. But you do understand that if the whole thing blows up, we all go down, including the president. There's nothing at this point I could or would do to prevent that. As far as I'm concerned, you both deserve it. You don't sugarcoat things, do you? Never found it useful. He put on his coat. By the way, you realize that Richmond beat Christine Sullivan up bad, don't you? From the autopsy report, it looks like he tried to turn her neck into a spaghetti loop. So I understand. Is that important to know? You don't have any children, do you? Russell shook her head. I've got 4. 2 daughters. Not much younger than Christine Sullivan. As a parent, you think about things like that. Loved ones getting messed up by some asshole like that. Just wanted you to know the kind of guy our boss is. That is, if he ever gets frisky, you might want to think twice. He left her sitting in the living room contemplating her wrecked life. As he climbed into his car, he took a moment to light a cigarette. Burton had spent the last few days reviewing the preceding 20 years of his life. The price being paid to preserve those years was heading into the stratosphere. Was it worth it? Was he prepared to pay it? He could go to the cops, tell them everything. His career would be over, of course. The police could get him on obstruction of justice, conspiracy to commit murder, maybe some bullshit manslaughter charge for popping Christine Sullivan and other assorted nickel-and-dime stuff. It would all add up, though. Even cutting a deal, he was going to do some serious time. But he could do the time. He could also endure the scandal. All the shit the papers would write. He'd go down in history as a criminal. He'd be inextricably linked to the notoriously corrupt Richmond administration. And yet, he could take that if it came to it. What the hard-as-rock Bill Burton could not take was the look in his children's eyes. He would never again see pride and love. And the absolute and complete trust that their daddy, this big hulk of a man, was indisputably one of the good guys. That was something that was too tough, even for him. Those were the thoughts that had been racing through Burton's head ever since his talk with Colin. A part of him wished he hadn't asked. that he had never found out about the blackmail attempt, because that had given him an opportunity, and opportunities were always accompanied by choices. Burton had finally made his. He wasn't proud of it. If things worked out according to plan, he would do his best to forget it had ever happened. If things didn't work out, well, that was just too bad. But if he went down, so would everyone else. That thought triggered another idea. Burton reached across and popped open the car's glove compartment. He pulled out a mini cassette recorder and a handful of tapes. He looked back up at the house as he puffed on his cigarette. He put the car in gear. As he passed Gloria Russell's house, he figured the lights there would remain on for a long time. Chapter 16. Laura Simon had just about given up hope of finding it. The exterior and interior of the van had been minutely dusted and then fumed for prints. A special laser from the state police headquarters in Richmond had even been brought up, but every time they found a match, it was someone else's prints. Someone they could account for. She knew Pettis's prints by heart now. He was unfortunate enough to have all arches, one of the rarest of fingerprint compositions, as well as a tiny scar on his thumb that had in fact led to his arrest years earlier for grand theft auto. Perps with scars across their fingertips were an ident tech's best friend. But Azinski's prints had shown up once because he'd stuck his finger in a solvent and then pressed it against a piece of plywood kept in the back of the van. A print as perfect as if she had fingerprinted him herself. All told, she had about 53 prints, but none were of any use to her. She sat in the middle of the van and glumly looked around its interior. She had gone over every spot where a print could reasonably be expected to exist. She had hit every nook and cranny of the vehicle with the handheld laser and was running out of ideas where else to look. For the 20th time, she went through the motions of men loading the truck, driving it. The rearview mirror was an ideal spot for prints. Moving the equipment, lifting the bottles of cleaners, dragging the hoses, opening and closing the doors. The difficulty of her task was increased by the fact that prints tended to disappear over time, depending on the surface containing them and the surrounding climate. Wet and warm were the best preservatives, dry and cool the worst. She opened the glove compartment and went through the contents again. Every item had already been inventoried and dusted. She idly flipped through the van's maintenance log. Purplish stains on the paper reminded her that the lab stock of ninhydrin was low. The pages were well worn, although the van had had very few breakdowns the 3 years it had been in commission. Apparently the company believed in a rigorous maintenance program. Each entry was carefully noted, initialed, and dated. The company had its own in-house maintenance crew. As she scanned the pages, one entry caught her eye. All the other entries had been initialed by either a G. Henry or an H. Thomas, both mechanics employed by Metro. This entry had J.P. initialed beside it. Jerome Pettis. The entry indicated that the van had run low on oil and a couple of quarts had been added. All that was terribly unexciting, except that the date was the day the Sullivan place had been cleaned. Simon's breathing accelerated slightly as she crossed her fingers and got out of the van. She popped the hood and began looking at the engine. She shone her light around, and within a minute she found it. An oily thumbprint that preened back at her from the side of the windshield washer fluid reservoir, where someone would naturally rest their hand when they were applying leverage to open or close the oil cap. And a glance told her it wasn't Pettis's, nor was it either of the two mechanics. She grabbed a file card with Budazinski's prints on it. She was 99% sure they weren't his, and she turned out to be right. She carefully dusted and lifted the print, filled out a card, and nearly ran the entire way to Frank's office. She found him with his hat and overcoat on, which he quickly removed. "You're shitting me, Laura."
You want to check with Pettis to see if he remembers Rogers adding the oil that day?
Frank called the cleaning company, but Pettis had already gone for the night. Calls to his home went unanswered. Simon looked at the lift card like it was the most precious jewel in the world.
Forget it. I'll run it through our files.
Stay all night if I have to. We can get Fairfax to access the state police AFIS. Our damn terminal's still down. Simon was referring to the automated fingerprint identification system housed in Richmond, where latent prints found at crime scenes could be compared against the ones on the state's computerized database. Frank thought for a moment. I think I can do one better.
How's that?
Frank pulled a card out of his pocket, picked up the phone, and dialed. He spoke into the phone. Agent Bill Burton, please. Burton picked up Frank and they drove down together to the FBI's Hoover Building, located on Pennsylvania Avenue. Most tourists know the building as bulky and rather ugly and as a place not to miss on a visit to D.C. Housed here was the National Crime Information Center, a computerized information system operated by the FBI, consisting of 14 centralized distributed types of databases and 2 subsystems that constituted the world's largest collection of data on known criminals. The Automated Identification System, AIS, component of NCIC, was a cop's best friend. With tens of millions of criminal prints on file, Frank's chances of a hit were measurably increased. After depositing the print with FBI technicians, who had clear instructions that this assignment was to be moved to as near the top of the pile as possible, Burton and Frank stood outside in the hallway, nervously sipping coffee.
This is going to take a little while, Seth. The computer's going to kick out a bunch of probables. The techs will still have to make the ident manually. I'll hang out and let you know as soon as a match comes back.
Frank checked his watch. His youngest was in a school play that started in 40 minutes. Her role was only that of a vegetable, but was right now the most important thing on earth to his little girl. You sure? Just leave me a number where I can reach you. Frank did so and hurried out. The print could turn out to be nothing, a gas station attendant, but something told Frank that was not the case. Christine Sullivan had been dead a while now. Trails that cold usually stayed as cold as the victim resting 6 feet under, the longest 6 feet any of them would ever have to face. But a cold trail had suddenly turned blazing hot. Whether it would flicker out remained to be seen. For now, Frank was going to enjoy the warmth. He smiled, and not just at the thought of his 6-year-old running around dressed as a cucumber. Burton stared after him, smiling for a very different reason. The FBI used a sensitivity and reliability factor in excess of 90% when processing latents through the AFIS. That meant that no more than 2 probables, and most likely only 1 would be kicked out of the system. In addition, Burton had obtained a higher priority for the search than he had told Frank, all of which gained Burton time. Precious time. Later that night, Burton stared down at a name that was totally unfamiliar to him. Luther Albert Whitney. Date of birth, 8/5/29. His social security number was also listed. The first 3 digits were 179, indicating it had been issued in Pennsylvania. Whitney's physical description was given as 5'8", $160, with a 2-inch scar on his left forearm. That comported with Pettis's description of Rogers. Using NCIC's III, Interstate Identification Index database, Burton had also gotten a good snapshot of the man's past. The report listed 3 prior felony convictions for burglary. Whitney had records in 3 different states. He had done lengthy time, last coming out of prison in the mid-1970s. Nothing since then. At least nothing the authorities knew about. Burton had known men like that before. They were career guys who just kept getting better and better at their chosen profession. He was betting Whitney was one of those types. One hitch. The last known address was in New York and was almost 20 years old. Taking the point of least resistance, Burton walked down the hallway to a phone cubicle and grabbed up all the phone books for the area. He tried D.C. first. Surprisingly, it was a blank. Northern Virginia was next. There were 3 Luther Whitneys listed. His next phone call went to the Virginia State Police, where he had a long-time contact. Division of Motor Vehicles records were accessed by computer. 2 of the Luther Whitneys were 23 and 85 years old, respectively. However, Luther Whitney of 1645 East Washington Avenue, Arlington, had been born on August 5, 1929, and his Social Security number, used in Virginia as the driver's license number, confirmed that he was the man. But was he Rogers? There was one way to find out. Burton pulled out his notebook. Frank had been very courteous in letting Burton go through the investigation file. The phone rang 3 times, and then Jerome Pettis answered. Vaguely identifying himself as being with Frank's office, Burton asked the question. 5 long seconds followed while Burton tried to keep his nerves intact as he listened to the shallow breathing of the man on the other end of the line. The response was worth the short wait.
Damn. That's right. Engine almost locked up. Somebody had left the oil cap loose. Got Rogers to do it because he was sitting on the case of oil we carry in the back.
Burton thanked him and hung up. He checked his watch. He still had time before he would have to leave Frank the message. Despite the mounting evidence, Burton still couldn't be absolutely certain Whitney had been the guy in the vault, but Burton's gut told him Whitney was the man. And although there was no way in hell Luther Whitney would have gone anywhere near his house after the murder, Burton wanted to get a better feel for the guy and maybe get some indication of where he'd gone. And the best way to do that was to check out where he lived. Before the cops did. He walked as quickly as he could to his car. The weather had turned wet and cold again as Mother Nature toyed with the most powerful city on Earth. The wipers flapped relentlessly across the windshield. Kate didn't exactly know why she was there. She had visited the place exactly once in all these years, and on that occasion she had sat out in the car while Jack had gone in to see him, to tell him that he and Luther's only child were getting married. Jack had insisted, despite her maintaining that the man wouldn't care. Apparently he had. He had come out on the front porch and looked at her, smiling, an awkward thrust to his body that proclaimed his hesitation in approaching her. Wanting to congratulate her, but not knowing exactly how, given their peculiar circumstances. He had shaken Jack's hand, pounded him on the back, then looked over at her, as if for approval. She had resolutely looked away, arms folded, until Jack had climbed back in and they had driven off. She had caught the reflection of the small figure in the side mirror as they pulled away. He looked much smaller than she remembered. Almost tiny. In her mind, her father would forever represent an enormous monolith of all that she resented and feared in the world, that filled all space around it and dragged one's breath away with its sheer, overpowering bulk. That creature obviously never existed, but she refused to admit that fact. But while she had not wanted to deal with that image ever again, she could not look away. For more than a minute as the car gathered speed, her eyes dipped into the reflection of the man who had given her life, and then taken it and her mother's away, with brutal finality. As the car pulled away, he had continued to look at her, a mixture of sadness and resignation on his features that had surprised her. But she had rationalized it away, as another of his tricks to make her feel guilty. She could not attribute benign qualities to any of his actions. He was a thief. He had no regard for the law, a barbarian in a civilized society. There was no possible room in his shell for sincerity. Then they had turned the corner and his image had disappeared, like it had been on a string, and was suddenly pulled away. Kate pulled into the driveway. The house was pitch dark. As she sat there, her headlights reflected off the rear of the car parked in front of her, and the glare hurt her eyes. She switched off the lights, took a deep breath to steady her nerves, and climbed out into the cold and wetness. The previous snowfall had been light, and what little residue there was crunched under her feet as she made her way up to the front door. The temperature promised icy conditions developing overnight. She placed one hand against the side of his car to balance herself as she walked. Despite not expecting to find her father home, she had washed and styled her hair, was encased in one of her suits normally reserved for court, and had actually applied more than a dab of makeup. She was successful in her own way, and if chance brought them face to face, she wanted him to realize that despite his maltreatment, she had not only survived, she had flourished. The key was still where Jack had told her it was so many years ago. It had always seemed ironic to her that a consummate burglar should leave his own property so accessible. As she unlocked the door and slowly went inside, she did not notice the car that had pulled to a stop on the other side of the street, or the driver who watched her intently, and who was already writing down her license plate number. The house had the built-up, musty odor of a long-abandoned place. She had occasionally imagined what the place would look like on the inside. She had figured it to be neat and orderly, and she was not disappointed. In the darkness, she sat down in a chair in the living room, not realizing it was her father's favorite and totally unaware that Luther had unconsciously done the same thing when he had visited her apartment. The photo was on the mantel. It must have been almost 30 years old. Kate, held in her mother's arms, was swaddled from head to toe, a few wisps of tar-colored hair visible from under the pink bonnet. She had been born with a remarkably thick head of hair. Her father, calm-faced and wearing a snap brim, was standing next to mother and daughter, his muscular hand touching Kate's tiny, outstretched fingers. Kate's mother had kept that same photo on her dressing table until her death. Kate had thrown it away the day of the funeral, cursing the intimacy between father and daughter that the image displayed. She had hurled it away right after her father had come by the house, where she had exploded at him with a fury, an outburst that became more and more out of control since its target did not respond, did not fight back, but stood there and accepted the barrage. And the quieter he had become, the more angry she became, until she had slapped him with both hands until others had pulled her away and held her down. And only then did her father put his hat back on, lay the flowers he had brought down on the table, and, with an inflamed face from her pounding and water-filled eyes, he had walked out the door, closing it quietly behind him. And it occurred to Kate, as she sat in her father's chair, that he too had been grieving that day. Grieving for a woman he had presumably loved for a good portion of his life, and who certainly had loved him. She felt a catch in her throat, and rushed to forestall it with pressure from her fingers. She got up and moved through the house, peering cautiously into each room and then backing away, growing more and more nervous as she penetrated further and further into her father's domain. The bedroom door was ajar, and she finally decided to push it open all the way. As she moved into the room, she risked turning on a light, and as her eyes adjusted to the exit from darkness, they fell upon the nightstand, and she drew nearer, finally sitting down on the bed. The collection of photographs was, in essence, a small shrine to her. From the earliest age upward, her life was retold here. Each night as her father went to sleep, the last thing he saw was her. But what shocked her the most were the photos from later in life. Her graduation from college and law school. Her father had certainly not been invited to these events, but they were recorded here. None of the photos were posed. She was either walking or waving to someone or just standing there obviously unaware of the camera's presence. She moved on to the last photo. She was walking down the steps of the Alexandria courthouse. Her first day in court, nervous as hell. A petty misdemeanor case. General District Court Mickey Mouse stuff. But the big smile on her face proclaimed nothing less than absolute victory. And she wondered how in the world she had never seen him. And then she wondered if she had, but just would not admit it. Her immediate reaction was anger. Her father had been spying on her all these years. All those special moments of her life. He had violated them. Violated her with his uninvited presence. Her second reaction was more subtle, and as she felt it rising through her, she abruptly jumped up from the bed and turned to flee the room. That's when she thudded right into the big man standing there. Again, I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to startle you.
Startle me? You scared the living hell out of me.
Kate sat on the side of the bed, trying to regain her nerves, to stop shaking, but the chill in the house didn't help.
Excuse me, but why is the Secret Service interested in my father?
She looked at Bill Burton with something akin to fear in her eyes. At least he read it as fear. He had watched her in the bedroom, swiftly gauging her motives, her intent from her subtle body movements. A skill he had spent years developing, scanning endless crowds for the one or two true dangers that might be lurking there. His conclusions? Estranged daughter and father. She had finally come looking for him. Things started to add up, and maybe in a very positive way for his purposes. We're not really, Miss Whitney. But the police in Middleton County sure as hell are.
Middleton?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you've read about the Christine Sullivan homicide. He let that statement hang out there to test her reaction. He got the expected one. Complete disbelief.
You think my father had something to do with that?
It was a legitimately asked question, and not one framed particularly defensively. Burton deemed that significant, and another positive for his plan, which had been forming the minute he'd laid eyes on her. The detective in charge of the case does. Apparently your father, as part of a carpet-cleaning crew and using a false name, was in the Sullivans' house a short time before the murder. Kate caught her breath. Her father cleaning carpets? Of course. He had been casing the place, figuring its weaknesses, just like before. Nothing had changed. But murder? I can't believe he killed that woman. Right. But you can believe he was trying to burgle that house, can't you, Miss Whitney? I mean, this isn't the first time, is it? Or the second? Kate looked down at her hands. Finally, she shook her head. People change, ma'am. I don't know how close you've been to your father lately. Burton noted the small but discernible jerk in her expression. But the evidence is pretty strong that he was involved somehow. And the woman is dead. You've probably gotten a conviction on less evidence than that. Kate looked at him suspiciously. How do you know about me? I see a woman sneaking into the house of a man the police are looking for. I do what any law enforcement officer would do. I ran your license plate. Your reputation precedes you, Miss Whitney. The state police think the world of you. She looked around the room. He's not here. It doesn't look like he's been here for a while. Yes, ma'am, I know. You wouldn't happen to know where he is, would you? He hasn't tried to contact you or anything. Kate thought of Jack and his late-night visitor. No. The answer was quick, a little too quick for Burton's taste. It'll be better if he turns himself in, Miss Whitney. You get some trigger-happy beat cop out there. Burton expressively raised his eyebrows. I don't know where he is, Mr. Burton. My father and we haven't been close for a long time. But you're here now, and you knew where he kept the spare key. Her voice rose an octave. This is the first time I've stepped foot in this house. Burton scrutinized her expression and decided she was telling the truth. Her unfamiliarity with the house had already led him pretty much to that conclusion, and also that she and her father were estranged. Is there any way you can get in touch with him? Why? I really don't want to get involved in this, Mr. Burton. Well, I'm afraid you already are to a degree. It'd be better if you'd cooperate. Kate slung her purse over her arm and stood up. Listen, Agent Burton, you can't bluff me. I've been in the business too long. If the police want to waste their time questioning me, I'm in the phone book. The government phone book, under Commonwealth's attorney. See you around. She headed for the door. Ms. Whitney. She whirled around, ready for some verbal sparring. Secret Service or not, she wasn't going to take any crap from this guy. If your father committed a crime, then he should be tried by a jury of his peers and convicted. If he's innocent, he goes free. That's how the system's supposed to work. You know that better than I do. Kate was about to respond when her eye caught the photos. Her first day in court. It seemed a century ago, and was, in a lot more ways than she could ever admit to herself. That smile, the pie-in-the-sky dreams everybody starts with, nothing less than perfection the only goal. She had dropped back to earth a long time ago. Whatever barbed remark she was going to come back with had just escaped her, lost in the smile of a pretty young woman with a lot she wanted to do with her life. Bill Burton watched her turn and leave. He looked over at the photos, and then back at the empty doorway.